Chapter 1495. The lord of Emperor Dong's palace was reduced to an escort. If it wasn't Long Chen who said this, others would think that the speaker was ignorant. The lord of Emperor Dong's palace was the ruler of the 108 prefectures in the eastern royal domain. Such a top figure never appeared in the eyes of the secular world. But now, after hearing what Long Chen said, he quickly agreed and said, "Okay, I will complete the task." Long Chen asked Yi Xian about her brother's location and then told the lord that it was time to end things here. "I have something important to do and it is very dangerous, so I can't take you there. You and Yi Xian go to the imperial palace first. I will go back and have a good talk with you after I finish my task." Long Chen's attitude toward Yi Xian had always been very respectful. Yi Xian nodded blankly. Although she had a calm personality, the shock that Long Chen had given her was too great. In 2 years, he had grown to a level that even the lord of Emperor Dong's palace had to look up to. Long Chen faced the lord of Emperor Dong's palace and said coldly, "You know my temper. If anything happens, not only you, but the entire Emperor Dong's palace will not be able to escape." The lord of Emperor Dong's palace really wanted to cry. What accident could happen? Of course, he dared not have any evil thoughts. Yi Xian was a person who could possibly become Jinwu Great Emperor. He wanted to worship him, so there would be no mistake. "Don't worry, I will complete the task," the lord of Emperor Dong's palace promised. There was not much time left. Feng Zhilin and the others had already started the task. Long Chen said goodbye to Yi Xian again. Then, under the awe of the crowd, he soared into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone. Until Long Chen's figure completely disappeared, the crowd looked at each other and finally breathed easy. In the distance, Su Xiaodai was lost. She returned to her room and fell on the bed in a daze. In her mind, Long Chen, who was struggling under Chu Tiange's super strength, suddenly appeared. In the Dragon Dance Hall, 20 warriors above the third Nirvana tribulation were engaged in a heated discussion. Among the 3 mirrors, the young martial god had entered a dark world and was lurking next to a gloomy ancient tribe. Feng Zhilin had also arrived at her destination. Only Long Chen had just flown into the sky from Emperor Dong's palace. Under someone's suggestion, the most noisy one was the leader of the Hanwu Temple. They were all arguing about what Long Chen had just done. Basically, they were divided into 3 factions. One faction supported the leader of the Hanwu Temple, one faction opposed it, and the last faction did not speak. The leader of the Hanwu Temple glared at them and said, "Tell me the truth. What is the task this time? The Dark Kingdom, the statue of the goddess, and what is Long Chen doing? He is a person who can delay important things because of his personal grudges. He is a person who kills his own people for his own selfishness. He is cold-blooded and cruel. First of all, such a person has an extremely bad view of good and evil, and he is even more irresponsible. I think he is the most unsuitable person for the Holy Martial Emperor." What the leader of the Hanwu Temple said makes sense. What Hall Master Hanwu said makes sense, and I also support him. After all, the most important thing is the heavy responsibility given by the emperor, but he puts the priority on other things. If such a person is in power, I'm afraid that the imperial palace's affairs and life and death will not be as important as his personal affairs. In addition, from the matter of Fu Hai, we can see his vicious character. Although we are all from the martial god palace and all of you are his elders, if we don't trust him and touch his friends and relatives in the future, he will not hesitate to kill us. In the end, this little guy was not raised by the martial god palace. He is selfish and a huge hidden danger. Among the 20 people, at least 7 or 8 supported this view. Yi Futu maintained his smile. Originally, Long Chen had already lost badly in the first round. If this continued, his score would even be lower than Yang Chen's. There was no way he could open a gap of at least 25 points. It was almost certain that Yang Chen would become the holy martial emperor. Selfish, vicious, cruel, and inconsiderate. If such a person becomes the new Zhenwu Great Emperor, it is very likely that it will lead to a drastic change in the palace. Everyone, please think twice when you give your scores. Don't let the Zhenwu Emperor Palace, which has been passed down for millions of years, be destroyed in your hands. I've finally seen through this little guy Long Chen. The 7 or 8 people on this side were of one mind and kept nagging. On the other side, they got impatient and said, "Can you guys stop making accusations?" Recommending Long Chen is the Holy Martial Emperor's idea. The Holy Martial Emperor has been in charge of the palace for tens of thousands of years and has made great contributions. Do you guys think that you are smarter than the Holy Martial Emperor? Yeah, to be honest, what's wrong with Long Chen's behavior just now? Can it be considered inconsiderate? Even if he had 2 days less than the other two, he might still be able to complete the mission. But if he didn't save his companions and instead chose to become the Holy Martial Emperor, that would be selfish. Everyone, please ask yourselves. Well said. I think this young man is frank and knows his limits. He also knows how to use his strength to convince others. Even Emperor Dong's palace master was managed by him obediently. These are all qualities that a leader needs. From what happened today, I can see that I support this young man who is honest and has great perseverance. The two viewpoints formed a fierce confrontation. For a moment, the Dragon Dance Hall was in an uproar. Wenren was a little angry. He waved his hand and said, "We are all people of status. Don't let the people below you laugh at us. They haven't even started the mission yet. Open your eyes and watch what happens next." Only then did everyone shut their mouths. Everyone in the Martial God Palace knew that the 3 candidates had already gone to Emperor Dong's palace. This was the biggest event of the Martial God Palace. Almost everyone stopped their missions and paid attention to this trial mission. The Dragon Dance Hall was packed with people, hoping to hear the news as soon as possible. Wenren Jingtao, Han Yunxing, Nangong Lai, and the others were also looking forward to it. Similarly, the news that Long Chen and Feng Jilin had become one of the 3 candidates had also spread to the 3,000 palaces. The 3,000 palaces were extremely excited, celebrating the birth of these 2 geniuses. In the Evil Dragon Palace, his former brothers and sisters also cheered for Long Chen day and night. Everyone was waiting for Long Chen's glorious return. At this moment, after spending a lot of time, Long Chen finally found the closest entrance to one of the tribes he needed to go to, the Black Rock tribe. There were a total of 8 tribes in the Dark Nation. The tribe that Long Chen needed to go to was called the Black Rock tribe. Among the 8 great tribes, the Black Rock tribe's prosperity and combat strength were considered to be on the lower level. Although there were martial venerables among the Dark Nation, there was absolutely no such person in the Black Rock tribe. Another ancient remnant. The 9 great remnants of the 9-star Chaos City were still fresh in Long Chen's mind. The reputation of the Dark Nation was far from the 9 great remnants. Due to certain reasons, the entrance was also sealed by the Zhenwu Emperor. Therefore, the world basically did not know about it. However, the danger of the Dark Nation was even more terrifying than the eternal hell and the chaotic divine kingdom. That was because the Dark Nation's remnant had a deep hatred for the human race. According to the distributed map, Long Chen quickly found the hidden entrance, showing his high intelligence. He was alone now. Without Kitten, he felt somewhat lonely. However, he did not think too much about it. Most people would be lonely on their path of growth. The entrance to the Dark Nation was located in a valley. It was a dense ancient forest. It was very dense, and it was dusky inside. Basically, one could not see the sky outside. This valley was also basically not visible. It was filled with densely packed tree roots and thick piles of leaves. Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword. A few streaks of sword chi swept across the valley, sending all the fallen leaves and tree roots flying. In a short period of time, the valley became clean. However, a rather hidden black formation appeared. This black formation was formed by small black stones. Time was limited. Long Chen immediately took out a portion of the Zhenwu Emperor's power. That round ball was held in his hand. Long Chen walked into the black formation. Soon, the formation lit up and began to revolve. A sealing power was displayed, and the entire valley seemed different from other valleys. When the formation was about done, Long Chen held his breath and smashed the round ball in his hand into the ground below. In that instant it was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. The entire formation gave off a terrifying vibration. A black hole that was only half a meter in diameter appeared and healed at an extremely fast speed. Long Chen seized the opportunity and quickly entered it. His body sank, and he fell at an extremely high speed. The light that was projected from the hole below also disappeared very quickly. This descending passage was the passage that connected the dragon sacrificial continent and the Dark Nation. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen discovered that he was standing on solid ground. He hurriedly looked around and was astonished to discover that he was also in the middle of a gloomy valley. In front of him was a vast black forest. It was ancient and huge, almost the same as the forest outside. However, the trees here were all pitch black. Other than black, no other color could be seen in this world. Is this the Dark Nation? Long Chen looked around and sighed. Now that he was here, he had to be even more careful. He hurriedly rushed into the sky and stood on the crown of a 100-meter-tall tree. He looked up at the sky, and sure enough, there was a black full moon in the dark blue sky. The full moon was very large, and compared to the moon outside, it seemed to be a generation older. According to the records, in the Dark Nation, the dark goddess worshipped by the dark natives lived in the black moon in the sky. Therefore, they had to worship the black moon every day. Chapter 1496. In the Dragon Dance Hall, no one bothered with Long Chen for a long time, because Long Chen had just entered the Dark Nation. After 2 days of lying low and investigating, Yang Chen and Feng Jilin both chose to take action. The little martial god's behavior these days seems a little different. The expert said subconsciously. When they said that, they subconsciously glanced at Yi Futu again. In fact, everyone could see it. The madman who knew nothing and only knew how to fight was surprisingly calm these few days. According to his original character, he should have directly attacked the tribe and snatched away the statue of the dark goddess. However, he lay dormant for 2 days, observing the movements of the tribe in the distance. His behavior was extremely abnormal. Such a huge anomaly must have had something to do with Yi Futu. A person could not be smart one moment and dumb the next. It could only be said that he was pretending to be dumb. But who could pretend to be dumb for so long and only reveal their true nature now? Regarding this point, everyone understood that it involved Yi Futu's secret, so they didn't ask. Instead, they paid attention to Yang Chen's performance. Yang Chen, who was originally not expected to win in the second round, had a shocking performance at this moment. He had been waiting quietly with a frighteningly calm expression. He had all the qualities of a lurker. During this period, many remnants of the Dark Nation came in and out of the tribe, but he didn't take any action. Until one day, a remnant of the Dark Nation who was almost 3 meters tall walked out of the tribe. His body was covered with a layer of gray hard stratum corneum, and he had thick bull horns. He had a total of 2 pairs of muscular arms, and his body looked like it was made of molten iron. This remnant of the Dark Nation was obviously much stronger than the others. He wore a tattered and fragmented armor made of beast bones, which could barely cover his body. His lower body was covered with a piece of animal skin. His life was probably still primitive. Yang Chen stared at his chest. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone clearly saw a black moon-like stone hanging on the chest of the remnant of the Dark Nation. He should be a barbarian general. Yes, a barbarian general of the remnants of darkness. He has already passed the first nirvana tribulation, but he is no match for the young martial god, the knowledgeable temple master Hanwu said. Everyone held their breath as they watched Yang Chen's actions. They were very curious about what Yang Chen was going to do. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Yang Chen secretly followed the barbarian general. His movements were extremely careful. The barbarian general's speed was terrifying as he sprinted forward in the wilderness. He only turned back when he noticed the young martial god's presence. After seeing Yang Chen's appearance, the four-armed barbarian general's face was filled with shock. The human race hadn't appeared for more than 2 years. Now that he suddenly appeared, the barbarian general couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly remembered that the human race had disappeared a long time ago and that the entrance had been sealed. Could it be that a new round of terrifying battles, a new round of catastrophe, was about to descend? Soon, the barbarian general's shock completely turned into hatred. Although he didn't personally witness the war back then, he had been influenced since he was young. He knew that many of his ancestors had died in the hands of the human race. It was a very painful period of history for the remnants of darkness. With this hatred, the barbarian general couldn't care about anything else. He let out a beast-like roar and immediately started a fierce battle with Yang Chen. He was only a barbarian general who had just passed the nirvana tribulation not long ago. Facing Yang Chen, who had astonishing destructive power and an immortal body, he was no match for him at all. In a short period of time, Yang Chen subdued the barbarian general who was covered in blood and pressed him under his feet, making him unable to move. Watching the battle, the cultivators in the Dragon Dance Hall gasped in admiration. It was very rare for Yang Chen to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, there were very few people of the same age who could force Yang Chen to use his full strength. The last time he fought with Long Chen, he was dragged back by Yi Futu not long after. While everyone was impressed by Yang Chen's unparalleled strength, they were more concerned about what Yang Chen was going to do. In the bronze mirror, Yang Chen's face was cold as he pressed down on the barbarian general who was struggling and roaring in anger. He used all his strength to suppress the barbarian general so that the only thing the barbarian general could do was roar. At this moment, Yang Chen's movements were incomparably fast. He stretched out his arm and opened his 5 claws, stabbing them into the back of the barbarian general's head. Instantly, the barbarian general let out an earth-shattering scream as 5 bloody fingerprints appeared on his head. Yang Chen's fingers were placed on the barbarian general's head for a full 15 minutes before he pulled them out. The barbarian general struggled with all his might at first, but his breathing became weaker and weaker. When Yang Chen pulled out his fingers, the barbarian general closed his eyes and fainted due to his heavy injuries. Yang Chen stood up and looked at the barbarian general with a complicated gaze. There were many complicated emotions in his eyes. The people in the Dragon Dance Hall were like gods watching this scene from afar. They still didn't understand what Yang Chen was trying to do. About 15 minutes later, the barbarian general's injuries started to recover due to his strong physique. Previously, Yang Chen only restrained him and didn't attack his vital parts, so it was easier for him to recover. The reason why he fainted was because of the fingers stabbing into the back of his head. After another hour, the barbarian general slowly regained consciousness. Everyone saw the shocking scene. Most of the cultivators immediately stood up from their seats and looked at the scene in shock. The barbarian general knelt down in front of Yang Chen. His eyes were scattered and lifeless. It looked like he was going to serve Yang Chen as his master. What's going on? How did Yang Chen come up with such a method? It's really amazing. It seems that Yang Chen's delirium was fake. Not only is he not an idiot, but he's also very intelligent. Coupled with his kind heart and extraordinary martial arts, he's definitely the most suitable candidate for the Holy Martial Emperor. Yeah, Yang Chen has wisdom and means, so no one can defeat him. Even those who opposed Yang Chen had nothing to say at this moment. Only people like Wenren Shi who knew what was going on wouldn't take it seriously. Among the 20 people who commented, the balance was gradually tilting towards Yang Chen. Long Chen was just a joke. Not to mention widening the gap of 25 points, if he could win this time and get the highest score, he would already be considered lucky. No matter how smart Long Chen was, if he couldn't get the goddess statue back, his score wouldn't be that high. On the contrary, with Yang Chen's miraculous methods, if he could complete the mission, no matter how dumb he was, his score would still be higher than Long Chen's. Long Chen was already 45 points behind. If the gap widened again, how could he compete? He was definitely going to lose. Even great Emperor Zhenwu wouldn't be able to make him the Holy Martial Emperor. Yang Chen's outstanding performance was just the beginning. Next, everyone saw his real plan. Without a doubt, he had already gained control of the barbarian general. It seemed that the barbarian general was already a high-ranking figure among the remnants of the darkness. Yang Chen's goal was to drive the barbarian general away and sneak into the tribe so that he could steal the statue of the dark goddess while Yang Chen waited outside. This method could avoid a head-on battle with the remnants of darkness. It could be said to be perfect, and was completely different from Yang Chen's previous methods. If it was the previous him, he definitely wouldn't have said anything and directly killed the barbarian general. If this continues, Yang Chen will have a 3 out of 4 chance of completing the mission. If he succeeds, his score will at least be above 33 points. Yeah, even if Long Chen uses a more perfect method to win, he still won't be able to widen the gap of 25 points. So, he's definitely going to lose. Cut the crap, stop flattering him. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. It's still uncertain who'll be the winner. Next, Yang Chen didn't rush to take action. Instead, he let the barbarian general rest until he fully recovered. Then, Yang Chen hypnotized him to find the right opportunity to bring out the statue of the dark goddess. After putting down the bait, Yang Chen quietly waited outside, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Yang Chen's performance was much more eye-catching than Feng Jilin's. Feng Jilin's method of luring the tiger away from the mountain was very practical. She used her slave wind to constantly harass the tribe in the opposite direction. Even if the slave wind died, it could still be condensed again. It just needed some time to recover. Every time she used the slave wind to attract the attention of the strong people in the tribe, Feng Jilin would use her super speed, elegance and mysteriousness to sneak into the tribe to search for the location of the statue of the dark goddess. She was very careful. Every time there was a little bit of danger, she would immediately retreat. This girl is also a smart person. She'll know more after exploring. The slave wind is a huge advantage for her. She can use it cleverly. If she keeps being careful, it won't be a problem for her to get the statue of the dark goddess. Yes, it depends on her performance. Currently, Long Chen, who was the most favored in the second round, hasn't done anything yet. It's very likely that he'll be defeated in the second round. We can't make a conclusion too early. He hasn't even gotten close to the Black Rock tribe yet. When the higher-ups of the Dragon Dance Hall focused all their attention on Yang Chen and Feng Jilin, Long Chen gradually got closer to the Black Rock tribe. The dark survivors of the Black Rock tribe live in a black rock wall, forming a strong fortress. It's the hardest to attack. Long Chen recalled the information in his mind. At this time, Yang Chen and Feng Jilin must have taken action. Yang Chen's recovery brought a lot of pressure to Long Chen. Of course, it also brought him great fighting spirit. Chapter 1497. Compared to the Eternal Hell, the Dark Kingdom was much more peaceful. However, compared to the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Divine Kingdom of Primal Chaos, it was still very lacking. In any case, there was only darkness everywhere. It was difficult to find anything else, unless it was a heavenly treasure. In the Dark Kingdom, the sky was filled with black mist all day long. The black moon emitted a strange light, and there seemed to be a woman's pattern on it. Under the black moon, it was a desolate land. In fact, the Dark Kingdom was known as an ancient ruin. There were even ancient survivors, and there were many heavenly treasures. The entire ruin's emperor's spiritual chi was also very rich, and it was very suitable for cultivation. In the Dark Nation, in addition to the human race that had already disappeared, there were actually two opposing races. One was the Dark Remnant. It was said that the Dark Remnant existed along with the ruins. No one knew how long the ruins had existed, and the Dark Remnant didn't know how long their history was. They only knew that a long, long time ago, they had once been glorious. And the other race was the most mysterious savage beasts. Savage beasts were the enemies of the survivors of darkness for countless years before the appearance of the human race. Because of the existence of savage beasts, there were casualties among the survivors of darkness. In order to protect their homeland, there were people who desperately strengthened themselves. At the same time, they established 8 tribes, forming a huge defensive fortress. Long Chen had seen the information on savage beasts, so he found it very strange. According to the records, these savage beasts are like ghosts from the eternal hell. I don't know how they appeared, but sometimes they will suddenly appear and wander the entire Dark Kingdom. It seems that the only 2 pleasures that savage beasts have are sleeping and eating people. Long Chen recalled the information on savage beasts. They were a strange species, different from demonic beasts and ominous beasts. They couldn't transform into human form, and they didn't have the slightest bit of intelligence. As long as they saw the survivors of darkness, they would be driven by their primitive instincts and swallow them into their stomachs. In fact, savage beasts were a species that the survivors of darkness feared. There were 3 reasons for this. First, the savage beasts ate humans. That scene was very horrifying. Many dark survivors were even torn in half and eaten into the stomachs of the savage beasts. Secondly, although the number of wild beasts was not high, every single one of them had already passed through one nirvana tribulation the moment they appeared. There were even some wild beasts that had passed through 2 or 3 nirvana tribulations. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The strength of each wild beast was equivalent to that of a barbarian general. If dozens of wild beasts moved together, it would be a devastating disaster. Thirdly, savage beasts were impossible to kill. This was the most miraculous point. The number of savage beasts in the Dark Kingdom was always maintained at about the same level. The powerful Dark Survivor warriors had the strength to kill a savage beast, but when a savage beast was killed, a new savage beast would be randomly born in other places of the Dark Kingdom. In fact, such a thing had happened in the past. Right after one of the savage beasts was killed, a new savage beast would be born 100 meters away, looking exactly the same as before. The survivors of darkness called this phenomenon of the savage beasts the rebirth of savage beasts. There was no doubt that savage beasts were a species favored by darkness, and all the dark survivors were like their food in captivity. The rebirth of savage beasts had a high probability of happening nearby. The distance was uncertain. After the rebirth, the savage beast would immediately pass through the first nirvana tribulation, and it would definitely be easy. As for the nirvana tribulation after that, it was uncertain. This thing is really interesting. Long Chen was also very interested when he pondered. When the human race invaded the Dark Kingdom, they had also dealt with savage beasts and suffered losses from them. Not only did savage beasts like to eat the dark survivors, they also liked the human race. At that time, many humans died in the mouths of savage beasts. There was a big difference between savage beasts and demonic beasts. The reason why Long Chen turned back at this moment was because he had already felt that a mysterious species was following and descending. His guess was right. In the Dark Kingdom, divine sense was also suppressed. The only things he could use were his sight, hearing, and so on. In the distance, large tracts of forest fell to the ground. Perhaps it was because the savage beast smelled the scent of a living person, it was especially excited. It let out a sound similar to that of a cow, but it also had a kind of edge to it. Just this sound alone had a kind of hair-raising feeling. Long Chen felt as if he had met his natural enemy. The speed of the savage beast was very fast. The earth shook, as if there were thousands of troops and horses galloping towards him. The surrounding trees were blown by a gust of wind, and black leaves fell from the sky. They rustled, wanting to drown Long Chen. In front of him, the entire forest was shaken away by the savage beast. The moment Long Chen opened his eyes wide, the most terrifying tremor occurred on the ground. Cracks appeared in the surrounding. Behind the tall trees, a huge monster covered the sky and rushed towards Long Chen's direction. Its target was Long Chen. After clearly seeing the appearance of this savage beast, Long Chen was slightly startled. This savage beast actually looked like a toad, but it wasn't completely a toad. It was a huge black beast, covered in black scales, very messy, without any sense of beauty. It had a pair of big gray eyes that were filled with hunger. It had 2 relatively strong hind legs, but it had a total of 12 thick and strong human-like arms. It had a huge mouth like a toad and a long scarlet tongue. However, it had 2 rows of teeth that were even sharper and longer than those of wild beasts. Those 2 rows of sharp teeth seemed to be dripping with blood. A pair of huge eyes stared at Long Chen, and the huge mouth moved towards Long Chen to swallow him. Just as the toad beast was about to pounce on him, Long Chen suddenly increased his speed and rushed into the sky. He turned around and stepped on the back of the toad. At this moment, the toad landed on the ground, and the entire ground cracked under its terrifying force. The toad beast was very angry that it didn't manage to pounce on its prey. It let out a mournful roar, and the dozens of human-like arms on both sides actually grabbed towards Long Chen on its back. As long as it grabbed Long Chen, it could completely send Long Chen into its mouth in an instant. What an interesting thing. This thing's soul was very chaotic, a little like a ghost from the eternal hell. It was like a defective product created by someone. The entire Dark Nation was like a game field of the gods, and everything was carried out according to the rules of the gods. Savage beasts were probably a kind of man-made creation. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly thought of this point. He didn't delve too deeply. The current him was still far from reaching this level. He could only live within the rules and couldn't jump out of them. The gray and sharp god-slaying sword appeared in Long Chen's hands. The god-slaying sword that already had 3 Dao patterns was already extraordinary. The speed at which Long Chen swung the sword was faster than the speed of the toad beast's arms. With a few swings of the sword, black blood splattered out of the terrifyingly thick arms, and a few of the arms were directly chopped off by Long Chen. The savage beast roared towards the sky and let out a painful and mournful cry. The mission was more important. Although the savage beast was mystical, Long Chen didn't want to waste time with it. He instantly left the back of the savage beast, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the savage beast. The savage beast let out a roar, and its huge mouth swallowed towards Long Chen. Heaven-word formula. Long Chen took a few steps back. For gray sword auras soared into the sky, forming an ancient heaven word, and directly rushed into the head of the toad beast, causing black blood to splatter all over the sky. That savage beast was originally roaring, but its huge head was minced by Long Chen, and it died instantly. Long Chen was about to keep the god-slaying sword, and the body of the toad beast in front of him started to produce a black flame. In a short period of time, that huge corpse was completely burned into ashes, and nothing was left. The so-called savage beast doesn't seem difficult to deal with. This was what Long Chen thought. He turned and left quickly. It wouldn't be good if he caused a commotion here and was discovered by the Darkness tribe. This was already the edge of the forest, and very soon, Long Chen left the forest. According to the location on the map, he should be nearing the Darkness tribe soon. At this moment, in the distant forest behind him, yellow clouds gathered, and Nirvana true lightning was condensing. Someone was actually going to transcend the Nirvana tribulation. It should be that toad beast just now. As expected, it has been reborn. The place where it was reborn and the place where Long Chen killed it should be more than 30 miles away. It couldn't be considered close, but it couldn't be considered far either. There was simply no end to fighting with this guy. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with it, and quickly headed towards the Darkness tribe. In order to prevent the attacks of the savage beasts, the Black Rock tribe was built on a high mountain. The entire mountain peak was covered with black rocks, and it was just right for Long Chen to hide. Long Chen came to the foot of the mountain where the Black Rock tribe was. He looked up and saw an ancient tribe built in the black clouds. Outside the tribe, there was a solid fortress built to prevent the attacks of the savage beasts. There were many guards on the entire mountain peak. Long Chen took a few steps forward, and when he was halfway up the mountain, he saw the first real Darkness tribe member. The Darkness tribe members looked very strange, but in fact, they belonged to the human race. Even the mermaids in the Thousand Mirror Sea and the witch race were considered humans. Although the Darkness tribe members had 4 arms, they were probably not that far from each other. Before coming here, Long Chen actually made a total of 6 or 7 feasible plans in his mind. Like Yang Chen, he used the soul control technique to control the weaker members of the Darkness tribe. Long Chen thought of it before. Like Feng Jilin, he also thought of luring the tiger away from the mountain. These were more reliable methods, but there were always flaws. In Long Chen's view, the chances of success were actually not high. With the importance that the Darkness tribe placed on the statue of the goddess, no matter how high the status of the person was, they wouldn't be able to openly take away the statue of the goddess. He had other plans, but they needed to be built on the condition that he had enough information. So he decided to observe for a period of time. However, he soon found his target. It was already 1,500 chapters. He never thought that he could complete such a huge project. Chapter 1498. The Black Rock tribe was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. It seemed that something had happened. This was the most critical moment to test one's observational skills. He knew that those old guys in the Dragon Dance Hall must be monitoring his every move at this moment and then analyzing his actions. It would be boring if he always paid attention to these things. Long Chen did not want to pay attention to them at all. He sat down and concentrated on his own things. In the hard fortress of the Black Rock tribe, the gate opened. 3 dark survivors, who looked very distinguished at first glance, came out and hurried down the mountain. These 3 people were somewhat different from the ordinary dark survivors. The 2 on the left and right looked similar. They were more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies were full of the aura of Nirvana power. There was a black moon-like accessory hanging on their necks. Their muscles were bulging, and they were full of the visual impact of the wilderness. Long Chen knew that these 2 should be the barbarian generals of the dark survivors. They had the strength of the first Nirvana tribulation. The teenager in the middle was special. The skin of the dark survivors was relatively dark, but this teenager was ridiculously dark. Even his lips were black like a piece of coal. However, this teenager was relatively thin. His height was similar to Long Chen's, and his body was also similar to Long Chen's. However, his skeleton was much bigger than Long Chen's, so he looked very thin. In fact, this teenager was much more delicate than the other dark survivors. The others were wearing tattered animal skins, and only he had clean cotton clothes. Therefore, Long Chen inferred that his identity should be relatively distinguished. This teenager should be the holy son of the dark survivors. Long Chen carefully recalled that it seemed that in this relatively weak Black Rock tribe, the most powerful warrior was a warrior of the third Nirvana tribulation. This warrior also had the highest status. Below him, there was also a weak but very high position, and that was the Holy Sun. Before the Nirvana tribulation realm, the warriors of the dark survivors practiced on a completely different path from the human clan and the demon clan. It was not until they reached a level similar to the god martial arts realm that they had specific divisions. According to the difference in strength, they would wear different accessories on their chests. Those with crescent moons on their chests were called Black Fang warriors. There were 9 levels, from 1 Fang warrior to 9 Fang warrior. The strength of a 9 Fang warrior was similar to that of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. They wore 9 crescent moons on their chests. For example, the saint had 7 crescent moons, which meant that his fighting strength was around the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. A 9-fanged warrior, after crossing the Nirvana tribulation, would have the qualifications to wear a full moon. For example, these 2 barbarian generals. Above the barbarian generals, after crossing 2 Nirvana tribulations, they would have the qualifications to serve the gods. They would be able to wear gray clothes and have the title of Gray Priest. In a tribe, there would be more than 10 gray priests, and in a powerful tribe, there would be more than 30. From this, it could be seen that the power of the Dark Nation was actually stronger than the average 9 realms. There were a total of 8 major tribes among the Dark Remnant. Basically, the ordinary tribes were controlled by a martial artist who had crossed 3 Nirvana tribulations. This martial artist who had crossed 3 Nirvana tribulations was qualified to wear the most sacred black robe and serve the gods as a black priest. There were a total of about 10 black priests in the Dark Nation. As for the experts who were comparable to martial venerables, it was unknown whether they still existed in the Dark Nation. They were martial artists who had crossed 4 Nirvana tribulations. If they existed, they would be the commander of the entire Dark Remnant and have the title of Barbarian King. Barbarian General, Gray Priest, Black Priest, and Barbarian King. These 4 were the ranks above the Nirvana tribulation realm of the Dark Remnant. Rank represented status. As for those whose strength was far inferior, but whose status was higher than that of the Gray Priest, second only to the Black Priest who controlled a tribe, should be the son of each tribe. The Son of Darkness was the only one who could come into contact with the statue of the Dark Goddess, clean the statue, and serve the statue. He must be the purest Son of Darkness. The only criterion was the skin color. Only a person with pure black skin color had the constitution of the Son of Darkness and the qualifications to be the Son of Darkness. In the belief of the Dark Remnant, the Dark Goddess was pure. Only the Son of Darkness could enter the place where the Dark Goddess was worshipped. But even he could only enter at special times. If Long Chen had not read the information given by Wenren Shi, he would not have known about the Son of Darkness. This was very crucial. When he saw the Son of Darkness, Long Chen overturned all the plans he had thought of. The first thing he thought of was that this guy might bring him a surprise. This was intuition, and it was also a manifestation of the ability to adapt to changing circumstances and make decisions. The 3 of them left anxiously. They must have something on their minds. Without saying anything, Long Chen turned around and left the Black Rock tribe, quietly following the 3 of them. I know nothing about the location of the statue of the Dark Goddess, as well as the current situation of the Dark Nation and the Dark Remnant. Senior Wenren's information came from tens of thousands of years ago. There must have been great changes today. I have to find out something from this guy. He is only a 7-fanged warrior, and soul control is still useful. Long Chen was ready to take the Son of Darkness hostage. But in fact, soul control would make a person's mind fuzzy, and it was not particularly safe. So, Long Chen decided to observe the situation. All success had an element of luck. He was lucky to meet the Son of Darkness today. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the higher-ups who had been holding their breath and watching Yang Chen and Feng Jilin's performance finally saw Long Chen's actions. Who is that young man? Those who can wear normal clothes seem to have a higher status. Yeah, I think so too. At this moment, someone said, I remember that there is a position called the Son of Darkness. Looking at that young man's clothes, he should be the Son of Darkness. He is the only person who can get close to the statue of the Dark Goddess. As soon as this was said, everyone was instantly excited. What shocked them the most was that Long Chen knew about this too. Everyone shook their heads. They felt that it was impossible. Long Chen was just lucky. Even if he is the Son of Darkness, so what? Yang Chen has almost gotten the statue of the Dark Goddess. To him, it is just like catching a turtle in a jar, Hall Master Hanwu mocked. Many people were helpless. In fact, Yang Chen's method wasn't particularly appropriate. After all, it was not easy to get the statue even for their own people. Perhaps the entry point that Long Chen found was more suitable. Long Chen knew that the other party must have something up. As soon as they left the Black Rock tribe, they sped up. They didn't enter the forest, but left quickly along it. Long Chen took out the map and looked at the direction they were heading. The destination was another tribe called the Black Smoke Tribe. This was the tribe where Feng Jilin did her mission. Why are they going to the Black Smoke Tribe? With this thought, Long Chen hid in the forest and followed them. He didn't dare to make the first move. After all, this place was very close to the Black Rock Tribe. If he made any noise and the gray and black priests came out, he would probably lose his life here. Among the gray priests, there were also people like Wenren Jingtao. Long Chen couldn't deal with them. The black priest was a cultivator close to the Hall Master of Hanwu. They were a huge threat. After walking for about an hour, they finally left the vicinity of the Black Rock Tribe. It was estimated that they wouldn't be able to affect the other side. Just as Long Chen was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he started to think. If I directly control the soul, there will be a huge loophole. I should wait and see how this guy treats the human race. Thinking of this, Long Chen used a safe method. He disappeared on the spot and rushed into the depths of the forest. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone was speechless. This kid actually gave up chasing the Son of the Darkness remnant. He must be sick in the head. Even those who supported Long Chen were speechless when they saw Long Chen make such a strange choice. One must know that the Son of Darkness was very important to the statue. Wasn't there something wrong with Long Chen's brain if he suddenly gave up after following for an hour? He wasted an opportunity for nothing. However, what exactly was Long Chen going to do? In the bronze mirror, Long Chen used his fastest speed and dashed into the forest. The area in front of him became more and more sinister, and the shadows of the trees moved rapidly behind him. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone gradually heard a violent beast roar. It's the toad beast from before. Why is Long Chen looking for it? Everyone couldn't help but be confused. When Long Chen suddenly appeared, the toad savage beast, which was circling on the spot, immediately went berserk. Long Chen was stunned. He saw a sword mark with the word "Heaven" on the forehead of the toad beast. Without a doubt, it was carved by him. This was the toad beast that he had killed. Wild beasts were really magical creatures. Long Chen did not have time to think too much. He quickly turned around. The toad savage beast let out a series of roars and used its powerful hind legs to burst forth with terrifying speed as it chased after Long Chen. And the direction that Long Chen was heading in was the direction that the Son of Darkness and the others were heading in. At this rate, they would definitely meet on the road. He's going to attack the two barbarian generals and the Son of Darkness with this beast. He should be able to deal with the two barbarian generals with his own strength, the higher-ups in the Dragon Dance Hall were discussing. They didn't understand Long Chen's strange actions. However, they were all smart people. Very quickly, someone said, "Could it be that he wants to gain the trust of the Darkness Saint? Heavens, does he not know that the Darkness Remnant race hates all humans to the bone and wants nothing more than to kill them? How could there be trust?" Chapter 1499. Before the beast was lured out, Long Chen had already hidden himself. There was no doubt that the savage beast held a grudge. When it rushed out of the gloomy forest and didn't see Long Chen for a moment, it flew into a rage. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its huge mouth let out a series of roars towards the sky, causing the surrounding rocks to fall. The three darkness survivors retreated in horror. For the darkness survivors, wild beasts were the most terrifying things. They had grown up hearing about these undying wild beasts. It was said that countless darkness survivors had died under the attacks of the wild beasts, and not even their bones were left. Just as they were overwhelmed with fear, the massive toad beast noticed them as well. The savage toad calmed down and revealed a covetous expression once more. It stared at the three of them as if it had seen the most delicious food in the world. Quite a bit of green liquid flowed out of its mouth. Long Chen hid to the side and watched the show. Although the two barbarian generals are on the same level as the wild beast, I feel that the wild beast is much more powerful. These two have just entered the Nirvana tribulation realm and have a low understanding of the heavenly Tao. I don't think they can deal with it. Many people in the Dragon Dance Hall focused their attention on Long Chen. What is this kid trying to do? Everyone was confused. Wouldn't it be fine if he directly went up and held the darkness survivors hostage like the junior martial god? While everyone was confused, the two barbarian generals let out a shrill cry. One of them grabbed the darkness survivors, while the other prepared to fight. From this, it could be seen that the darkness survivors had an extraordinary identity. The two barbarian generals were completely concerned about the darkness survivors' life. The moment the two of them divided the work, the toad pounced forward in a frenzy, causing the ground to tremble as it shrieked. The barbarian general had a total of 4 arms, and a pitch-black nirvana energy swept out from his body, condensing into tiger tattoos on his body. He held 2 huge black snakes in his hands and let out a loud roar. His eyes were filled with fervor, as if he was doing something extremely glorious. Is this faith? Long Chen could see it from the fanaticism in the barbarian general's eyes. He deeply understood that there was a huge gap between those who had faith and those who did not, and it was reflected in all aspects. Faith is a part of a person's soul. With the mentality of facing death unflinchingly, the barbarian general fought bravely against the toad savage beast. He didn't use many techniques and relied solely on his physical strength, 4 arms, and surging nirvana energy to fight head-on with the toad savage beast. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He could sense that the barbarian general would not be able to fend off the toad savage beast. The difference in strength between the two parties was too great. In fact, the barbarian general had used skill-based killing techniques, which would be more effective. However, it was clear that the barbarian general did not understand something. Or perhaps, the remnants of darkness believed in the purest form of strength. In any case, the battle between him and the toad savage beast was quite intense. The target of the toad beast was not the barbarian general. It seemed like it was more interested in the holy son of darkness. As it clashed with the barbarian general with its 10 or so thick arms, it used its terrifying speed to smash through all the obstacles in its way and madly chased after the barbarian general who had taken the holy son of darkness away. Long Chen followed behind him. Rumble. This chase lasted for almost an hour. Under the frenzied rage of the toad savage beast, the barbarian general, who was fighting against the beast, finally revealed an opening. The beast slapped him to the ground, and then its gigantic body descended from the sky, pressing down on the barbarian general's body. Immediately, his flesh and blood were torn apart. The toad savage beast roared, and its blood-red tongue, which was more than 10 meters long, curled up and sent the barbarian general's shattered flesh and bones into its mouth. With a whimper, it swallowed them. As if enjoying a delicacy, it licked the ground clean. Then, its hind legs sprinted forward at a terrifying speed. With its powerful retreat, its jumping ability far surpassed that of the barbarian general, and its speed was also first-rate. Therefore, the distance between it and the barbarian general and the Holy Son of Darkness was getting closer and closer. Looking at the tragic state of the barbarian general behind him, the Holy Son of Darkness was horrified. "Holy Son, please save your life. I'll fight it out with him, Curicula." With a loud shout, the barbarian general placed the Holy Son of Darkness on the ground. Then, he turned around and rushed towards the toad savage beast without hesitation. The Curicula he shouted was the will of the Dark Goddess. Under the shine of the black moon, the people of the Dark Goddess would be protected and cared for by the goddess. The power of faith and the power of nirvana gathered in his body. The barbarian general suddenly turned around and punched the barbarian beast's forehead. The terrifying force caused the barbarian beast's huge body to fly backwards. It rolled a few times on the ground, and the rocks in the vicinity were all shattered by the impact. Of course, the barbarian general's 2 arms were also bleeding, and one of them was almost broken. However, he did not make a sound. His eyes were filled with hot blood as he continued to rush forward and kill the toad savage beast. At this juncture, the Holy Son of Darkness did not leave. He looked at the scene of the confrontation with a face full of horror. Instinctively, his legs trembled, but the glory in his heart did not allow him to retreat. He resolutely moved forward and said angrily, "Xiao, I want to fight alongside you." Although he was weak, his courage was outstanding. Of course, in Long Chen's opinion, this was a very foolish act. It would waste the sacrifice of these 2 people who had sacrificed their lives for him. The approach of the Holy Son of Darkness caused the toad savage beast to become even more furious. "Holy Son, leave quickly." The barbarian general roared miserably and fiercely clashed with the toad savage beast. His small body actually erupted with a huge amount of strength, directly clashing with the savage beast. He had 4 arms, but the savage beast had more. Under the full bombardment, he could not withstand it at all. Be it the savage beast or the barbarian general, they were both drenched in blood. "Leave quickly." The Holy Son of Darkness looked at the bloody face of the barbarian general who was looking at him passionately. His eyes were filled with tears, and humiliation and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. However, he could only clench his teeth tightly, tremble all over, and then break into a run. He could not let their sacrifice go to waste. At the critical moment of his escape, a scream came from behind him. The Holy Son of Darkness turned around and saw that the toad savage beast, who was also drenched in blood, had actually grabbed the barbarian general, torn his body into several pieces, and then threw them into its stomach one by one. Finally, it stared at the Holy Son of Darkness, revealing a malicious expression. The next moment, the earth shook, and the toad savage beast, who was already injured but completely unaware, rushed toward the Holy Son of Darkness. Death was actually so close. Fear, anger, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions descended. The Holy Son of Darkness knelt on the ground in a daze. Looking at the black moon in the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking into the distance, he muttered to himself, "Curicula, I'm going to die. Have you really doted on your people?" Faith had never appeared. His many years of persistence gradually collapsed before his death. The entire earth was shaking violently, and just like the Holy Son of Darkness's heart, he could not stop trembling. His heart was completely surrounded by fear. He knew that in the next moment, he would be smashed into pieces, and then let the ugly toad's tongue roll into its stomach. Perhaps he would not die completely, but he would be surrounded by the disgusting digestive juices of the other party's body. Was this what would happen to him? What he imagined was to stay by the side of the statue of the dark goddess and serve her for the rest of his life, but not this. The black moon in the sky was still indifferent. Despair had already locked the body of the holy son of darkness tightly. He found that he could not move, and he did not even have the courage to turn around and escape. He did not even have the courage to stand up. He opened his eyes in pain, and the toad savage beast in front of him was already in front of him. Its mouth was several meters long, and its tongue was more than 10 meters long. It first swept toward him, and the holy son of darkness could already smell a stench that made him want to vomit. At the most critical moment, he thought of the only choice. That was suicide. Curicula. The holy son of darkness's eyes were bloodshot, and he was preparing to sacrifice. Sacrifice was a secret technique that handed over the soul to the gods. His soul was about to leave his body and forever belong to the quietest darkness in the world. At that moment, his world was incomparably silent. He became brave and looked at the hideous toad savage beast. At the last moment, when he was about to be wrapped up by the thick and disgusting tongue of the savage beast, a gray sword light suddenly shot out and, in a short instant, pierced through the middle of the tongue. Rip! With a loud noise, black blood spurted out and splattered on the face of the holy son of darkness. Half of the disgusting tongue passed over the top of the holy son of darkness's head and landed behind him. The savage beast let out a cry of pain, and its sound waves directly sent the holy son of darkness flying, causing him to roll on the ground several times. What happened? The holy son of darkness hurriedly got up and looked with wide eyes. He discovered that the tongue of the savage beast had been cut off. Under the pain, the savage beast took a few steps back, and its huge eyes rolled around, staring at its surroundings. Someone saved me. The holy son of darkness stopped his sacrifice and thought so. Curicula. He exclaimed and stood up, looking at the mysterious black moon in the sky in a daze, his eyes extremely excited. In this desolate and uninhabited place, he was just about to ask for help from the goddess of darkness. Could it be that the goddess of darkness had saved him? The holy son of darkness found himself almost unable to breathe. Could such a thing actually happen to him? The savage beast became even more violent. It turned its huge body and stared at its surroundings. Following the gaze of the savage beast, the holy son of darkness was also extremely excited, looking for the person who could save him. That person might be sent by the goddess of darkness to save him. He had survived a desperate situation. The excitement and joy in his heart were simply indescribable with words. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly sprang out of the forest, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the savage beast's body. Pure black. Chapter 1500. Long Chen felt that the time was right, so he made his move. Through the Saint of Darkness's expression, he grasped the other party's state of mind. At the most appropriate time, he chose to make his move. After chopping off the beast's tongue, Long Chen made his move again. In the memories of this toad beast, there was an impression of Long Chen. When it saw Long Chen, it was filled with anger and hatred, and on the other hand, it was filled with fear. The Saint of Darkness knelt on the ground, staring blankly at that black shadow. It was too fast, and he still could not see clearly what it was. In order to display his powerful strength in the eyes of the other party, Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword. When the toad beast used its countless arms to grab him, Long Chen used his incomparably strong mystical dragon body to grab one of the other party's arms. With a sudden force, the huge toad beast was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Under the impact of the huge force, the beast was covered in blood. The Saint of Darkness stared blankly at this scene. What kind of power was this? How could an ordinary person have such power to directly suppress a beast in terms of strength? This seemed to be something that only the black-robed priest, who had the highest status, could do. Long Chen had achieved his goal. In the eyes of the Saint of Darkness, he already had a high and mighty image. No matter when, pure strength was always the most impactful. There was no time to waste. This time, Long Chen used the Lingxi sword. The Lingxi sword was the fastest way to win. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen's legs were already on the head of the beast. The skin of the beast was comparable to rock, and it was incomparably hard. However, Long Chen used the Lingxi sword directly. Before the other party could resist, the Lingxi sword had already pierced its body. Instantly, the toad beast let out the most painful cry. Countless arms smashed onto the ground, causing the surrounding ground to crack, forming a huge net. It could even be described as a landslide. However, no matter what, under Long Chen's suppression, it could not move at all. At this time, the Saint Son of Darkness had already clearly seen Long Chen's appearance. His eyes were filled with endless shock, and his entire body was trembling. His face was incomparably pale. His small body was cold and indifferent, yet he was able to make the huge beast unable to move under his feet. This power, this divine might, in the heart of the sacred Son of Darkness, was already infinitely close to the image of a legendary figure. This, he pointed a finger at Long Chen, unable to say a word. And at this moment, the toad beast let out a final mournful wail. Its primordial divine-like soul was minced up by Long Chen. The injuries to its physical body were not enough to kill it, but the death of its primordial spirit meant that it was truly dead. Long Chen jumped down from the forehead of the savage beast. He knew that in a split second, the savage beast's body would start burning and be reborn somewhere else. But no matter what, he had achieved his goal. Subduing the hearts of people depended on momentum. After dealing with his opponent, Long Chen did not pay attention to the Saint Son of Darkness. His cold eyes glanced at the Saint Son of Darkness, and without the slightest expression, he slowly put away the terrifying Lingxi sword and turned to leave. As he watched Long Chen's footsteps gradually disappear into the distance, the Dark Saint Son's entire body trembled. He finally mustered his courage and stumbled towards Long Chen. "Wait," he said with incomparable excitement. Long Chen maintained his powerful momentum. When he turned around, the Saint Son of Darkness was almost in front of Long Chen. He could see Long Chen's appearance more clearly. Yes, he only had a pair of arms, and there were no horns on his head. He was not a dark remnant. Long Chen looked at the excited youth in front of him with a cold gaze. His voice was bone-chilling as he said, "What's the matter?" From the eyes of the Saint Son of Darkness, there seemed to be no hatred. This situation was much better than what Long Chen had imagined. He thought that he would have to act a little more to make the other party not have any hostility at all. The Saint Son of Darkness said excitedly, I am, my name is. Tuesday, he panted heavily. At this time, he suddenly saw something behind Long Chen, and his face was full of shock. Long Chen turned around. He was also very surprised. The savage beast he killed this time did not produce black flames, and its corpse had not been burned up until now. It seemed that it had not been reborn. However, Long Chen had indeed killed it. He was puzzled, not knowing why this happened this time. But the Saint Son of Darkness's eyes were indeed more and more shocked. This time, he was trembling with excitement, as if there was a raging wave in his body that was about to erupt at this time. Long Chen could clearly feel this. This kid is so excited. He must have thought of something that I don't know. Long Chen pondered, his expression unchanged. The savage beast is dead. It's really dead. The Saint Son of Darkness suddenly roared. His whole body trembled, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. He looked at Long Chen with incomparable excitement, and said incoherently, I actually saw, the savage beast is really dead. It has lost the chance to be reborn. It is completely dead, and there is no way for it to be reborn. Even the fire of rebirth did not descend. Its body will naturally rot. How many years has it been? How many years has it finally died? Long Chen acutely realized that the way the Saint Son of Darkness looked at him had changed. From curiosity, it had now evolved into reverence, as if he had seen a god. Because he didn't know, Long Chen didn't dare to move, and continued to maintain his silence. Without the fire of rebirth, it's really dead. Long Chen thought to himself. In that case, the savage beast would also really die. The difference between killing this savage beast this time and the previous time was probably the difference between the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. Previously, Long Chen killed the opponent's physical body, but this time, he directly destroyed the opponent's primordial spirit. The death of the primordial spirit was the true death of the savage beast. Perhaps, this was it. With a plop, the Saint Son of Darkness, also known as Tu, knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with tears, and he said agitatedly, Legend has it that since ancient times, the survivors of darkness have been attacked by the savage beast several times and were almost wiped out. Every time this happened, a god's messenger would descend, holding a black divine spear that could kill the savage beast and save hundreds of thousands of survivors of darkness. Only the god's messenger's divine spear could kill the savage beast. You are the god's messenger, right? Long Chen didn't change his expression, and he wasn't in a hurry to reply. Now, he would be very careful with every move he made. Now, it seemed that there should be a new discovery. God's messenger. There were no relevant records in the information given by Wen Renshi. Sure enough, the human race didn't know much about the survivors of darkness. In that case, there should be a hero who held a black spear and helped the survivors of darkness kill the savage beast, giving them a safe living environment. This hero was believed to be sent by the goddess of darkness to guard the survivors of darkness. In that case, he also had the color of a god. It was no wonder that Tu would look at him with faith, regardless of the fact that Long Chen had a human appearance. Perhaps he would even be willing to commit suicide at this time. I just wanted to get some information from him, but I didn't expect to get something like this. Long Chen keenly realized that the identity of the god's messenger could be put to good use. In a very short time, a bold plan had already appeared in his mind. God's messenger. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the higher-ups were in an uproar. Basically, no one knew about the god's messenger. No one was stupid. Someone said, will Long Chen use the identity of the god's messenger? If he sneaks in with this identity, it's too risky. I think it will be a very good opportunity. If he misses this opportunity, there won't be another one. As for how he chooses, it depends on whether he has the courage or not. The Cambrian Temple Master sneered and said, don't think too much. What's the point of counting on him? Yang Chen and Feng Jilin have almost gotten the statue of the goddess of darkness. Let's just let Long Chen slowly go in and wait for the matter to be exposed and killed. There are many smart people in the tribe, not all of them are like this blind young saint. The Cambrian Temple Master was right. For example, the Grey Priest, the Black Priest, and the others were all very intelligent people. They wouldn't be easily fooled. Moreover, Long Chen had a human appearance. In the Dark Kingdom, looking at Tu's extremely expectant eyes, Long Chen already had a plan in his mind. He knew that those old guys must be talking about him. They thought that he didn't have the courage, but in fact, Long Chen's courage was always the most amazing. After thinking for a while, a new plan quickly formed, and Long Chen had already decided to use this method. After the decision was made, it was a matter of how to implement it. He looked at Tu and said word by word, I am not a god's messenger. I use a sword, not a gun. This was a method of loosening the reins only to grasp better. If he said that he was the god's messenger, the other party wouldn't believe him. Moreover, Long Chen knew too little, and it was likely to reveal flaws. From this small sentence, the gap between a person's wisdom could be seen. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have the courage or the degree of meticulousness. After saying this, Long Chen continued to act like he was about to leave. The young man too was very nervous. He quickly got up, ran to Long Chen, knelt on the ground again, and begged, "Curicula, Sir Messenger, as long as you can kill the beast, it doesn't matter whether you use a gun or not. Every god's messenger has a pair of arms, similar to those invading devils. But the gods are always the kindest. They were sent by the goddess of darkness to save us. You must be the god's messenger, and you will only appear in times of danger." It turned out that the gods were all humans. This was even easier. Chapter 1501. His words sounded convincing, and the higher-ups of the Dragon Dance Hall were all shocked. Loosening the reins only to grasp what he wants from the other party's mouth. To be honest, this kid's brain is really useful. If this brain is used in the decision-making of the Imperial Palace, it will immediately highlight its advantages. To be honest, I think that in terms of intelligence, the other two are far inferior to Long Chen. Although the little martial god has been more normal these days, he is not good at this aspect. Hearing these views, the other party was not satisfied and sneered, "Don't be happy too early. Let Long Chen enter the Black Rock tribe to take a look. I bet that he can only coax this young man. Let's wait and see." In the Dark Kingdom. Tu's eyes lit up when he heard Long Chen say that the mission was to kill the savage beasts, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He knelt on the ground and quickly kowtowed several times. He knelt on the ground, quickly kowtowed a few times, and said loudly, "Lord Oracle, you are right, every oracle's mission is only to kill the savage beasts. You are sent by the Dark Goddess to save us dark survivors, that is absolutely right. Please accept my loyal worship, respected Lord Oracle, I am the most hardworking and simple subject of the Dark Goddess. My name is Tu, please let me listen to your orders, I am willing to dedicate my everything to the god, including my life and soul." Faith was a kind of poison. Long Chen saw this from the young man's fanatical eyes. However, all this might have nothing to do with him. He only wanted to take away the statue of the goddess of darkness. He still did not immediately get close to the young man but continued to look at him coldly. Tu knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Lord Oracle, please save my Black Rock tribe. I went to the Black Smoke tribe this time to ask for help. Our Black Rock tribe is about to be attacked by a group of savage beasts. Time is running out. If we are too slow and the savage beasts enter the tribe, there will definitely be heavy casualties. There will definitely be a large number of the goddess citizens who will be swallowed by the savage beasts. Tu begs Oracle, please go to my Black Rock tribe and save my tribe." What a coincidence. No wonder these three fellows were in a hurry and were heading in the direction of the Black Smoke tribe. Who would have thought that this was the reason? If I were to head there rashly, I wouldn't be able to prove my identity as a god envoy. However, if I were to perform outstandingly when the savage beasts attack the city, I would definitely be able to win the hearts of the people. By then, obtaining the sculpture of the Dark Goddess would be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. There was no way he would let such a great opportunity slip by. In fact, every success was inseparable from luck, talent, and perseverance. Long Chen possessed talent and perseverance. In terms of luck, he was especially outstanding as well. For example, he happened to possess the Lingxi sword that could kill primordial spirits, and he happened to encounter the savage beasts attacking the city. All of these would become the key to his success. Everyone had luck. The problem was whether or not they dared to seize this opportunity. Long Chen was a daring person. After thinking carefully and confirming that there were no loopholes, his cold eyes finally relaxed a little. He said, "Your name is Tuesday." Seeing that Long Chen was finally not so hostile, Tu was extremely excited and hurriedly said, "Yes, God Envoy." Long Chen continued to ask, "Are there really savage beasts that are going to attack the Black Rock tribe?" Tu hurriedly said, "Yes, the black-robed priest has already calculated that within 3 days, there will definitely be savage beasts attacking the city. Only barbarian generals and above can deal with the savage beasts. Not even the nine-fanged warriors can do it. Once the savage beasts break into the tribe, there will definitely be heavy casualties and people will be plunged into misery and suffering." "Oh," Long Chen uttered. He acted as if he was hesitating. Tu once again knelt on the ground and hurriedly kowtowed. He said, "God Envoy, the lives of the survivors of darkness are in your hands. Tu begs you to save us." Long Chen helped him up and asked seriously, "But, have you thought about one thing?" Tu doubtfully asked, "What is it?" Long Chen said, "In fact, I am a human. My ancestors invaded this place tens of thousands of years ago and brought a great disaster to you. You still have a deep hatred for me. I don't know why I suddenly appeared in this place, but I have to complete the task of killing the savage beasts. However, along the way, I have become the target of the survivors of darkness. If you ask me to go to the Black Rock tribe, I am afraid I will be killed." Tu's face was dull. He was digesting what Long Chen had said. To be honest, he also hated the former human race, but the fact was that Long Chen had just saved him. Long Chen's words were very mythical. It sounded like he was chosen by the goddess of darkness to save the survivors of darkness, but he did not know why it sounded more real. Tu was quickly confused by Long Chen. He reacted and said loudly, "This must be the will of the goddess. Curicula, you suddenly appeared here and are willing to help us kill the savage beasts. The goddess must have sent you. Don't worry, you are the God Envoy. I swear to protect you with my life. Without my consent, no one can touch you. I want them to see all the savage beasts fall under your sword and die one by one, instead of endlessly regenerating and continuing to attack the city." He succeeded. Seeing the young man's fanatical eyes, Long Chen knew that he had succeeded. This was much better than soul control because he had succeeded in making the young man completely believe in him and be willing to fight for him. The status of the Son of Darkness was very high. He was the person closest to the gods. With his approval and support, coupled with Tu's fanning of the flames, there was no problem at all. Long Chen hesitated for a while before he finally said, "If that's the case, I'll accompany you to the Black Lava tribe. However, I'm a man of principle and I don't want to do things that are strenuous and unrewarding. If you don't care about the consequences and want to attack me, I will definitely not stay. Yes, I promise you that you are the oracle. No one dares to blaspheme the gods." Tu was extremely excited. It was done. "God Envoy, please follow me. I will lead the way for you." Long Chen's eyes were cold as he followed the other party. This time, he wanted to walk into the Black Rock tribe openly. This was an opportunity and also a challenge. "How dare you?" In the Dragon Dance Hall, many people said this. Some were praising, while others mocked Long Chen for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. "I feel that this fellow is too risky and not reliable. He is not suitable to be the Saint Martial Emperor. He is just a gambler," someone said. Another person laughed and said, "Could it be that a mediocre person with no ability to make decisions and no guts is more suitable to be the Holy Martial Emperor? I think that a wolf-like leader is much stronger than a sheep-like leader." Everyone had their own opinions and the debate was endless. Long Chen had successfully become the topic of discussion, but in fact, there were not many people who thought highly of him. In the process of Long Chen's advancement, Feng Jilin had already approached the statue of the goddess of darkness several times. She even almost succeeded once. As for Yang Chen, he was still waiting for the most suitable opportunity. This level of endurance was not bad. Currently, the biggest variable was Long Chen. On the way back to the Blackrock tribe, Long Chen conversed with Tu, trying to understand the structure of the remnants of darkness from their conversation. From their conversation, Long Chen knew that there was a main tribe among the remnants of darkness. In this tribe, there were more than 3 black-clothed priests and a barbarian king who was comparable to a martial venerable. The barbarian king was the ruler of the 8 major tribes. In the Blackrock tribe, the highest leader was a black-clothed priest. Tu's father was a gray-clothed priest. Among the gray-clothed priests, he was considered relatively strong. Long Chen estimated that he should be as strong as Wenren Jingtao. In the Blackrock tribe, there were about 3 gray-clothed priests who could defeat him head-on, and a black-clothed priest who could kill him instantly. These were all dangerous forces. As for the other gray-clothed priests, they should not be underestimated. They were rather dangerous. As for the barbarian general, he was not a threat. When approaching the Blackrock tribe, Long Chen said in a deep voice, "Tu, why do you believe me? I am a human. I don't know. Maybe it's intuition." The dark-skinned son of darkness smiled lightly. In the distance, the Blackrock tribe was shrouded in a black fog. That sturdy fortress blocked Long Chen's line of sight. This was a fortress that had been built for generations. All of it was made of sturdy materials and was extraordinary. Adding on the guards, it was able to block the advance of a portion of the savage beasts. However, this fortress was not completely sealed. Long Chen asked, if there are wild beasts that can fly, wouldn't they be able to reach the tribe directly from the sky? Tu said, yes, but there are very few wild beasts that can fly. Any wild beast that can fly is very terrifying. Our tribesmen guard this place tightly every day. They don't relax for even a minute because this concerns the lives of the entire tribe. Long Chen had a general understanding of the situation. It was also because of the harsh living environment that the remnants of darkness had not discovered it even after so many years. In fact, their talent and foundation were stronger than most of the human race. They were even more favored by the heavens. Sir Oracle, don't worry. They are very easy to talk to. I will explain to them clearly. Tu said decisively as they approached. Long Chen nodded. The 2 of them approached the Blackrock tribe. Soon, from the foot of the mountain to the top, some remnants of darkness discovered Long Chen and Tu from afar. The moment they saw Long Chen's appearance, all the remnants of darkness became excited. Human race, devil. No one knew who was the first to shout, but the entire fortress was in an uproar. A large number of experts soared into the sky and rushed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen discovered that the gravity in the sky was extremely strong in the Dark Nation. It was very difficult to stabilize one's body in the sky. It was a bit like the situation in the Taiwei mountain ruins in the Eternal Hell. Generally speaking, it was best to fight on the ground. Long Chen would not choose to rush into the sky. Not only the wild beasts, but also ordinary warriors would find it difficult to maintain stability in the sky. Chapter 1502. Even in normal times, there would be at least one gray-clothed priest guarding outside the fortress. When the wild beasts were about to attack the city, there would be a total of 3 gray-clothed priests guarding inside the fortress. When Long Chen was discovered, someone immediately informed the 3 gray-clothed priests. The gray-clothed priests were warriors who had gone through 2 nirvana tribulations. They might be in the early stage of the second nirvana tribulation, or in the late stage. But in fact, the possibility of them being in the late stage of the second nirvana tribulation was relatively small. After all, without enough talent, it was very difficult to reach the late stage and face the third nirvana tribulation. For a moment, a large number of black-tooth warriors surrounded Long Chen, intercepting Long Chen halfway up the mountain. Basically, those who were qualified to guard outside were warriors with 7 fangs and above, which was equivalent to the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. Hundreds of black-tooth warriors surrounded Long Chen in a very short time. If they hadn't seen the Saint of Darkness standing next to Long Chen, they probably would have attacked immediately. It was precisely because this matter involved the Saint of Darkness that they temporarily surrounded Long Chen and didn't dare to act rashly. In fact, it was the first time for every black-tooth warrior to see the human race. Their understanding of the human race came from the oral accounts of their ancestors. There were no specific written records. Since it was an oral account, there were naturally exaggerations. In fact, in the eyes of the remnants of darkness, every human race was an unpardonable devil and the enemy of the remnants of darkness. The enemy from tens of thousands of years ago had unexpectedly reappeared. Originally, the wild beasts that couldn't be killed were already the nightmare of the remnants of darkness. If the human race appeared on a large scale again, the remnants of darkness would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Everyone realized the importance of this matter, and all their attention was focused on Long Chen. On one hand, they were sizing up this mysterious human race, and on the other hand, they were filled with hatred. Everyone, don't be nervous. He's not an enemy. Everyone, don't attack first. He's not a human race, but an oracle of the remnants of darkness. The Saint of Darkness had also expected this situation, so he tried his best to explain. Oracle. Tu's words still carried a lot of weight. Those black-tooth warriors were a little startled, but they didn't dare to let down their guard. Tu continued to explain, everyone, there is no need to panic. He is not a human, nor is he a devil. He just saved me from the beast's mouth. He is our savior, not a devil. Please respect him. As for the specific matters, we will wait for the gray-robed priests to arrive. Everyone, let down your guard. Hearing Tu's guarantee, the black-tooth warriors looked at each other and temporarily let down their guard. To them, the Saint of Darkness was still a lofty existence. He was someone who served the goddess of darkness. Even he was said to be an oracle. Although they couldn't be sure, there should be a reason behind it. The oracle existed in the dreams of every remnant of darkness. Every time they saw their clansmen die in the mouths of savage beasts, they would fantasize that the god's envoy would come and save them. But for countless years, the number of times the god's envoy appeared was pitifully low. There were only a few times when the god's envoy came to save the darkness survivors who were on the verge of extinction. Everyone revered the divine emissary. In particular, the Black Rock tribe was about to face the savage beast's attack. Now, everyone was in a state of panic. For at least a few days, the entire Black Rock tribe would pass by in a gloomy atmosphere. Long Chen's gaze was indifferent. He did not move and looked straight ahead. He did not let their movements or gazes disturb him. I'm sorry, Lord Oracle. I will try my best to explain. Tu's face was full of apology. At this moment, 3 gray figures, along with many barbarian generals, rushed out of the fortress. This was the true power that protected the Black Rock tribe. The black-tooth warriors from before could only be regarded as sentries. When the gray-robed priests and barbarian generals arrived, the others made way for them, allowing the 3 gray-robed priests and about 10 barbarian generals to appear in front of Long Chen. When they stood still, Tu was nervous and quickly said, "Gray-robed priests, don't be agitated. I have something important to announce to everyone." The 3 gray-robed priests appeared. Their entire bodies were shrouded in gray robes. The robes were old and tattered, and there was a black moon pattern on the back. They were tall like the barbarian generals, but their gazes were obviously much deeper. Because they followed the god all year round, their intelligence was much higher than that of the ordinary barbarian generals. Long Chen realized that this was a group of people that would be really difficult to deal with. The real challenge was about to begin. Almost everyone in the Dragon Dance Hall turned to look at them. Tu looked excited and loudly announced, "Respected gray-robed priests, Lord Barbarian Generals, the Son of Darkness, Tu, tell you what happened to me today." Today, under the protection of 2 barbarian generals, I went to the Black Rock tribe to ask for help. On the way, I was attacked by a wild beast. In order to save me, the 2 barbarian generals unfortunately sacrificed themselves to follow the goddess. I was also on the brink of death, but in the end, I was saved. He pointed at Long Chen excitedly and said, "Perhaps it is hard for you to believe this." When I saw him use a long black sword to stab the wild beast's body, causing its death, I was shocked, because this was not an ordinary death. The wild beast really died. It did not produce the fire of rebirth, and its body naturally rotted. I swear in the name of the goddess of darkness that everything I said is the truth. If there is even the slightest bit of falsehood, let the goddess abandon me and let me sink forever, never to be reborn. In order to protect Long Chen, Tu made his words very serious. The wild beast is dead. The crowd could not believe their ears. They looked at Long Chen in shock. The dignified son of darkness was a very respected person in every tribe. They were the people closest to God. At this time, Tu actually swore on his own faith. At least, all the Black-Tooth warriors believed him. He saved me. Under my pleading, he was willing to help us repel the wild beast attack. I am the great oracle, I am willing to offer everything, including my life, to follow you. After saying that, Tu's eyes were filled with holiness. He resolutely knelt down in front of Long Chen. He prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowed once, and did not get up again. The surrounding Black-Tooth warriors, starting from the first one who knelt down, followed by the second and third. Soon, almost everyone knelt down. Some who did not believe him followed the crowd and knelt down. For a moment, only the barbarian generals and the gray-robed priests did not kneel down. "Welcome, Oracle, for saving our tribe." Tu shouted in a low voice. "Welcome, Oracle." One by one, the Black-Tooth warriors followed Tu's words. They were relatively simple and believed in Tu's oath. Although he couldn't bear to confuse a young man, sometimes he needed to be clear-headed about his beliefs. No one knew if today's encounter would be a good thing in the future. Only the barbarian generals and the gray-robed priests could not decide for a moment. After all, this matter was of great importance. It was not something that Tu could decide alone, nor could it be decided by the 3 gray-robed priests. The highest authority in the tribe was the black-robed priest. Long Chen knew that if he couldn't even get past the 3 gray-robed priests, he wouldn't be able to get past the black-robed priests either. He wasn't impatient, and he patiently waited for their response. "Son of darkness, stand up first. This matter is of great importance. We can discuss it." One of the gray-robed priests stepped forward and said calmly. They were basically all old men. "Everyone else, stand up first." Another gray-robed priest said. "Gray-robed priests, don't you believe in my faith in the goddess?" Tu stood up and looked at them coldly. "It's not like that. It's just that this matter is of great importance. We did not see the truth that the Son of Darkness said with our own eyes, so." At this point, the gray-robed priest did not continue. He looked at Long Chen and waited for Long Chen's response. This matter was not completely decided by the Son of Darkness. In the end, it still depended on what Long Chen said. If he was the oracle, he did not need to be so silent. Therefore, the 3 gray-robed priests and the 10 barbarian generals were all waiting for Long Chen's response. At the same time, they were secretly monitoring Long Chen's every move. In their opinion, the Son of Darkness was still young. Perhaps he would be confused by the enemy. This was a crucial time, and no accidents could happen. If something went wrong, they would all be sinners in history. For such an important matter, no matter how real it was, they could not listen to Tu's personal opinion. Under the pressure of the 3 warriors at the second Nirvana tribulation, Long Chen's heart was calm. On the surface, he finally began to speak. He lowered his voice and said word by word, "I'm not a god's messenger. I'm just lucky to be able to kill the beasts and completely exterminate them. If it weren't for Tu Mao, I wouldn't have come here. If you're not satisfied with me, I'll leave now." In Tu's mind, he had such a proud and aloof personality. Even at this moment, he was still the same. If he did not agree with them, he would choose to leave directly. If he really wanted to leave, Tu could not stop him. He could only anxiously scold the 3 gray-robed priests. Within 3 days, the wild beasts will definitely bring a catastrophe to the Black Rock tribe. You have forced the oracle away today. You are the sinners of the Dark tribe. You will definitely be spurned by the goddess. You are the murderers who killed your own people. Not everyone was as rational as the gray-robed priests. For example, those Black Fang warriors. Seeing that Long Chen was about to leave, they knelt down again and urged Long Chen to stay. The 3 gray-robed priests felt very helpless under the public's accusation. There was a large amount of truth to this matter. If it was really the god's envoy, then they couldn't bear such a huge accusation. Therefore, the 3 gray-robed priests hurriedly blocked Long Chen's way. One of them said, "I'm sorry, I misspoke. I hope Sir God's envoy can forgive me. However, the god's envoy is too important to us dark remnants. If the god's envoy was really sent by the goddess, then he should understand our difficulties. We swear that everything we do is for the goddess's people." Chapter 1503. In fact, when the gray-clothed priest came to intercept him and prevent him from leaving, Long Chen knew that he had passed the first hurdle. In the end, they also believed half of it in their hearts, but they did not dare to be careless. Logically speaking, they should send Long Chen to the black-clothed priest and let him decide. However, if they did not check a little and let an inexplicable person in, they would also be scolded. The most important thing was to test the authenticity of Tu's words. To test the authenticity of Tu's words. There were no wild beasts here, so they could not test whether Long Chen could kill the wild beasts, but they could still test his strength. If he could not even beat a gray-clothed priest, how could he deal with the wild beasts? Therefore, one of the gray-clothed priests lowered his head and said, "I hope to be able to exchange pointers with you, sir. I hope you can understand if you show your strength. I am doing this for the remnants of darkness. If you are really the oracle, I am willing to serve you and do anything for you." Speaking of which, there was nothing wrong with it. Presumptuous. Tu was a little angry and said, "What qualifications do you have to fight with the oracle?" Unexpectedly, Long Chen was very straightforward and said, "I don't want to test my strength. Come on." He moved quickly, past the 3 gray-clothed priests, and soon arrived at the open space at the foot of the mountain. Turning around, he pointed at the gray-clothed priest and said, "You can make your move." The remnants of darkness had mixed feelings in their hearts. Most people completely believed it, and only the higher-ups were relatively safe. If it was really the oracle, how disrespectful would it be to actually attack him at the door? However, the gray-clothed priest had already walked towards Long Chen. The black-tooth warriors began to secretly blame the gray-clothed priest. But there was no other way. Tu was also very helpless. This was something that Long Chen had chosen. Of course, he believed that the oracle was omnipotent, and those who dared to offend him would definitely be taught a terrible lesson. When the gray-clothed priest stood in front of him, Long Chen did not say a word and made his move. The other party was an early-stage Nirvana tribulation martial artist. To be honest, he was very powerful, equivalent to an existence like Fu Hai. However, the current Long Chen was not weak. Although his Nirvana force was not as good as the other party, he had a huge advantage in other aspects. Sorry for the offense. As everyone watched, the gray-robed priest chose to attack as well. They believed in darkness and used the power of darkness. The black nirvana power formed lines of demonic patterns on the surface of his body, and these demonic patterns contained immense power. After reaching the second nirvana tribulation, one would have a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. They believed in darkness and probably cultivated the darkness Tao. The darkness Tao also had various attributes, and it was even more complicated than the wind Tao. Demon-slaying spear. The dark nirvana power formed 4 huge vortexes in his hands. The mysterious and hazy dark power condensed on his 4 palms, gradually forming 4 3-meter-long black spears. These spears were completely formed by the nirvana power, and they contained violent power. A light wave could cause the space to tremble. The demon-slaying spear should be a connate Tao technique similar to Feng Jilin's sky-splitter blade. However, there was only one sky-splitter blade, while there were 4 demon-slaying spears. The opponent had 4 arms, and controlling these 4 spears was like a fish in water. Long Chen did not dare to underestimate the opponent. This time, in order to intimidate those guys, he had to win beautifully. The black Lingxi sword and the grey god-slaying sword filled with death and devouring aura appeared in Long Chen's hands at the same time. Both were heaven-defying swords. As soon as these 2 swords appeared, Long Chen's aura suddenly changed. Under the reversal, he completely suppressed the grey-clothed priest. Break. The ground shook. The grey-clothed priest held the 4 demon-slaying spears and appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. With a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, he attacked Long Chen with the most powerful attack he could muster. Heaven-devouring 9 dragons. Long Chen did not hold back. He used the Lingxi sword and heaven-devouring 9 dragons right from the start. The heaven-devouring 9 dragons performed by the Lingxi sword had a shocking primordial spirit impact, and it did not only cause physical damage. 9 streams of divine dragon sword energy violently surged out, twisting around the formation of light. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of the grey-robed priest. A large amount of soil was sent flying, and the onlookers let out gasps of surprise. Roar! The sword chi turned into a dragon, devouring the opponent. The grey-clothed priest was shocked. He hurriedly threw the 2 demon-slaying spears in his hands like javelins, blocking Long Chen's attack before the heaven-devouring 9 dragons reached him. Boom, boom. With 2 explosions, the demon-slaying spears were shattered. But in reality, the grey-clothed priest, who was in the second nirvana tribulation, was not to be underestimated. Long Chen's heaven-devouring 9 dragons could not take advantage of him. The only advantage he had was that the primordial spirit impact of the Lingxi sword had hit the grey-clothed priest, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his head for a short period of time. His mind went blank, and he retreated pathetically. Long Chen did not let go of this opportunity. He kicked with both legs and was already in front of the grey-clothed priest. Heaven Character Formula. The god-slaying sword released 4 rays of sword chi. The grey death sword chi, the devouring sword chi, the dark sword chi, and the corrosive sword chi immediately entangled the 2 remaining demon-slaying spears. Under the violent strangulation, they shattered. In the next instant, Long Chen's Lingxi sword had already pierced the grey-clothed priest's forehead. The attack was effective. Although it had only pierced a little, the grey-clothed priest's primordial spirit was injured. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head. He raised his head with difficulty and pain, looking at Long Chen with great respect. In a short moment, Long Chen had defeated him. Do you know that I used this sword to kill the savage beast? Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword. He stood in front of the grey-clothed priest with his hands behind his back and said again, I don't want to be meddlesome. If it's possible, I'll wait here for the beast to come. After all, you don't trust me. Lord Messenger. The grey-clothed priest knelt on the ground. The mysterious way his primordial spirit was injured made him feel lost and shocked. Long Chen's strength had left a deep impression on him. He knelt on the ground from the bottom of his heart and said loudly, "Lord Messenger, please forgive my rashness. You have unparalleled divine power. I now believe that you are definitely the messenger of God. Please follow me into the Black Rock tribe." After experiencing it firsthand, he was already convinced by Long Chen. The onlookers had watched the battle very carefully, but they still couldn't see their movements clearly. It seemed that in an instant, the gray-clothed priest had been defeated and knelt in front of Long Chen. As the gray-clothed priest knelt down, the remnants of darkness were shocked. They knelt down at the same time and looked in the direction of Long Chen with incomparably sacred eyes. They shouted loudly, "Lord Messenger, please enter our Black Rock tribe and protect our tribe." The most excited person was Tuesday. He had once again witnessed a miracle. He was already dead set on Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen originally didn't have the intention to help the Black Rock tribe. Worried, he hurriedly trotted in front of Long Chen and said, "Lord Messenger, it's fine. They all believe you. Now, you just need to explain to the black-clothed priest." Long Chen frowned and said, "Forget it. I don't want to go in. I'm not here to fight with you remnants of darkness." Tu's face was miserable. At this time, the other remnants of darkness helped him. Hundreds of remnants of darkness knelt beside Long Chen and said, "Lord Messenger, please enter our Black Rock tribe and let us serve you. Lord Divine Envoy, please forgive our sins. It was an unintentional mistake. We will definitely stand by your side and not let anyone challenge your divine might." Lord Messenger, for a moment, everyone begged for mercy. The barbarian generals and gray-clothed priests saw that Long Chen was able to defeat a gray-clothed priest so easily and that the loser was also dead set on him. They had no choice but to believe him. After all, Tu was a person who served God. He wasn't a fool. No matter what, this person had to be identified by the black-clothed priest. Under the pleas of the crowd, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time before saying, "All right, I still need to discuss with your black-clothed priest about how to deal with the savage beast. If we fight on our own, we will lose miserably." He was very careful with his words. Just like now, he told them that he didn't have to go in. He just wanted to discuss with the black-clothed priest about how to deal with the savage beast. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen was righteous and didn't care about trifles. If he wasn't the Lord Messenger, then what was he? "Thank you, Lord Messenger." The crowd shouted in unison. Then, under the signal of Long Chen, they stood up one after another and made way for Long Chen. They crowded around Long Chen and entered the Black Rock tribe. At the same time, many people began to go in to report the news. As expected, Long Chen's identity as the Lord Messenger first entered the eyes of the commoners. The black-clothed priest probably didn't know the identity of Long Chen's Lord Messenger, but the entire Black Rock tribe was already in an uproar. Under the influence of some of the Black-Tooth warriors, the arrival of the Lord Messenger swept through the entire Black Rock tribe in a very short period of time. For them, the gods were the sustenance of their lives. They believed in the Dark Goddess. At this moment, when the savage beast was about to attack the city and no one knew if they could continue to live, suddenly there was a rumor that a savior had arrived. Who wouldn't be excited? For a moment, almost all the dark survivors in this ancient tribe emerged. Under the expectation of the crowd, Long Chen, accompanied by the barbarian generals, the Black-Tooth warriors, and the Son of Darkness, walked into the heavily guarded Black Rock tribe. "This is the Lord Messenger." Countless people widened their eyes and looked at the young and thin Long Chen in disbelief. "You don't know, but the Lord Messengers in ancient records only have a pair of arms and no horns. They look thin, but their strength is very terrifying and can kill savage beasts. Curicula, the Black Rock tribe is saved." Chapter 1504. At this time, the highest authority, the Black Priest, had probably also heard the news here. Long Chen looked ahead and walked quietly, but he could see the fanatical eyes of countless darkness remnants. They had entrusted their faith to him. To them, he might have walked out of a myth. Seeing so many darkness remnants blindly supporting him, Long Chen already knew that his plan had almost succeeded. Because he had keenly grasped the key. His key was not to conquer the Black Priest and gain his recognition, but to conquer the masses and the tens of thousands of darkness remnants. There was a sea of people, including the elderly, women, and children. They all looked at Long Chen with curious gazes. Perhaps they were excited, but many of the Black-Tooth warriors kept telling the citizens around them about how Long Chen had saved the Dark Holy Sun and how he had easily defeated the Grey Priest. Such a young expert, if he is not the oracle, then what is he? Only the goddess of darkness can create such an oracle, Curicula. Yes, the brave oracle, the great oracle. The survivors of the darkness were actually quite simple and honest. Only one person spread the news, and soon, almost everyone believed this fact. Compared to the ordinary Black-Tooth warriors, the old, weak, women, and children had a stronger and more blind faith. They firmly believed in Tu's choice and believed that Tu's Son of Darkness constitution was bestowed by the Goddess of Darkness. Tu's words represented the will of the Goddess of Darkness. Since even the Son of Darkness said that Long Chen was the great oracle, then what else was impossible? Seeing how Long Chen was being pursued by the darkness remnants, the people in the Dragon Dance Hall, especially the Hall Master of the Hanwu Temple, felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The slap was extremely loud. For a moment, the entire Dragon Dance Hall was silent, and not many people paid attention to the young martial god and Feng Zhilin, who were about to succeed. During this time, Feng Zhilin was once again close to the target, and the young martial god had been waiting for the best opportunity. His time was almost here. As long as the young martial god obtained the statue of the Goddess of Darkness, no matter how outstanding Long Chen's performance was, it would be impossible to open a gap of 25 points. To be honest, I think Long Chen was just lucky to be able to get in, said one of the higher-ups. Don't you think your words are laughable? Luck? You're lucky. Go in and give it a try. From the moment he appeared in front of the Holy Son of Darkness, every step he took was very careful. Every step he took was just right. If it were you, you would probably be exposed in just a few steps. The two began to quarrel. In the end, the quarrel was stopped by the three martial venerables. Don't argue. You'll know soon enough. Those old people, women, and children think he's a messenger, but what can he do? It depends on whether the black-robed priest believes it or not. He's at the same level as us, and he's not an idiot. Without the approval of the black-robed priest, Long Chen can't do anything. He can't even keep his life, said the leader of the Hanwu Temple proudly. Indeed, Long Chen was facing the most important hurdle. If he could get past the black-robed priest, he would be able to obtain the statue of the Dark Goddess. Of course, everything would depend on his subsequent performance. Now, in fact, he already had a very perfect plan. If he followed it, there would be absolutely no problem. What a joke. The reason he could get to this step was largely due to his personality and wisdom. In terms of wisdom and courage, as well as the strictness of his thinking, not to mention Yang Chen, even Feng Zhilin couldn't catch up to him. In the cheers of tens of thousands of survivors of the darkness, the two small things that Long Chen had done had been infinitely magnified. The miracle had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Lord Messenger, thank you. Tu Feng was very excited. He was the one who invited Long Chen to come back. Therefore, no matter what kind of suffering he had to face, he had to bear it. It's okay. Long Chen liked this young man very much. The Black Rock tribe wasn't big. Soon, Long Chen and the others were already near the center of the tribe. This was an ancient tribe. People still lived in dilapidated latrines, which was their habit. In the center of the tribe, there was a high platform. Although there was still a long distance between them, Long Chen could see that there were dozens of warriors standing on the high platform. Among them, more than 30 were barbarian generals with full moon accessories on their chests, and about 10 were gray-robed priests. Surrounded by all the gray-robed priests, there was a skinny man in a black robe who appeared in front of Long Chen. His black robe was very loose, and his hat covered half of his face. The back half of his hat was dragging on the ground. Vaguely, Long Chen felt that there was a strange aura on this black-robed priest. This was probably the feeling of a warrior in the third stage of nirvana tribulation. In terms of combat, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even be able to escape. This black-robed priest would bring him the greatest danger. Because of this, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless at all. Surrounded by tens of thousands of people, Long Chen and the others stopped about 30 meters away from the black-robed priest. In front of the black-robed priest, the tens of thousands of people quietened down. At this moment, Tu took a step forward and reported to the black-robed priest, who had the highest status, in an ecstatic manner, about Long Chen. He started from the details. When the mysterious black-robed priest heard that Long Chen could actually kill a wild beast, he was probably very shocked. The 3 gray-robed priests beside Long Chen also told him what had happened at the entrance. The warrior who was defeated by Long Chen said that Long Chen defeated him in an instant. When everything was finished, it was as if they were waiting for the black-robed priest to make a decision. Long Chen realized that this guy was actually looking at him. This was actually a crucial moment in a battle of life and death. A single mistake could lead to his death. Long Chen firmly grasped this point. If he persisted on this point, he wouldn't lose. He still had an indifferent expression on his face. The black-robed priest was cold to him, so he became even colder until the other party became impatient. Finally, in front of everyone, the black-robed priest said in a soft voice, "He is just a human who sneaked in and happened to obtain a good weapon. How can he be considered a divine emissary? The human race is our race's enemy. They once killed tens of thousands of our people. With such a deep hatred, what are you all waiting for?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Under his command, several gray-robed priests coldly came over, wanting to capture Long Chen. This was just a show of strength. Tu was the most nervous person here. Hearing the black-robed priest's words, he instantly became angry. Disregarding his image, he roared, "Black-robed priest, do you not believe my words? I swear on my soul, this is definitely a divine emissary. Not only did you neglect the divine emissary, but you also want to attack. You are destined to be punished by the goddess. If the goddess abandons us, you will be a sinner for all eternity." He firmly stood beside Long Chen and looked at the black-robed priest with an unyielding gaze. He loudly said, "Only a divine emissary can kill a wild beast. I saw it with my own eyes, a wild beast died in his hands. He is willing to kill a wild beast for us, willing to help us, but you want to capture him. Black-robed priest, could it be that you have abandoned your faith?" Tu didn't have the strength, but in terms of status, he was the only one who could go against the black-robed priest. Tu's words instantly caused a strong reaction from the crowd. Tu had always had the image of being close to the people, while the black-robed priest walked at the peak of power. The degree of support they received was different. Compared to the black-robed priest's cold-bloodedness, the crowd believed Tu's words more. In an instant, the crowd became lively. Seeing that the citizens had surrounded and protected Long Chen, the gray-robed priests were at a loss. They couldn't do anything. Long Chen knew that as long as he could grasp the people's trust, he would never lose. Tu was trying his best to fight for himself. At this time, it was his turn to speak. "Everyone, can you listen to me for a bit?" Long Chen's voice was cold, different from the deep voice of the dark race. Coupled with his control, his voice spread to the ears of the dark race. Everyone quieted down. This was the first time the divine emissary had spoken. Long Chen said in a clear voice, "I'm communicating with everyone with sincerity. The black-robed priest is right. I am a human, and my ancestors have invaded your race. I can't deny this. This is the hatred and struggle between the two races, but I don't want this matter to have anything to do with me. I didn't even know about the existence of the dark race until I came here. So, why did I come to this place?" He paused for a moment to arouse everyone's interest before continuing, "In fact, I also don't know." He paused for a moment to arouse everyone's interest before continuing, "In fact, I don't know either. Maybe it's a dream. I obtained a divine sword that can really kill savage beasts. I'm also carrying out a mission, which is to kill savage beasts until I have killed a certain number of savage beasts so that I can leave this place. I don't know whether I'm the oracle or not, and I can't be sure myself, but I can guarantee that since I have the courage to come here, I'm not plotting anything. The remnants of darkness don't have anything that I can plot against. Tu is my good friend, and he begged me, so I hope that I can help him. Everyone is very warm to me, and I'm also very grateful. I've never killed a remnant of darkness, and I won't do it in the future, but..." At this point, he looked at the black-robed priest and said, "The black-robed priest doesn't approve of me and convicts me based on the mistakes of the ancestors. I have nothing to say, but I can guarantee that since I have the courage to come here, I'm not plotting anything. The dark race doesn't have anything that I can plot against. Tu is my good friend, and he begged me, so I hope that I can help him. Everyone is very enthusiastic towards me, and I'm also very grateful. I've never killed a dark race member, and I won't do so in the future, but, as a leader, one must have excellent eloquence and the ability to exaggerate emotions." Long Chen's words were sincere, and it directly hit the hearts of tens of thousands of dark race members. At the same time, he put himself in a very high position, and calmly belittled the black-robed priest's stubbornness. Chapter 1505. Long Chen's words caused a huge response from the Dark Remnant. In fact, Long Chen was not good at talking nonsense, but he knew that this was what those old guys liked to see. After saying that, he didn't care about the black-robed priest's expression. After glancing at Tu, he turned around and left. In fact, the Dark Remnant were crowded together and didn't make way for him to leave. Tu knelt on the ground in agitation and said anxiously, "Sir Oracle, please don't go. They were just confused for a moment and angered you. I believe they will repent very soon." With the sacred Son of Darkness taking the lead, tens of thousands of Dark Remnant swarmed over and knelt one after another, begging for forgiveness. Their faith had reached a level of obsession, especially when they were facing a great enemy. Moreover, the Dark Remnant didn't have much scheming like the human race, so they didn't have enough wisdom to distinguish whether Long Chen was telling the truth or not. "Sir Oracle, we beg you not to go." "That's right, Sir Divine Envoy. They're just confused for a moment, and they'll figure it out soon enough. I'll be the first to object to anyone who wants to make a move against Sir Divine Envoy. If they insist on doing so, they'll have to step over my dead body. That's right, we will protect Sir Oracle with our lives." The power of tens of thousands of people gathered together was quite terrifying. Long Chen succeeded in winning the hearts of the people according to his plan. In fact, this was within his expectations. With the help of the sacred Son of Darkness and the blind faith of the Dark Remnant, it was reasonable for them to support Long Chen without hesitation. The reason why Long Chen dared to come here was because he gave himself a clear position. He couldn't gain the trust of the black-robed priest right from the start, but he could gain the trust of all the Dark Remnant. At this time, the black-robed priest's trust was no longer that important. He couldn't kill Long Chen in front of so many people. If Long Chen was really the oracle, this was a blasphemous act that would cause the goddess to abandon the Dark Remnant. No one could bear the name of a sinner throughout the ages. For a moment, everyone was pointing their fingers at him. None of the gray-robed priests dared to move in the face of such immense pressure. Even the black-robed priest had not expected Long Chen to be able to summon such power. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the higher-ups were stunned when they saw the countless darkness survivors who were fanatically following Long Chen. To think that he could come up with such a method of conquering those at the bottom, instead of directly gaining the black-robed priest's trust. This Long Chen is a genius. Yeah, to have such keen intuition and be able to analyze the pros and cons, only he can do that. This was not a compliment, but a fact. Of course, things weren't over yet. What if the black-robed priest decided to ignore public opinion and kill Long Chen? In short, Long Chen wasn't out of danger yet. With everyone pleading, Long Chen couldn't leave even if he wanted to. At this moment, the black-robed priest finally lowered his head. His tone was still very calm as he said, "Everyone, please listen to me." Given his strength, he could easily control the situation. After the crowd quietened down, he said, "Everything I'm doing is for the tribe, not because of any personal grudges. The human race is the enemy of our tribe, this is undeniable. Furthermore, the goddess oracles all hold a black spear in their hands, but this young man has a black sword in his hands, which is somewhat different from the others. This matter is of great importance. No matter what, I have to withstand the pressure and carefully consider this matter. The savage beasts will soon attack the city. If the identity of Lord Oracles is true, I will prove it when the time comes. If the identity is true, I will kneel down and apologize to Lord Oracles, but if it is false, I will represent our tribe to avenge our ancestors." His words made everyone feel a little better. However, given the darkness survivors' faith in the goddess of darkness, they would definitely feel bad for treating Long Chen like this. The black-robed priest said, "Oracle, please come to our hall. We will discuss in detail how to deal with the beasts." "Is that possible?" This was the black-robed priest's counterattack. Now, he had two choices. One was to leave the tribe, wait for the beasts to come, kill them, and solidify his position in the hearts of the darkness survivors. The second choice was to boldly confront the black-robed priest. The latter was more dangerous, but if he didn't agree, his prestige as the oracle would be affected. The black-robed priest was also a smart person, so he had such a counterattack. "Oracle, the black-robed priest has sincerely repented and is willing to follow you. I hope that you can stay in the tribe." "Yes, Oracle, we beg you to stay in the tribe." Those who were kneeling immediately kowtowed. If Long Chen went out at this time, it would be too much of a performance. He had to accept challenges. Facing the attack of the black-robed priest, Long Chen pursed his lips and said straightforwardly, "In that case, lead the way." Then, Long Chen found out that only those who were above the rank of a gray-robed priest could enter the hall of the Black Rock tribe. Of course, this included the Son of Darkness, Tuesday. In the Black Rock tribe, there were more than a dozen gray-robed priests. After entering the hall, Long Chen lost the support of the people. Without the support of the people, Long Chen was a soft persimmon that could be pinched however they wanted. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the master of the Hanwu Temple laughed and said, "I knew that Long Chen is not as mysterious as you think. Young people are so impulsive. He clearly has the support of the people, but he still wants to go in. Isn't he courting death by going in?" The people on Wenrenshi's side rolled their eyes, but they didn't say anything. It was indeed not a good choice for Long Chen to face these guys alone. Obviously, the black-robed priest did not believe that he was the oracle. The atmosphere was solemn. The black-robed priest and the gray-robed priests turned around and looked at Long Chen and Tu coldly. Tu was stunned for a moment, then he said angrily, "Everyone, what's with this expression? Is this how they treat the oracle? Is this the level of respect you have for the goddess?" This little guy was a good kid. He thought that the black-robed priest and the rest of the gray-robed priests had already given in. In fact, what they said before was just for the old, weak, women, and children to see. At this moment, the black-robed priest and a few gray-robed priests surrounded Long Chen. The black-robed priest did not care about Tu at all and walked towards Long Chen step by step. The feeling of danger was getting stronger and stronger. 3 Nirvana Tribulations. If the black-robed priest suddenly attacked, he might be able to kill him. Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. However, he was still able to maintain his arrogant and calm appearance. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the warriors were also worried. Long Chen could be considered a weirdo among the 3 of them. He actually broke into the tribe directly. In comparison, the little martial god was the safest. He stood face to face with the strongest warrior in the tribe. Black-robed priest, you have blasphemed the gods. You deserve to die. You are doomed eternally. Tu reacted and was extremely furious. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the black-robed priest. However, at this moment, a gray-robed priest rushed out and restrained the son of darkness. "Father, let me go." Tu struggled with all his might and roared. The gray-robed priest's gaze was cold. He turned a deaf ear and continued to restrain Tuesday. In the end, he even covered Tu's mouth so that he could not speak. After taking a few steps, the black-robed priest stood in front of Long Chen. When he raised his head, Long Chen realized that his face was even more delicate than Tu's. His skin was also completely black, similar to Tu's. He should also have the constitution of the son of darkness. "When I was young, I was also the son of darkness," the black-robed priest suddenly said. Long Chen looked at him quietly and did not reply. At this moment, he could not reveal the slightest bit of confusion in his heart. The black-robed priest was testing him. The reason why he had dared to come in was because he had the confidence and courage to guarantee that he would be fine. Moreover, in such a small place, if the black-robed priest really attacked, Long Chen could also escape outside. There were tens of thousands of remnants of darkness outside who would protect him. The black-robed priest pursed his lips and said coldly, "Human, tell me the truth. Why did you come to the Black Rock tribe? The passage has been sealed by Yurzhanwu Great Emperor. How did you come in?" It seemed that he knew a lot. Long Chen ignored his words and said, "Do you know how stupid you are?" The black-robed priest was a little angry and said, "Don't try to change the topic." Long Chen chuckled and said, "Sure enough, there are too many idiots like you among the dark survivors. I came here to kill the savage beasts. If you don't welcome me, you can let me leave instead of using a discussion as an excuse to trick me here. This will make me look down on you and look down on you. You only have this little bit of courage, yet you dare to lead a tribe? What? Do you want to kill me here? I admit that I'm not your opponent, and I don't think I'm a god's envoy, but..." Long Chen chuckled and said, "Sure enough, there are too many fools among the dark survivors." At this point, his eyes were indifferent as if he did not care at all. He said, "Anyway, you will regret it." Boldness. The black-robed priest hated it the most when people said that he had no boldness. Tu struggled free at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the black-robed priest angrily and roared, "Damn you, you will regret your decision today for the rest of your life. You are not fit to be a black-robed priest. Other than your strength, you are just a pile of dog shit. What qualifications do you have to follow the dark goddess?" Did he want to kill Long Chen? The black-robed priest was also struggling with this question. He was actually very afraid. "Maybe you will understand in 3 days. Why bother?" Long Chen reminded him. "Alright, 3 days. I will wait for you in 3 days." The black-robed priest finally made up his mind. But he was worried about Long Chen. Dark cage. Under his control, a cage that could only hold one person was completely sealed and imprisoned Long Chen. This was his primordial Taoist technique. Darkness had the ability to imprison. Chapter 1506. Sure enough, this guy did not intend to discuss anything with him when he lured him in. The black-robed priest did not see him as a divine messenger. Or perhaps, there were other reasons. Of course, he did not have the courage to kill Long Chen directly. Although Long Chen was imprisoned, he had actually survived a disaster. This dark cage was tight, stable, and airtight. The runes in it rotated. A third Nirvana tribulation expert's understanding of the dark binding Tao was not to be underestimated. Long Chen stood in this narrow dark cage, unable to move. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. Whether it was the god-slaying sword or the Lingxi sword, they would not be able to break it. The black-robed priest wanted to lock himself in here and wait for the savage beast to attack the city before making a decision. After all, to him, the most important thing was to wait for the savage beast to attack the city. The tearing sound gradually faded into the distance. Long Chen was locked in this large hall by himself, waiting for death. The people outside did not know what was going on inside, so naturally, they did not know that Long Chen had been imprisoned. They thought that Long Chen was now discussing with the black-robed priest about how to deal with the savage beast. Seeing this situation, the 20 higher-ups in the Dragon Dance Hall were both happy and worried. Of course, the people who were happy were the hall master and his group. Long Chen made one wrong move and lost everything. Now that he was imprisoned and could not move, the plan had completely failed. He was so powerful just now, but now he has become a prisoner. This is ridiculous. I have already said that this method is too risky. There are smart people among the dark remnants, but he still messed around like this. He is simply courting death. No matter how good his luck is, it is useless, the hall master of Hanwu said rudely as he hated Long Chen the most. A few of his henchmen also said, in this way, Long Chen has been completely eliminated. In the first round of popularity, he was at the bottom. In the second round, we thought that he would have an outstanding performance, but he was too greedy and used such an extreme method. In the end, he lost everything and lost his life. There is an 80% chance that he will die in the Black Rock tribe. Many people praised him before, but now it seems that some people are feeling a burning pain in their faces. After saying that, everyone in their group roared with laughter. As for the warriors who had praised Long Chen before, they naturally had ugly expressions on their faces. At this point, they had nothing to refute. Long Chen was already imprisoned and could be considered as crippled. Next, it would be up to Feng Zhilin and Yang Chen's performance. With Long Chen's strength, it was basically impossible for him to break open the dark prison unleashed by a third-stage Nirvana tribulation martial artist. Everyone present was a third-stage Nirvana tribulation martial artist and above, so they understood the gap between the two very well. The situation on Feng Zhilin and young martial god's side became more and more tense. Feng Zhilin is going to succeed. A beautiful woman opened her small mouth slightly and exclaimed. Her full chest moved up and down, drawing out a beautiful and moving curve. From the bronze mirror, it could be seen that Feng Zhilin was very careful. This time, she condensed 2 wind slaves to attack the Black Smoke tribe. Even the black-clothed priest was attracted, causing the tribe to be empty. At this time, Feng Zhilin quietly approached the dark goddess statue. After much deliberation, she had already figured out the location of the statue of the dark goddess. This time, she directly approached it with familiarity. The way of wind she cultivated brought her many conveniences. It allowed her to be as light as a swallow. She was like a gentle breeze, gently blowing as she approached the divine hall. The shrine was the most important and sacred building of every tribe. The huge shrine was empty. Only the Son of Darkness could enter, and he had to wait for the right time to enter. The statue of the dark goddess was in the deepest part of the temple. It was the darkest place. A beautiful woman stood there peacefully, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. The statue of the dark goddess had already released the characteristics of a god. No wonder the remnants of darkness would attach so much importance to the dark goddess statue. Even if there were outsiders attacking, there would still be 3 grey-clothed priests guarding outside the shrine. Feng Zhilin might not even be able to defeat one of them. If it were not for these 3 guys, Feng Zhilin would have already obtained the dark goddess statue. Consecutively releasing 2 wind slaves was almost Feng Zhilin's limit. The 2 wind slaves outside could not hold on for long. Feng Zhilin knew that she could not waste any more time. She had to fight for the last time. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and once again used up most of her Nirvana storm power to condense the last wind slave. This wind slave was only half the size of a normal wind slave, but it consumed a lot of Feng Zhilin's energy. This girl's character is very tough. Seeing Feng Zhilin's beautiful face turning pale and her curvaceous body slightly trembling, the higher-ups in the Dragon Dance Palace thought to themselves. The sudden appearance of the wind slave had frightened the 3 grey-clothed priests. Feng Zhilin was very smart. She did not let the wind slave attack the 3 grey-clothed priests. Instead, she attacked the ordinary remnants of darkness in front of the grey-clothed priests. Without the strength of a barbarian general or above, the black-toothed warriors couldn't stop slave Feng at all. The 3 grey-robed priests guarding the shrine looked at each other, and one of them said, "You two, hurry up and destroy that weird thing." These days, it was these strange wind slaves that made the remnants of darkness of the Black Smoke tribe restless. Today, it was even more serious. They actually appeared inside. The wind slave was fighting, but only 2 grey-clothed priests came. There was still 1 grey-clothed priest guarding the place. It showed how much importance they attached to the dark goddess statue. At this moment, Feng Zhilin had no other choice. She had already sacrificed too much. There was only 1 grey-clothed priest left. She could not take away the statue without anyone knowing. Time was not on her side, and she could not delay any longer. Under the surprised gazes of the higher-ups in the Dragon Dance Palace, Feng Zhilin decided to rush into the palace. Her action was as bold as Long Chen's. Wind's forte was speed, and Feng Zhilin had also trained in this element. This was her greatest trump card, and she hadn't used it much before. Now that she used it, she was like a gust of wind that swept past the grey-clothed priest and rushed into the shrine. This moment was too sudden. The last grey-clothed priest's attention was all on the wind slave. For countless years, no one had ever entered the palace, so he relaxed a little. By the time he reacted, Feng Zhilin had already rushed into the palace. The people in the Dragon Dance Palace were in an uproar. "What the hell is that?" The grey-clothed priest guarding the palace shouted. He realized the seriousness of the matter. Someone actually dared to rush into the palace and blaspheme the god. It should be known that even the black-clothed priest did not have the right to enter the palace. This was a huge matter. The grey-clothed priest's heart was boiling. Half of him was panicking, and the other half was filled with hatred. The palace was their purest place. The grey-clothed priest had been guarding this place for thousands of years, but he had never stepped into it. At this critical moment, he hesitated for a moment whether he could enter or not. At this moment, Feng Zhilin appeared beside the statue of the dark goddess. Human, devil. The grey-clothed priest's shock was indescribable. When he saw Feng Zhilin's appearance, his face turned pale with fright. He shouted crazily, "All my people, listen up. A human devil has sneaked into the palace and intends to blaspheme the god." His loud shout was definitely heard by the black-clothed priest and the others. Hearing this, all the experts were shocked and rushed back with all their might. Among them, the black-clothed priest was the fastest. He was a Nirvana Tribulation warrior. Danger! Someone in the Dragon Dance Palace could not help but shout. Even if Feng Zhilin obtained the statue of the Dark Goddess, she would not be able to escape alive, at this critical moment, Feng Jilin's eyes were cold. The gray-clothed priest who was guarding outside had informed the others and was prepared to seal the door to prevent Feng Jilin from leaving. However, the structure of the palace could not stop Feng Jilin's sky splitter. She lifted the statue of the dark goddess from the ground with one hand and placed it in the kingdom of God. In the next instant, she leaped into the air and slashed the wall of the palace with the sky splitter. She broke through the wall. At this moment, all the barbarian generals and grey-clothed priests rushed towards Feng Jilin with a crazed look on their faces. They were just a few wind slaves. In the hands of these experts, they were quickly destroyed. They could not cause much of a disturbance. The one that Feng Jilin was most afraid of was naturally the Nirvana Tribulation Warrior. The distance from here to the exit is not considered far. However, whether or not we can escape will depend on our own fate. This was the most critical moment. Feng Jilin had already succeeded. She used up the last of her strength to transform into a gust of wind and escape in a sorry state. Although the entire Dark Nation was forbidden to fly, Feng Jilin's wind attribute allowed her to stay in the sky for a longer period of time. She could not care less about anything else. She seized the opportunity to escape from the barbarian generals and rush out of the Black Smoke Tribe's fortress. However, she did not relax at all. Instead, she fled with all her might. Behind her, dozens of Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors chased frantically. The one who broke through the air the fastest was a remnant of the Dark Nation in a black robe. Third Nirvana Tribulation. Feng Jilin was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Once the black-clothed priest arrived, she almost had no chance to resist. Everyone in the Dragon Dance Palace felt that it was a pity. Because of the plan made by the great Emperor Zhenwu, the true martial Emperor Palace would lose another genius. Soon, the charming and indifferent woman was about to be engulfed by the darkness that was charging towards her. Unlike Long Chen, Feng Jilin basically had no chance of survival if she was caught. She was in her third year this year. Her next task was to keep up with updates, prepare for the new book after the Dragon Blood was completed, and most importantly, take the postgraduate entrance exam. Chapter 1507. Feng Jilin is brave as well, but she lacks Yang Chen's patience. It's not surprising that she ended up like this, the Hall Master of Hanwu said with pity. Obviously, even though Feng Jilin was trying her best to escape and her speed was considered top-notch in the first Nirvana Tribulation Realm, even surpassing some warriors in the second Nirvana Tribulation Realm, she was still a far cry from the black-robed priest. The experts could already imagine what would happen next. Feng Jilin took the statue of the goddess of darkness and angered them. Every remnant of the darkness who chased after her had a crazed and ferocious expression. The goddess of darkness was not to be blasphemed, but Feng Jilin had done so. So, no matter what, she would end up badly. It could be said that because of Feng Jilin's actions, the climax of this mission had finally arrived. What a pity. She's such a hard-working child. Yeah, among the three, she's the most balanced. She's quite talented too. She might be able to become an emperor in the future. The people who were not there could only feel sorry for her. At this moment, the black-clothed priest instantly traveled more than 10 miles and disappeared into the darkness. When he reappeared, he was already very close to Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin could even hear his heavy breathing. He was really too angry. Die. There was still quite a distance between them. The black-clothed priest immediately condensed a demon-slaying spear in his hand. The demon-slaying spear was 5 meters long and contained a vast and terrifying dark nirvana power. The space in the Dark Kingdom was much more stable than the outside world, but even so, when the black-clothed priest threw the black demon-slaying spear, it still pierced through the space. This made Feng Jilin feel as if there was a giant beast that could cover the sky charging towards her. This was a crisis of death. Feng Jilin's face was extremely pale. She clenched her teeth and used all her strength to shift her body. The Nirvana storm condensed behind her. The opponent's target was her head. If her head was pierced, it would explode on the spot and she would die instantly. So, she had to avoid it. The sudden change in direction, as well as the reversal of the Nirvana storm, caused the demon breaker spear that the black-clothed priest had casually thrown to deviate slightly. The spear stabbed into Feng Jilin's back and came out of her abdomen, instantly taking away a large amount of flesh and blood. Such a heavy injury made Feng Jilin cry out in pain. She rolled on the ground more than 10 meters in the air. Blood stained the ground until she softly fell on the ground. That ghastly fresh blood had dyed her light green dress and veil completely red. If that was the case, he would definitely die. Perhaps the crowd still had some hope for Feng Jilin, but from the looks of it now, she had been struck down by the black-clothed priest. Regardless of her injuries, the black-clothed priest had already stopped by her side. He strode towards Feng Jilin, arriving beside her in an instant. To think that it would be the damned humans. To think that you guys would appear once more after tens of thousands of years. Not only that, you guys dare to snatch away our race's dark goddess sculpture? Courting death, courting death. The black-clothed priest was infuriated. His power caused the surrounding space to distort. He kicked at Feng Jilin, wanting to flip her over so that he could interrogate her about why she had come to steal such a sacred dark goddess sculpture. Just as he flipped Feng Jilin over, the beautiful girl, who had been clutching her abdomen and groaning in pain, suddenly opened her eyes. She endured the pain, her eyes filled with murderous intent. When the black-clothed priest was the closest to her and thought that she was about to lose her ability to resist, she used her shocking willpower to endure the excruciating pain and bind her four-pattern Dao weapon to the black-clothed priest in the blink of an eye. The black-clothed priest was very surprised. He had not expected Feng Jilin to still dare to resist when she was so heavily injured. The four-pattern Dao weapon was bound very tightly. Fu Hai had not been able to escape from this binding, but it was nothing to the black-clothed priest. You want to bind me with a mere four-pattern Dao weapon? He laughed coldly. Just as he was about to break free, Feng Jilin rose from the ground. Her eyes were filled with calmness and indifference. She did not compromise at all. She was even a little cold-blooded. After binding the black-clothed priest, she once again took out something that shocked everyone. It was a black crystal. Before the people in the Dragon Dance Hall could see what it looked like, Feng Jilin had bound the black crystal to the black-robed priest. Without saying a word, she endured the excruciating pain and turned into a gust of wind to escape again. She, who had barely survived from the brink of death, was actually at the point where she was at the end of her rope. Her actions just now were undoubtedly very risky, and there was only a small chance of success. However, with her outstanding mental fortitude, she finally tricked her opponent and succeeded. After all, it was a Dao weapon with 4 patterns. No matter how weak it was, it should be able to bind the black-clothed priest for about 10 breaths of time. However, the key was that black crystal. The black-robed priest didn't know what it was either, but he could sense how dangerous it was. When his gray-robed priests finally caught up and were about to touch it for him, the black-robed priest was shocked. He shouted, "Get the hell out of my way. Go after her." In fact, the black crystal had already shocked everyone in the Dragon Dance Hall. Everyone turned to look at Lin Junyao. Lin Junyao said frankly, "That's right. I gave this demon eye crystal to her to save her life. She is very meticulous and calm enough to use it to its fullest potential." As soon as Lin Junyao said this, the black-robed priest managed to explode the 4-pattern Dao treasure in 6 breaths of time. Vast amounts of energy surged out. The first thing he thought of was to get the black crystal away from him. The black crystal was thrown away by his power. When it was about 10 meters away from the black-clothed priest, an extremely cold eye suddenly appeared on the black crystal. The eye was filled with countless blood vessels, and the number of blood vessels increased. The entire magic eye crystal turned crimson, and a terrifying power began to brew. In the next instant, the entire magic eye crystal exploded like a bomb. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying power that had been compressed to its limit exploded from the demon eye crystal. The power of the explosion instantly surpassed the power of Long Chen's ancient hell of blood formation diagram. The black-clothed priest had not escaped far, so he was immediately engulfed by the rumbling black-red power. The grey-robed priests who were still chasing after Feng Lin, as well as the barbarian generals who had yet to arrive, all raised their heads and looked at this shocking scene. There were no words to describe the power of this explosion. Within a radius of 10 miles, everything was engulfed in black and red flames. Even the ground was turned into ashes. The originally gloomy dark nation now looked like a rising sun. Not only the black-clothed priest, but a few other gray-clothed priests were also engulfed by the black-red sun. The intense tremors behind her also pushed Feng Lin forward. She spat out another mouthful of blood, and her face turned even paler. She stared blankly ahead and almost fell to the ground. However, compared to before, Feng Lin was many times more resilient now. Long Chen had given her a second life, so she actually treasured it very much. Even though her entire body was cramping and her mind was in a daze, she still persevered. She gritted her teeth and continued to flee towards the exit. The power of the demon eye crystal is actually so great. No wonder Lin Junyao had said that it was equivalent to the strongest attack of an early-stage Nirvana tribulation martialist when she had given it to her. Because the black-clothed priest had underestimated Feng Lin, he fell for it and let her escape successfully. But in reality, Feng Lin knew that she definitely did not kill the black-clothed priest. At most, she had injured a few gray-clothed priests not far away. They would probably be able to catch up soon. However, the situation now was much better than before. This way, as long as she worked hard, she might still be able to escape. In the Dragon Dance Palace, most people were silent as they watched the girl clench her teeth and persevere. Especially the Hall Master of Hanwu Temple. He had just scolded Feng Lin. He did not expect that even this girl could do this. She used the opportunity of being injured to confuse the enemy and then used the demon eye crystal to complete the most crucial step. After the explosion of the demon eye crystal, Feng Lin temporarily escaped. However, other than the black-clothed priest, the others quickly went around the explosion and continued to chase after Feng Lin. As for the black-clothed priest, he did not immediately chase after her. He must have been injured. This was a great opportunity to save her life. Feng Lin, of course, rushed forward with all her might. The previous opportunity had already allowed her to increase the distance between them. She was almost able to escape from the enemy's vision. This was a long tug-of-war. A group of people chased after a disheveled girl in the dark wilderness. The only ones who could catch up were the uninjured gray-clothed priests. They had all gone crazy for the statue of the dark goddess. Feng Lin's lower abdomen had been pierced by the black-clothed priest before. She was seriously injured, so her speed was greatly reduced. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Everyone in the Dragon Dance Palace held their breath. Although Feng Lin was getting closer and closer to them, the exit seemed to be getting closer and closer as well. One day later, Feng Jilin's body was covered in blood. She persistently approached the exit. Everyone's gazes were solemn, waiting for the final result. Just when everyone thought that Feng Jilin was about to succeed, they discovered that behind her, a black figure was chasing after her at a terrifying speed. The black-clothed priest, who had recovered from his injuries, had actually recovered and was advancing at full speed towards Feng Lin. The statue of the Dark Goddess was the pillar of every tribe. How could they let her take it away? Chapter 1508. 5 kilometers, 9 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. 300 meters. Feng Zhilin's mind was blank. The power that belonged to the Zhenwu Great Emperor, the power that allowed her to pass through the seal, was already in her hands. The seal was right in front of her, but the black-robed priest was already very close. Devil, you stole the statue of our goddess of darkness. You deserve to die. You blasphemous devil, you will never be able to reincarnate. You are destined to suffer for all eternity. The black-robed priest roared. Feng Zhilin's frail body swayed in the wild wind. She looked like she would collapse at any time, but she still persisted. The black-robed priest was furious. He was the only one who could suppress Feng Zhilin in terms of speed. 4 demon-breaking spears formed in his hands and he swung them. The 4 spears, which contained the power of the 3rd tier of nirvana, shot towards Feng Zhilin from 4 different directions. In the blink of an eye, this killer move had sealed off all of Feng Zhilin's escape routes. At this time, Feng Zhilin was still 100 meters away from the seal. The feeling of death loomed over her once again. Feng Zhilin looked down. She was covered in blood. Am I going to give up? Am I going to die? She asked herself in a daze. She really wanted to give up and just die, but she couldn't accept it. It was this unwillingness that had kept her going. I wonder if he's still alive. She didn't know why, but when she thought of Long Chen, she felt an endless surge of energy. 4 demon-piercing spears tore through the air. Feng Zhilin clenched her teeth and used the last of her strength to dodge 3 of the demon-piercing spears. However, the last spear nailed her thigh to the ground. Ah! Feng Zhilin let out a shrill cry of pain. The pain caused her sweat and tears to flow uncontrollably. Seeing the black-robed priest getting closer and closer, and the seal right in front of her, Feng Zhilin's gaze was resolute. She didn't care about anything else. She used the sky splitter to chop off one of her thighs. Enduring the endless pain, she climbed up and used the last bit of her strength to rush into the seal. Then, she used the power of the Zhenwu Great to smash it in. You want to leave? The black-clothed priest was shocked. He waved his hands and a vast amount of dark energy gathered around him. It turned into a terrifying current that swept towards Feng Lin. The seal was broken. Feng Zhilin's body sank down. Boom! The black flood caused the power of the seal to be reflected back. The power of the seal was actually protecting Feng Lin. When the scene in front of them turned pitch black, the dragon dance hall was silent. They all knew that Feng Zhilin had succeeded. Even though she was heavily injured and had paid a huge price, even cutting off one of her legs, she had succeeded. From this battle, Feng Zhilin demonstrated a shocking willpower. This was something no one expected. Especially since she was a woman, at such a crucial moment, she decided to cut off her own leg. Without sufficient boldness and decision-making ability, it was impossible to achieve this. Putting aside other factors, perhaps Feng Zhilin was very suitable to be the sacred martial emperor. She was very balanced in all aspects. However, in reality, Feng Zhilin's situation was not optimistic. Although she had left the Dark Nation, the dark nirvana power of the black-clothed priest still remained in her body. It was destroying her body, and she did not have much nirvana power left. Whether she can come back alive will depend on her luck. The crowd sighed. This time, they were really shocked by the girl's willpower. During this process, Long Chen and the young martial god had almost launched their final attacks. Of course, to the crowd, Long Chen had already lost his chance. The rest depended on the young martial god. The young martial god had been hiding, so no one knew how he had commanded the barbarian general. However, judging from the situation in the Black Rock tribe, it would not be easy for the barbarian general to obtain the statue of the dark goddess. Unless he could deceive the 3 gray-clothed priests. In the Dragon Dance Hall, Feng Jilin had already completed her mission. The crowd began to discuss Long Chen and the young martial god. It seems like the young martial god is the only one who has a chance. Yeah, if the little martial god can use this move to get the statue without getting injured, his score will definitely be very high. But if he can't get it, his score might be a bit lower than Feng Jilin's. But in the third round, Feng Jilin will definitely not be the little martial god's match. Therefore, this Imperial Emperor Sheng Wu is most likely the little martial god. Yes, that's true. The suspense this time was revealed too quickly. As for Long Chen, they had almost forgotten about him. Based on his current situation, it would be great if he could even return. Even the people from Wenrenqi's faction had nothing to say about Long Chen's current situation. Long Chen's performance was not bad, but the black-clothed priest refused to believe him no matter what, so there was nothing he could do. The young martial god seemed to be making a move, and the crowd watched in anticipation. The wild beasts would attack the city in 3 days. Long Chen quietly felt the passage of time. He wanted to grab hold of something. It should be the tail of time, but it was very difficult. The dark cage was an extremely sticky force. Long Chen tried using the god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword, but he couldn't break it. He felt as if he was in the stomach of this thing. However, everything had a limit. From the senses transmitted by the god-slaying sword, Long Chen had a rough idea of how to break the dark cage. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was waiting for the right time to come. I'm afraid those old guys in the Dragon Dance Hall have long stopped paying attention to me. They think I'm dead for sure. Long Chen sneered in his heart. No matter what, they had underestimated him. As time passed, Long Chen could roughly judge the situation outside from the sounds coming from the outside. Now, the entire Black Rock tribe should be facing the attack of the wild beasts. The old, weak, women, and children in the tribe had started to hide. The Black-Tooth warriors were guarding the tribe, forming the last line of defense. The powerful barbarian generals were stationed outside the fortress. Under the leadership of the black-clothed priest, they had already made sufficient preparations and were waiting for the wild beasts to arrive. In fact, it seemed like there would be a wild beast attack every few hundred years. Some were strong, and some were weak. When it was strong, the wild beasts would even rush into the fortress, causing a large number of casualties. However, every time, the large tribes would persevere, and in the end, the wild beasts that kept on regenerating were finally afraid. This time, because of the existence of the god's messenger, the ordinary people were filled with confidence. Only the barbarian generals and above knew that the black-clothed priest had imprisoned the god's messenger. Although they felt that it was inappropriate, no one came out to resist. Although it was very quiet before the storm, it was indeed the most frightening time. Under the leadership of the black-clothed priest, the powerful barbarian generals and above stepped on the fortress and looked into the distance. There was a deep forest there, like the mouth of a giant beast, dark and gloomy. Everyone's heart was in a state of turmoil. The wild beasts could not be killed, and they held grudges. Once killed, even if they were reborn 100 miles away, they would immediately rush back to continue killing. Therefore, even if there were only a few wild beasts, they could cause great damage to a tribe. That was why they valued it so much. However, the god's messenger could kill the wild beasts completely. Therefore, most of the black-tooth warriors were full of confidence. They were kept in the dark. Under the incomparably serious atmosphere, someone suddenly asked, "Where did the Son of God and the God's messenger go? Why can't I see them?" Yes, where did they go? At this most critical moment, the Son of God and the God's messenger did not appear. The densely packed black-tooth warriors on the wall began to stir. Quiet. The black-clothed priest's cold voice was heard. Yes. Everyone nodded, but their hearts were still uneasy. The darkness ahead was getting closer and closer. At this moment, a youth rushed up to the fortress. The black-clothed priest has imprisoned the god's messenger. This bastard, he is destined to become the eternal sinner of the darkness. If we fail today, he will be the one to destroy us. The person who shouted loudly was actually the Son of God. Everyone was in an uproar. The black-clothed priest was furious and asked Tu's father to take this guy away. However, this time, the Son of God had learned his lesson. He rushed into the crowd of black-tooth warriors and had everyone protect him. He continued to shout, "Everyone, don't panic. The God's messenger has not left us. He is magnanimous and will not bother with this bastard. We will work hard together and strongly request the black-clothed priest to release the God's messenger. Otherwise, we will all be unconvinced." The Son of God possessed great divine might among the black-tooth warriors. For a moment, a large number of people protected Tu, drowning him in the crowd and preventing the gray-clothed priest from making a move. "Listen, that guy is a human, a fake God's messenger. If I don't imprison him, it will cause true chaos. Tu has already been bewitched. Do you want to be bewildered along with him?" The black-clothed priest's voice, which was filled with vibrating power, echoed in everyone's ears. Each had their own opinions. Everyone was at a loss. Tu became hysterical. He pushed aside the surrounding crowd and stared rigidly at the black-clothed priest. His eyes were blood-red as he said, "Just watch, I will prove everything, you idiot." With that, he rushed out of the crowd and ran in the direction of Long Chen. Because of this small change, the group of black-tooth warriors was even more panicked. The confidence that everyone had before was now completely destroyed. Even some of the barbarian generals were very helpless. Seeing this situation, the gray-clothed priests beside the black-clothed priest looked very worried. "Don't worry. I alone can deal with the savage beast. After I take care of the savage beast, I will slaughter this human devil." Chapter 1509. In the spacious hall, Long Chen was still patiently waiting for the most crucial moment. The flames of war were about to ignite. At this moment, Tu rushed in and knelt at Long Chen's feet. "Sir Oracle, it's all my fault. I'm not fit to be the son of darkness. I'm willing to commit suicide to atone for my sins." His eyes showed that he was not afraid of death. Long Chen's indifferent voice faintly sounded from within the dark cage. "Tu, you don't need to do this." Hearing that there was no anger in Long Chen's voice, Tu was pleasantly surprised. He quickly stood up and said, "Sir Oracle, what do you need me to do for you?" In fact, Long Chen could rely on his own strength to break this dark cage. Over the past 2 days, he had been preparing, and at this time, the layout was almost complete. However, the beasts had not arrived and the Black Rock tribe was not in chaos. Long Chen was not prepared to come out. Otherwise, the black-robed priests would still target him first. He needed to be at the exact time. "Just stand beside me and tell me about the situation outside," Long Chen said quietly. Tu was very nervous and angry, but Long Chen was indeed calm. This made Tu feel at peace. In his eyes, Long Chen was the emissary of God, representing the dark goddess that he believed in. Sure enough, this god's emissary was always so calm no matter what. Even though he was still being held captive right now. Tu obeys. The Son of Darkness obeyed Long Chen's orders and began to tell Long Chen everything that was happening outside. Anyway, he was only a 7-Fang warrior. The battle outside did not require him to take action. His mission was to serve the gods. Outside the fortress, the sky in the distance was getting darker and darker, and the black moon in the sky was gradually hidden in the pure black clouds. The atmosphere in the surroundings was getting heavier and heavier, and the stench of a savage beast drifted over from afar. When everyone realized that the ground was starting to shake, their hearts were in their throats. Everyone, don't panic. All barbarian generals will be responsible for leading the Black-Tooth warriors and defending the fortress. If the number of wild beasts doesn't exceed 10, all the Grey Priests will follow me and slaughter the wild beasts. Everyone, remember, the savage beasts are capable of reviving. Thus, this is a war of attrition. Remember to conserve your strength and don't go all out recklessly. Just focus on your coordination. Your mission is to hold back the savage beasts. Leave the killing of the savage beasts to me. Yes. It was precisely because they had made sufficient preparations that the black-robed priest was able to make such arrangements. Because of this, he believed in himself and not a mysterious human visitor. After the black-robed priest finished his words, the tremors of the ground intensified. Just when everyone could see the forest in the distance collapsing, the savage beasts had finally arrived. The forest was shrouded in a thick layer of dust, making it impossible for the crowd to see how many savage beasts had appeared. However, that terrifying pressure had already swept over, causing everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. If they were defeated, their only fate would be to be eaten by savage beasts. What was even more terrifying was that the entire tribe of the Dark Tribe would be destroyed by the savage beasts. This was a moment of life and death. Boom! Following a loud noise that soared to the sky, several terrifying roars could be heard. In an instant, the entire Black Rock tribe could hear these sounds. The savage beasts have appeared. Two said excitedly and terrifyingly. Yes. Long Chen knew that it was almost time for him to appear. The first savage beast rushed out of the collapsing forest and collided with many other savage beasts. This was a giant beast that looked like a demon wolf. Compared to the toad savage beast, it was many times more ferocious. It had a long and sharp mouth that was filled with bloody teeth. Its claws were like countless blades, and its slender tail was filled with terrifying spikes. Its blood-red eyes stared at the Black Rock tribe and it let out a long howl that shook the heavens and earth. The appearance of this savage beast made everyone tremble with fear. Perhaps to the savage beasts, the survivors of darkness were just food. That was why the survivors of darkness felt like they were facing their natural enemy. The legs of the Black-Tooth warriors who had never seen a savage beast began to tremble. In such a situation, it was difficult for them to stand still, let alone defend the city. However, there was far more than one savage beast. Following the appearance of the wolf-like savage beast, a centipede that was hundreds of meters long appeared. This centipede had countless sharp, long legs that were like swords. Its body was covered with thorns and spikes, and its head was hidden in its long hair. Compared to the wolf-like demonic beast, its mouth was smaller, but it was even more disgusting. Green mucus dripped from its mouth. Apart from this centipede beast, there were a total of 7 other beasts that appeared at the same time. When they saw that there was so much food on top of the Black Rock tribe's fortress, they all let out terrifying roars and rushed towards the Black Rock tribe to kill them. There are a total of 7 savage beasts. 2 people in a group to pin them down. Among them, the wolf-like savage beast and the centipede savage beast have already passed the second nirvana tribulation. We should get rid of these 2 first. Savage beasts of the same level were stronger than warriors. In the past, a toad savage beast that had just passed the first nirvana tribulation could easily kill 2 barbarian generals. Therefore, although the grey-robed priests who were at the second nirvana tribulation realm were attacking, it was still not optimistic for them to deal with the savage beasts. Most importantly, savage beasts would bear grudges and resurrect. Yes. The grey-robed priests had a lot of battle experience. All of their eyes were burning with passion. Fight for the old, the weak, the women and the children, for our home. We are the people of the goddess. The goddess has given us the power of darkness. We have to protect our home and serve the goddess. All invaders will die under the power of the goddess. Fight, Fight. The black-robed priest was not careless when it came to fighting. When the savage beasts rushed over, he led more than 10 gray-robed priests and rushed towards the savage beasts. In the process of rushing forward, he had already assigned the tasks to deal with each of them. The savage beasts were not scary. What was scary was their resurrection. Therefore, this was destined to be a war of attrition. A 6-meter-long demon-breaking spear appeared in the hands of the black-robed priest. The remnants of darkness and the savage beasts charged forward in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, they clashed. The black-robed priest roared and the demon-breaking spear shot forward. With unparalleled speed, the spear pierced the demon wolf's eye in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the demon-breaking spear pierced through the demon wolf's head. The demon wolf, which had survived 2 nirvana tribulations, was instantly slaughtered by the black-robed priest. Even if it was reborn, its strength would only drop to the standard of 1 nirvana tribulations. The black-robed priest was off to a good start, killing a savage beast in an instant. On top of the fortress, countless people cheered. They had already completely forgotten about Long Chen. Everyone's attention was focused on the gray-robed priests who were fighting the savage beast to the death. Remember, keep your opponents busy. I'll kill them. Don't mix together. Lure them away. Also, don't let any of the savage beasts break through our defensive line. Our weak tribesmen are behind us. A single savage beast will be able to kill them all. The black-robed priest arranged the situation as he attacked. To be honest, his fighting ability was rather outstanding. However, he felt a little uneasy. The number of savage beasts this time was much fewer than he had imagined. There were only 7 savage beasts. But why did it seem like there were more than that? He couldn't care less. The most important thing was to kill the savage beasts again and again until they were afraid of him. Boom! The nirvana tribulation descended 10 miles away. This meant that the wolf-like savage beast had already been reborn at that location. The 2 of you, guard there. When the wolf-like savage beast arrives, keep it busy again. Wait for me to kill it again. The black-robed priest's strategy was good. He was the biggest loser in the battle. The others could maintain their strength and only fight the savage beasts to prevent them from breaking through the defensive line. This way, it would be more difficult for the gray-robed priest to suffer any casualties. Every time the savage beasts attacked the city, the battle would last for several days and nights. The beginning was always good, but the key was whether they could still maintain the same level of combat strength after today. The most important thing was the black-robed priest's own durability. He had a total of 4 arms, each holding a demon-slaying spear. The black-robed priest soared into the sky. The savage beasts were huge, but he still had to hit their vitals. Therefore, he dashed between the savage beasts and killed them with a single strike. Swoosh! Just as one of the gray-robed priests was about to be injured by the centipede savage beast, the black-robed priest finally caught up and killed the only second-tier nirvana tribulation savage beast. His demon-slaying spear smashed the savage beast's head into pieces. Boom! The nirvana tribulation descended again. At this time, the wolf-like savage beast had already been reborn and charged forward again. A long tug-of-war had begun. On top of the fortress, seeing the black-robed priests kill the savage beasts again and again, everyone's blood was boiling. They could not wait to go down and fight. However, they became more and more alarmed and numb. These savage beasts did not seem to have any intelligence. Every time they were killed, they would recreate a new world. Not long after, the centipede savage beast reappeared. The battle lasted for an entire day. The gray-robed priests were already very tired. They could only rest while the savage beasts were reborn. As for the black-robed priest, his pure black face seemed to have lost a lot of color and became very fragile. In a day of battle, he killed a total of more than 80 savage beasts. However, the savage beasts did not stop attacking. Instead, they became more and more furious. If there really is a god who can truly kill a savage beast in one go, that would be great. Chapter 15:10. In fact, the tired grey-robed priests had the same thought. To them, the rebirth of the savage beasts was too terrifying. Although there were only 7 savage beasts attacking the city, to them, it was the same as hundreds of savage beasts attacking the city. So far, there were no casualties, but they were exhausted. However, the savage beasts' eyes were filled with hatred. They did not want to give up. Why don't we let the messenger come out and try? Tu's father, a grey-robed priest, said. The black-robed priest glared at him and said angrily, "You human devil, you dare to believe me? Do you think I can't chase these savage beasts away?" Ever since he became a black-robed priest, he had encountered a total of 3 savage beasts attacking the city. The last time, there were nearly 20 savage beasts, but he still managed to chase them away. The grey-robed priest's words enraged him. Everyone, lure the savage beasts together. Hearing the black-robed priest's order, the grey-robed priests who were still fighting obeyed. About 15 minutes later, everyone successfully completed their mission. The black-robed priest withstood the gravity and soared into the sky above the 7 savage beasts. The grey-robed priests hurriedly retreated. Their boss was finally going to use all his strength. Disgusting beasts, go to hell. Dark tide. The dark nirvana power engulfed the black-robed priest. He moved his hands and a large amount of dark energy surged from his body. In an instant, a huge black whirlpool with a diameter of a few thousand meters appeared around him. The whirlpool was filled with violent energy. Die. Space trembled, everything trembled, and all the savage beasts finally revealed an uneasy emotion. They became a little flustered and wanted to escape, but in reality, their speed was limited. Under the powerful attack of the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, the dark tide profound vortex that was thousands of meters wide suddenly descended, like a meteorite smashing down, instantly drowning all the savage beasts. Rumble. The earth trembled. The entire Black Rock tribe was shaking. The black-robed priest used the Khanate Daoist technique, Dark Tide, to hit all the savage beasts. Tu reported quietly beside Long Chen. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face as he said, "All of the savage beasts are dead. What a pity that they have been reborn." That's right, the strength of the dark tide was incomparably great. It smashed open a huge pit that was dozens of meters deep, and black dust filled the air. The corpses of the 7 savage beasts were all riddled with holes, and the black flames of rebirth started to burn. At the same time, a total of 7 Nirvana tribulations appeared around the Black Rock tribe. In a very short period of time, the 7 savage beasts were actually reborn. However, the power of the black-clothed priest was finally effective. The dark tide successfully intimidated them and made them start to learn to give up. Just like that, all the dark survivors welcomed their victory. Everyone stared blankly at the black-robed priest. This man was simply too powerful. For a moment, all of the black-tooth warriors knelt on the ground. Most people began to party. The 7 savage beasts have left. Tu said in surprise. Previously, the black-clothed priest was so anxious that he wanted me to seek help from the Black Smoke tribe. I thought there would be many savage beasts coming, but I didn't expect there to be only 7. Oh. Long Chen frowned and asked, "Everyone seems to be cheering. Then, how's the black-clothed priest's expression?" Hearing Long Chen's words, Tu was confused. He climbed up the fort and took a closer look. It seemed like the black-clothed priest was still frowning and staring at the surroundings. The gray-clothed priests didn't know about the black-clothed priest's expression. They had all relaxed, and some of them even lay on the ground. As for the other dark survivors, they naturally started to party. They praised the black-clothed priest and the goddess of darkness, but forgot about Long Chen and the son of darkness. They couldn't be blamed for that. From today onwards, the son of darkness's position in everyone's hearts would be greatly reduced, and the black-clothed priest's authority would increase once again. In the Dragon Dance Hall, the higher-ups focused their attention on Yang Chen. Little martial god seems to be making a move. Is he finally going to take the statue of the goddess of darkness away? Everyone started to look forward to it. Based on Yang Chen's current situation, he seemed to be very confident about getting the statue of the goddess of darkness. Yang Chen is almost successful. On the other hand, Long Chen is still imprisoned in that cage. I don't know when he'll be able to come out. He can't come out. Didn't you hear the person beside him say that the black-clothed priest has already defeated the beast? He lost his last chance and will die next. Thinking of Long Chen's fate, many people felt that it was a pity. This time, Long Chen was too smart for his own good. He was overjoyed and the method he chose was too risky. At least that was the case for now. In the Dark Kingdom, all the dark survivors heard the news and quickly ran out of their hiding places. They were incomparably excited as they celebrated their victory. For a time, the entire Blackrock tribe was incomparably lively. After surviving a great calamity, everyone was smiling from ear to ear. Finally, they didn't have to die. Above the fort, the Black-Tooth warriors laughed. "Welcome back, warriors." All the dark survivors knelt on the ground and looked at the black-clothed priest and the gray-clothed priest with reverence. The gray-clothed priests were ready to go back, but in the sky, the black-clothed priest frowned deeply and his expression became colder. The gray-clothed priests looked at him strangely. They had clearly won a huge victory and the black-clothed priest had once again consolidated his position. Why didn't he look happy? While everyone was still puzzled, the black-clothed priest's expression changed drastically. The beast hasn't left. Continue to be on guard. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Give it your all. The black-clothed priest's expression changed and he let out an earth-shattering roar. What? Everyone was stunned. The beast didn't leave, and why did the black-clothed priest sound so nervous? Could it be? Just when everyone was in shock, a sharp whistle came from the dark night sky. Under the flapping of wings, a strong wind blew. It's a bird-type beast. One of the gray-clothed priests let out a scream of terror. Countless people were dumbfounded. A pitch-black ferocious beast broke through the rift and came toward them. It was a gigantic bird that covered the sky. Its body was covered in pitch-black feathers that looked like blades. When it spread its wings, it was a few hundred meters long. Such a magnificent bird had a boundless ferocious aura, causing one's hair to stand on end. Furthermore, what was even more terrifying was that this vicious bird actually grew 9 heads. Each of the 9 heads did not have a single feather, but were covered in pitch-black scales that looked like snake scales. 9-headed snake-like. The black-clothed priest's expression changed drastically. The 9-headed bird was one of the most famous beasts in the Dark Kingdom. Beasts had the ability to be reborn, but the 9-headed bird was rarely reborn because it was so powerful that even ordinary black-clothed priests couldn't kill it. The dark survivors gave it the nickname of 9-headed bird. The 9-headed bird lived in the misty abyss of the Dark Kingdom. No one had expected it to come out at this time to hunt. This 9-headed bird had passed 3 nirvana tribulations. It could easily kill ordinary gray-clothed priests. The difference between it and ordinary beasts was too great. When the Jiaoying appeared, all the remnant darkness beings felt a sense of despair. They stared blankly at the 9-headed bird and forgot to resist for a moment. Perhaps because of the pressure from the 9-headed bird, the beasts that had been defeated earlier reappeared. Moreover, there were 4 more beasts in the camp. A total of 11 ordinary beasts attacked the fortress of the Black Rock tribe from the ground. Every single savage beast was filled with excitement. All the dark survivors looked miserable. In history, a 9-headed bird had appeared and massacred an entire tribe. This scene had actually happened in the Black Rock tribe. Most of the Black-Tooth warriors trembled when they thought of that incident. Was the Black Rock tribe finished? Everyone, pay attention. In the face of a disaster, fight with all your might. The 9-headed bird is not scary. As long as you kill it once, it will fall back to the second nirvana tribulations. The gray-clothed priests will deal with the beasts. The barbarian generals will guard the fortress. I will kill the 9-headed bird. The black-clothed priest's high fighting spirit brought hope to everyone. The battle started again. In the main hall, Tu said nervously, Jiao. Jiao Ying actually appeared. Sir Oracle, please save our Black Rock tribe. We're doomed, Long Chen finally smiled. Was the turning point finally here? In fact, he always had an intuition. From Tu's words, he could infer that the attack of the beasts was definitely not simple. He had a doubt and asked, Tu, how did the black-clothed priest know in advance that the beasts would attack the city? Tu hastily replied, that's what the goddess told us. Every time a savage beast attacks a city, there will be some strange changes. Sometimes, even the dark survivors can discover it. This time, I heard that the black-robed priest received the news himself, but it actually came true. I remember that once, the clouds in the sky converged into a savage beast and rushed towards my tribe. If this isn't a reminder from the goddess, then what is it? Oh. He did not expect that there would be a magical color in it. 2. Help me keep an eye on the situation outside and report to me at any time. Yes, Sir Oracle. From Long Chen's words, it seemed that he wanted to help them. 2 was overjoyed and quickly ran out. Outside the fortress, the fierce battle really began. The black-clothed priest alone rushed towards the 9-headed bird in the sky, while more than 10 gray-clothed priests angrily fought against the 11 unkillable beasts. In fact, during this chaotic process, Long Chen could completely escape and take away the statue of the Dark Goddess. However, since he had become the oracle, he had to shoulder this responsibility. Chapter 15:11. The appearance of Jiao Ying was a huge blow to the hearts of all the survivors of darkness. They had thought that they had won and everyone was extremely excited. But the appearance of Jiao Ying made everyone fall from heaven to hell. In the sky, the 9-headed ferocious bird wreaked havoc and fought with the black-robed priest. They were both existences of the third nirvana tribulation. At the beginning, they could be said to be evenly matched. Jiao Ying was infamous and definitely not easy to deal with. That huge and terrifying beast scared the survivors of darkness so much that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. Everyone, hurry up and hide. Hide. In order to avoid the attack of the beast, in fact, every household had dug deep tunnels. Of course, if the beast really attacked, the underground tunnels might not be useful. The beast's sense of smell was very sensitive. They could smell the smell of food. Even if there were tunnels, most people would still not be able to escape the attack of the beast. If the beast came in, it would definitely be a disaster. But in fact, the dozen or so gray-robed priests could not stop the 11 beasts at all. The beasts seemed to have received orders and did not care about the gray-robed priests at all. Instead, they risked their lives and rushed towards the Black Rock tribe. They were not worried about the attacks of the gray-robed priests because they would definitely die. If the gray-robed priests attacked them, they would only consume their own strength. This was undoubtedly very tragic. In the sky, the black-robed priest was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Jiao Ying. He could only protect himself and slightly restrain Jiao Ying. It was impossible for him to kill Jiao Ying. Killing a beast once would cause it to fall back by one level. So in fact, the black-robed priest only needed to kill the beast once. But even just once was very difficult. It was almost impossible. For a moment, everyone was panicking. The legs of the black-tooth warriors were already trembling. After a quarter of an hour, Jiao Ying rushed past the black-robed priest's attack. Its huge wings rushed towards the Black Rock tribe's fortress. A large number of warriors screamed and dodged, but they were too slow. The 9-headed ferocious bird swooped down. Its 9 heads let out a sharp cry, picked up 9 survivors of darkness, and rushed into the sky. With a few gulps, the few survivors of darkness were swallowed. This scene caused all the black-tooth warriors to be stupefied. The black-robed priest was enraged and chased after Jiao Ying in a frenzy. Previously, he had almost used up all his energy dealing with the 7 savage beasts. Now, he was almost at the end of his rope. He could not kill Jiao Ying at all. After Jiao Ying's attack, the remnants of darkness were scared out of their wits. Many people didn't dare to continue guarding the city wall. Even the barbarian generals were frightened. Just now, when the 9 birds attacked, even barbarian generals couldn't escape the fate of being killed. The entire Black Rock tribe was on the brink of collapse. The gray-clothed priest's defensive line could be breached at any moment. It could be said that the black-clothed priests were the peak combat power of the large tribes. The combat power of a single person was closely related to the survival of the entire tribe. Let's go. We are finished. The Black Rock tribe is finished. Let's run for our lives. If we're too late, we will all die. In an instant, countless screams and cries could be heard. All the remnants of darkness saw the gray-robed priests being beaten back one by one, and the black-robed priests being no match for Jiao Ying. They were all in despair. A large number of black-tooth warriors retreated without a fight. The ordinary remnants of darkness hiding in the fortress also curled up their bodies and fought in the darkness, trembling in fear. The ground shook incessantly. A large amount of soil began to fall from the tunnel. The cries of babies, young children, women, and children filled the air for a moment. Countless miserable cries could be heard. Long Chen stood in the spacious hall with a calm expression. Tu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Tu, you go and encourage them. I'm going to break this thing. Hearing Long Chen's words, Tu was finally overjoyed. He quickly rushed out and climbed up the fortress. Standing at the highest point, he looked at the tragic scene. A few gray-clothed priests had already been trampled to death by the savage beasts and swallowed into their stomachs. Once this line of defense fell, it would be breached immediately. Tu's heart was stirred up. Those who had escaped caused him great heartache. With a tearing voice, he let out a deafening roar, "Children of the Dark Goddess." Tu's voice was deep and magnetic. Although it wasn't loud, it was very attractive. Seeing Tu, everyone felt like they had a pillar of support. Tu roared with all his might, "We have not failed. The goddess has always been watching over us. Retreating before the battle is the behavior of cowards. We are not worthy of following the dark goddess. Our lives are given by the goddess. We are not afraid of death, but we must survive. The old, weak, women, and children behind us must survive. For their survival, we can even sacrifice our own survival. Then, for the glory of the goddess, why don't we fight?" His hysterical encouragement finally stabilized the morale for the time being. The dark priest has offended the oracle and our goddess. However, the goddess has not abandoned us, and the oracle has not abandoned us. We, the remnants of darkness, will never be defeated. Faith was infinite power. It could even make people forget about death at times. For example, now. It seemed that the rampaging beasts were not that terrifying anymore. With the protection of the dark goddess, the Blackrock tribe wouldn't be massacred. However, everyone was very nervous. If Long Chen was really an oracle, then the black-clothed priest had actually imprisoned the oracle. This was a great sin. At this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The centipede beast had successfully defeated its opponent. It let out a sharp roar and began to crawl with its countless long legs towards the fort at a terrifying speed. Its 100-meter-long body soared into the sky and rested on the fort. Compared to the remnants of darkness, it was an incomparably huge mouth that swallowed everyone. This huge beast frightened all the remnants of darkness once again. Those who were too slow to escape were directly swallowed by the centipede beast. Seeing those who were swallowed struggling with all their might, their expressions of despair were shocking. The confidence that the Son of Darkness had painstakingly built up was easily crushed by this centipede beast. The centipede beast was extremely excited. Its huge body climbed up the fort. In front of it were densely packed food that was escaping in a panic. The barbarian generals guarding the fort finally moved to deal with this pair of powerful centipede beasts. More than 10 barbarian generals were sharp enough to cut through metal. They suppressed the centipede beast for a while and killed it once. However, the defeat of the remnants of darkness was unavoidable. More beasts broke through the defense line and rushed towards the fort. They completely ignored the attacks of the Grey Priest. The nirvana energy in the Grey Priest's body was almost depleted to the limit. In the sky, Jiuying would come and harass them from time to time. The remnants of darkness were finished. Standing at the highest position, the Son of Darkness was stunned when he saw a total of 7 or 8 beasts pouncing towards him. In fact, with the Grey Priest's strength, it was very easy to kill a beast. However, each of the savage beasts had already been killed more than 20 times. Who in the world could possibly have the strength to kill all of them? Wasn't the Grey Priest so tired that he almost collapsed on the ground? He had placed all his hopes on Long Chen. After a quarter of an hour, the remnants of darkness were really in despair. The Grey Priests fought desperately, but they could no longer withstand the attacks of the beasts. 5 of them died directly, and the rest probably did not have much fighting strength. At this time, no matter who it was, there was no hope in their hearts. The reason why they did not all escape was that they were so scared that their legs were trembling and they could no longer walk away. The Black Rock tribe was on the verge of collapse. Roar! The 11 undying beasts rushed up the fort almost at the same time. Those who were good at climbing had already swallowed the food into their stomachs one by one. Curicula. Tu's eyes were filled with tears. He raised his arms high to attract the attention of the beasts. He had a characteristic of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. This was an amazing charm. Cries and screams filled the sky. The entire Black Rock tribe was shrouded in a tragic fog. Dead, they're all dead. Many people who were slightly affected by the beasts had their arms or legs broken. The Black Priest was extremely angry. His eyes were red and tears flowed uncontrollably. However, he was helpless. He could not even deal with Jiuying. Was it my arrogance that led to the demise of the Black Rock tribe? Everyone's eyes were filled with tears. The beasts were about to rush directly into the tribe. Just when everyone was at their most desperate, there was a terrifying explosion in the center of the tribe. Red flames rose into the sky, and the entire conference hall was directly shattered. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would have been affected. Oracle. At the most eye-catching position, Tu was filled with surprise. With tears in his eyes, he knelt on the ground devoutly. Boom! Amidst the despairing expressions of the crowd, a black figure rushed into the sky. A black sword gleam flew towards the direction of the Son of Darkness at a terrifying speed. That figure. In an instant, everyone noticed this figure. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Long Chen has broken through the dark cage. someone in the dragon dance hall exclaimed. In the next instant, everyone turned to look at the source of the commotion, their faces filled with shock. Breaking through at this time, everyone could predict what would happen next. Not only did Long Chen not lose, but he seemed to have obtained the most perfect victory. Of course, it was still too early to say this. Tu knelt deeply. The centipede beast crawled behind Tuesday. The son of darkness must taste delicious. It screamed and swallowed him with its mouth full of green mucus. Chapter 15:12. Successor. Someone noticed his crisis and cried out in alarm. Everyone looked over. Just as Tu was about to be engulfed, a black sword ray pierced through the air and transformed into a 3-meter-long sword aura, crashing into the head of the centipede savage beast. This huge impact caused the wild beast that was crawling on the fort to flip over. It fell to the ground with its back facing the sky. For a moment, it was actually unable to flip over. Under its stirring, sand and stones flew everywhere, and dust filled the sky. Tu got up. His entire body was covered in green mucus, but he was still in a daze as he looked around blankly. Everyone rushed up the fortress and looked down. Soon, everyone's eyes widened. This was because they saw a black shadow appear on the head of the centipede savage beast. A black sword was raised high and pierced into the lower jaw of the centipede savage beast. When the sword pierced into its jaw, the centipede savage beast let out a tragic cry. Its huge body writhed frantically, but under the restraint of the black shadow, it could only struggle. Oracle! Oracle! Savage beasts would never let out such a painful cry. This could only mean that it was in extreme pain. This was a sign that the savage beast was about to die. The oracle had appeared. The goddess had appeared. No words could describe their excitement at this moment. When faith appeared in such a way, everyone was immersed in a dreamlike environment. They forgot about life and death, and everything else. The only thing they remembered was to kneel before Long Chen. Lingxi's sword pierced into the body of the centipede savage beast. The impact of her primordial spirit caused the signs of life to gradually disappear. The centipede savage beast, which was rolling on the ground, finally came to a stop. Without saying a word, Long Chen charged towards another savage beast. Everyone could clearly see that there was no rebirth flame on the body of the centipede savage beast. It had truly become a corpse and was rotting normally. Oracle! A miracle, a miracle! The feeling of being rescued from a hopeless situation drove everyone crazy. They continued to kneel and worship, looking at Long Chen's every move with fervent eyes. As for the black-robed priest in the sky, everyone had already forgotten about him. The remaining 10 savage beasts were wreaking havoc. Grey-robed priest, barbarian general, restrain the wild beasts first. I'll kill them one by one. Long Chen shouted. Yes. Those exhausted fellows saw a glimmer of hope. Every one of them was filled with fighting spirit. When they saw that Long Chen was able to kill the savage beast and was a true god's envoy, the hope in their hearts was much stronger than the hope that the black-robed priest and Tu Long had instigated. With them holding him back, Long Chen felt much more at ease. In fact, Long Chen hesitated about one thing just now. Just now was a very suitable opportunity for him to take away the statue of the dark goddess, and the black-robed priest would not be able to catch up to him. However, if that was the case, the Black Rock tribe would be destroyed. There would be casualties and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Long Chen felt that he had deceived this kind child, too, but he could not deceive his own conscience. This was nothing more than a problem with the assessment. No matter how many times he had to go back, he would not choose to leave. If he chose to do so, his view of good and evil would not be flattering. Of course, Long Chen could not take advantage of the chaos to hide the statue of the dark goddess. He had already wasted time. If he delayed any further, most of the survivors of darkness would be dead, and it would be useless for him to come out at that time. Anyway, as long as he gained their trust, there would be more opportunities in the future. With Lingxi's sword, it was a piece of cake for Long Chen to kill these Nirvana Tribulation savage beasts. The oracle is here. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, the barbarian general and the grey-robed priest let go of the savage beast that they were restraining. Long Chen rushed forward and used the god-slaying sword to cut off the 4 limbs of the savage beast, making it unable to move. In the next moment, Lingxi's sword pierced the forehead of the savage beast. The savage beast howled in pain. Long Chen rushed forward with a punch and smashed the skull of the savage beast, then pressed it to the ground. After a few breaths, the survivors of darkness were in an uproar again. Another savage beast was killed cleanly by the black-robed young man. In the sky, the black-robed priest was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Deal with your opponent first. Long Chen raised his head and looked at him coldly. Because of his sudden appearance, the black-robed priest was almost killed. He became serious and focused on dealing with his opponent, but he knew that he had failed. This was a form of humiliation, but he could not blame Long Chen. He hated Long Chen because Long Chen was saving his tribe. Hearing the news of the oracle's power, more and more frightened survivors of darkness came out of the tunnel. Countless people looked at Long Chen with fanatical eyes. Tu's face was full of tears. His persistence had finally succeeded. Under Long Chen's powerful attack, the savage beasts began to die one after another. The mountainous corpses gradually piled up. In the end, the last wolf-type demonic beast died under Long Chen's Lingxi sword. Long live the oracle! Other than the Jiaoying, all the savage beasts were dead. It could be said that they had survived more than half of this catastrophe. This was all thanks to Long Chen. It was Long Chen who had saved them. They worshipped and respected Long Chen. Perhaps it was because the Jiaoying in the sky realized that its comrade had died. It was furious and attacked even more fiercely. If the Jiaoying was not killed, the Black Rock tribe would not have peace. Moreover, the Jiaoying was a vicious bird that held grudges more than the other savage beasts. Everyone looked at Long Chen anxiously. Then let's add fuel to the fire. Long Chen had achieved his goal. He used a win-win method. In the end, he would definitely take away the statue of the goddess of darkness, but the Black Rock tribe would not suffer any losses. This was because without Long Chen, the Black Rock tribe would not exist. Therefore, Long Chen would not let Tu down. He had no choice but to deceive this sincere young man. Of course, Long Chen could not deal with the Jiaoying alone. While the black-robed priest and the Jiaoying were fighting, Long Chen said, "You can come down a little. We will deal with it together." Although the black-robed priest did not obey Long Chen's orders, Long Chen was right. Only by working together could they deal with the Jiaoying. One person alone was not enough. "What do you want to do?" the black-robed priest asked coldly as he fought the Jiaoying. Long Chen said, "You keep it busy and give me a chance to attack." This was the most feasible method. The black-robed priest would be the meat shield. The black-robed priest did not have the Lingxi sword, so he could only follow Long Chen's decision. While they were fighting, Long Chen quietly hid behind the nine-headed vicious bird. The nine-headed vicious bird was not very intelligent. It probably could not understand the difference between rebirth and death. In order to attract the nine-headed vicious bird's attention, the black-robed priest increased the intensity of his attacks. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Long Chen circled around and moved to a corner where the nine-headed vicious bird could not see. Seeing that Long Chen had found his position, the black-robed priest did not say a word. He once again used all his strength to use the dark tide. The huge vortex crashed into the Jiaoying's body from above, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. A huge, bloody hole appeared on its body. However, this kind of damage was only average to the nine-headed vicious bird. It could not kill it. This pain made it even more ferocious. Its wings were a bloody mess, but it could still maintain its speed in mid-air. Its 9 heads and 18 pairs of eyes stared at the black-robed priest. Long Chen had not fought for a long time, so he had forgotten about it. At this time, Long Chen quietly came to the back of the Jiao-ing and came to the wound on its back. Expand symbol formula. He used the god-slaying sword. 9 streaks of grey sword chi pierced into the 9-headed vicious bird's wound, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Long Chen took this opportunity to rush into the huge body of the 9-headed vicious bird. What? The black-robed priest was dumbfounded. He had not expected Long Chen to be so daring. When the 9-headed vicious bird realized that someone had entered its body through its wound, it let out an angry shriek. The sound waves vibrated, causing many remnants of darkness to bleed from their ears. In the next instant, it was the 9-headed vicious bird's turn to shriek. Inside its body, Long Chen wielded 2 swords and began a frenzied massacre. He mainly used the god-slaying sword to severely injure it, and then used the lynxy sword to kill it. The 9-headed vicious bird was on the verge of going crazy. Its body, flesh, and primordial spirit were in extreme pain. It had completely abandoned its opponent, the black-robed priest. Its huge body crashed to the ground, causing a terrifying earthquake. Its wings, claws, and body rolled on the ground continuously. Large patches of forest and mountains were flattened by it. Everyone was dumbfounded. What a terrifying oracle! It was precisely because Long Chen was inside its body that the 9-headed vicious bird was in such a miserable state. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Rays of sword light even rushed out of the 9-headed vicious bird's body. As it rolled on the ground, the 9-headed vicious bird was covered in blood, and its body was riddled with holes. All the remnants of darkness watched as the ferocious 9-headed vicious bird made its final struggle. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Boom! Suddenly, on top of the 9-headed snakelet's head, 9 huge bloody holes appeared in each of its 9 heads. The heads were gone, and 9 divine dragons roared as they soared into the sky. In mid-air, they condensed into the shape of Long Chen. At that moment, the struggling 9-headed savage bird finally fell to the ground. There was no flame of rebirth. The 9-headed vicious bird was completely dead. It was a terrifying beast that had been famous for thousands of years. It had died just like that. Looking at the godlike black-robed young man, everyone felt like they were in a dream. Subconsciously, all the grey-robed priests who were still alive knelt to the ground in front of Long Chen. Their faces were filled with devotion to their faith. The only one who did not kneel was the black-robed priest. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at the 9-headed vicious bird's body blankly. In the Dragon Dance Palace, everyone looked at each other. Temple Master Hanwu blushed and laughed dryly. This kid is really lucky. The more he said, the more guilty he felt. I wish all the bachelors that you can stay single. If you want me to break up with you, stamp the bachelor stamp. Chapter 15-13. Of course, no matter what, although Long Chen had conquered almost all of the remnants of darkness and gained their trust, it wasn't considered a success until he got the statue of the goddess of darkness. Before this, Yang Chen's chances were getting better and better. He must have gotten something since he was able to endure for so many days. Under the Black Rock tribe, tens of thousands of people knelt down to worship Long Chen. Countless fanatical and respectful gazes were cast on him. The power of faith also made Long Chen feel the fire in his heart. It was as though these guys had transferred some sort of power from their bodies to their own bodies. Perhaps, the more believers there were, the more powerful the gods that no one knew existed would be. The remnants of darkness cheered as they knelt down. Among them, the leader was the most excited son of darkness. Long Chen stood alone in front of the huge nine-headed bird's corpse. His insignificant body suppressed this incomparably mighty beast. He was as mighty as he could be. All of this made the black-robed priest's emotions change. All of this originally belonged to him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't believe that Long Chen was a god's messenger because he knew that the existence of a god's messenger was too dreamy. It only existed in legends. It was unclear whether it existed in reality. Therefore, when he saw all the remnants of darkness and the other gray-robed priests being enchanted by Long Chen, he was very unwilling. At this moment, his eyes were cold, and he actually dashed towards Long Chen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He attacked Long Chen. For a moment, the entire remnants of darkness were boiling. They couldn't understand the black-robed priest's action at all. Facing the sudden attack from the black-robed priest, although Long Chen was a little surprised, it was reasonable. This guy stubbornly refused to believe him, which was the biggest obstacle to him getting the statue of the goddess of darkness. However, at this point, it was impossible for him to hurt Long Chen. At the moment when the black-robed priest attacked, Long Chen opened the ancient blood hell formation. Once the formation was opened, he could easily reach within a range of 10 miles. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had moved to the center of the remnants of darkness. At this moment, the sacred son of darkness led all the remnants of darkness to protect Long Chen. They all looked at the lonely priest with incomparable anger. Black-robed priest, is there something wrong with your brain? The divine envoy saved us, yet you actually acted against him? Such a disgraceful act was actually done by you. Could it be that you want to be punished by the barbarian king? The eyes of the saint child of darkness were filled with rage as he roared. Along with his rebuke, countless dark survivors also began to discuss. The Holy Sun is right. The divine envoy saved us, but he still dared to attack the divine envoy. This time, if the divine envoy did not appear, our Black Rock tribe would have been exterminated, and tens of thousands of dark survivors would have died. Such a great kindness, but you actually dared to touch the divine envoy. You are truly insane. What qualifications do you have to be a black-robed priest? Yeah. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people were pointing fingers at the black-robed priest. In fact, many of the gray-robed priests weren't on his side. This was Long Chen's greatest victory today. He had seized the opportunity and used the most suitable method to successfully win the hearts of the people. This made the black-robed priest unable to touch him. Now, it would be a piece of cake for him to take away the statue of the dark goddess. Under the criticism of tens of thousands of people, the black-robed priest's face became even darker. His eyes were filled with anger. The countless distrustful gazes made him feel lonely. Even his heart began to waver. Why didn't he consider Yi Futian to be the divine envoy? On the one hand, he felt that Yi Futian was too young and didn't have any divine aura. On the other hand, he had long since given up on God. It could be said that he was a person who had long seen through the dark goddess. He didn't believe in the existence of God. Therefore, it was even more impossible for there to be a divine envoy. Let me tell you. The black-robed priest pointed at Long Chen with hatred and shouted, "He is our enemy, the devil of the human race." He was lucky enough to obtain a divine sword. Killing those beasts was all thanks to that sword. If I could obtain that sword, I would also be able to kill those beasts. I would even be able to slaughter all of the beasts in the Dark Kingdom. He is just a fake God messenger. As for why he helped us, it's because if he didn't help us, he would die. If he didn't have the identity of a divine envoy, he would have been killed by us sooner or later in the Dark Kingdom. This is his goal, don't fall for it. The black-robed priest said hysterically. In fact, what he said was basically the truth. But in reality, who would believe what he said? Long Chen looked indifferently at the black-robed priest who had lost to him. Since the black-robed priest didn't understand the situation and challenged his authority, it was a good opportunity to make him give up and lose again. What the black-robed priest didn't realize was that the power of the entire Black Rock tribe was now flowing towards Long Chen. In other words, Long Chen's authority was even greater than the black-robed priest's. So you're saying that whoever gets this sword will be the oracle? Under everyone's anticipation, Long Chen casually threw the Lingxi sword at the black-robed priest. The black sword pierced the black-robed priest's eyes. The black-robed priest took a few steps back and looked at Long Chen in shock. He had absolute combat power. Let's go according to your imagination. If you can use this sword, I will follow your wishes and judge you as a human. Long Chen said frankly. Everyone was looking forward to it. If the black-robed priest couldn't use the Lingxi sword, it would prove Long Chen's identity even more. Only Long Chen could use the weapon bestowed by the goddess. The black-robed priest trembled. Under the immense pressure, he stretched out his palm and surrounded himself with the dark nirvana energy. Then, he grabbed the hilt of the Lingxi sword. Just as he was about to reach the hilt of the sword, a black beam of sword qi shot out, forming a sword net that protected the Spirit Dawn sword. The black-robed priest was pierced by the sword net and let out a cry of pain. He took a few steps back, his face pale and his heart trembling. I don't believe it. He gritted his teeth and moved forward again. However, this time, the sword qi of the Lingxi sword rushed into his body and attacked his primordial spirit. He felt a sharp pain in his head and took a few steps back. Don't waste your energy. Long Chen kept the Lingxi sword and held it in his hand. The difference between them was obvious. The remnants of the darkness were even more excited when they saw this. In their eyes, the status of Long Chen, who had saved them, was getting higher and higher. He had completely replaced the black-robed priest's position in the tribe. Messenger, messenger. Countless voices of admiration came from the young people. Tu stood beside Long Chen and was so emotional that her eyes were filled with tears. In the distance, the black-robed priest's eyes were filled with confusion. He sat on the ground and stared blankly at Long Chen. He had been defeated, not by Long Chen, but by the goddess of darkness. Or, was he really sent by the goddess to punish me for my disloyalty? Is he really the messenger? He was also confused. He was confident in his own strength. That weapon didn't even have a Dao pattern, and he couldn't use it. Only a weapon from a deity could have such terrifying power. His firm heart started to collapse. Surrounded by thousands of people, Long Chen felt that he didn't owe them anything. At least he had let the tribe survive. He raised the Lingxi sword high and shouted, "Today's disaster is over. It's time for me to go. I just want to tell you that I still don't know if I'm really the messenger, but I'm fulfilling my mission. If the Black Rock tribe is in trouble again, I'll come back. I hope that at that time, we'll still be friends. No one in the Black Rock tribe will attack me, and I'll be satisfied." Hearing that Long Chen was leaving, everyone was filled with reluctance. For a moment, everyone knelt on the ground and begged Long Chen to stay. "Messenger, stay. We need you. We'll repent for our mistakes. Yes, you're our messenger. If anyone doesn't recognize you, I'll be the first to fight him. You're our savior. How can we be so crazy as to attack you? Absolutely impossible." Tu Yi wasn't willing to let Long Chen go just like that. He felt very sad in his heart. He had made Long Chen suffer so much, and he still hadn't properly repaid Long Chen. Under Tu's leadership, the Dark Survivors invited Long Chen to stay for a few days. He had no choice but to agree to stay in the Black Rock tribe for a few days. In fact, this was all part of his plan. In this way, he had a reason to stay in the Black Rock tribe. Long Chen signaled everyone to stop talking. He looked at the black-robed priest and said, "In the end, the black-robed priest is the highest leader in the tribe. I don't know if you're willing to let me stay for a few days. If not, Long Chen will leave immediately." For a moment, everyone looked at the black-robed priest with hostility. The black-robed priest smiled bitterly and said, "Welcome, messenger. I was completely wrong. Next, let me do my duty as a host and apologize to you." "Huh." Long Chen laughed. He won. It was a perfect victory. In the Dragon Dance Palace, everyone looked at each other. In fact, Long Chen did not fight much, and he was not as dangerous as Feng Zhilin. However, he might be the one to get the statue of the Dark Goddess the easiest. It's not honorable even if he wins. Long Chen is too scheming. The young martial god is more practical. He's about to get the statue. The temple master of Hanwu Temple smacked his lips and said disdainfully. At this moment, there was an explosion in the center of the tribe where the young martial god was. At that moment, the young martial god's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly ran away. The temple master of Hanwu Temple's face instantly collapsed. He stared at the furious Dark Survivors tribe blankly. Dragon Blood God of War Djinshi. If you want to change the plot, let the characters develop according to your will, and add your own protagonist to the Dragon Blood world, then come to the competition. Chapter 15-14. Feng Zhilin had successfully obtained the statue of the Dark Goddess. Otherwise, Long Chen had perfectly obtained the highest authority in the Black Rock tribe after a series of schemes. Meanwhile, the young martial god, who was the most favored, had an accident. Since the young martial god had been waiting patiently, the others didn't understand the situation. However, they felt that it was better than Long Chen's adventure. In fact, when Long Chen won the battle, the young martial god had a huge problem. Not only did the barbarian general fail to steal the statue of the Dark Goddess, but the young martial god's whereabouts were also exposed. Judging from the mirror, the young martial god seemed to be extremely nervous. He was fleeing at his fastest speed. Behind him, the entire tribe was in a terrible uproar. Countless curses and curses were heard. Following that, a few people rushed out of the tribe and charged toward the young martial god. These people were all Grey Priests. There were 7 or 8 Grey Priests in total. Among them, there were definitely cultivators in the late stage of the second Nirvana tribulation. All of them were extremely furious. Their expressions were ferocious as they dashed forward and chased after the young martial god. In the dusky wilderness, a day of escaping while being chased by others, the situation was very similar to Feng Zhilin's previous encounter. However, the difference was that Feng Zhilin used her courage to successfully reach the statue of the Dark Goddess and completed the mission, while Yang Chen waited in vain for a few days without any results. The huge contrast made everyone's jaw drop. Many people in the Dragon Dance Hall couldn't stay calm after witnessing the deadly chase. The young martial god didn't have much of an advantage in terms of speed. Of course, the only advantage he had was that he was almost immortal. Since he was immortal, he would definitely have a way to escape. That was what the cultivators in the Dragon Dance Hall thought. After all, they knew the young martial god's condition very well. It was a long tug of war. After the remnants of darkness realized that the young martial god was actually a human, they were even more determined to kill him. Yang Chen has no chance. Let's pray that he can escape. To be honest, he's not stupid. However, compared to Long Chen, he's obviously not on the same level. At least in terms of courage, he's much weaker. What they said was only fair. Not everyone would go against their conscience, except for those loyal to Yi Futu. Seeing this result, the 3 martial honorables all had different expressions. Wenren Shi did not seem to think much of this matter, while Lin Juniao revealed a satisfied and warm smile. As for Yi Futu, his face was basically full of smiles. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yang Chen was desperately fleeing while being chased. At the same time, Long Chen had completely become the core of the Dark Tribe's followers in the celebration and worship of the Dark Tribe. He had basically replaced the position of the Black Priest in the Black Rock Tribe. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the East Wind. With his current status, it shouldn't be difficult for him to take away the statue of the Dark Goddess. Of course, this depended on the method. The main loss of the Black Lava tribe was the death of a few gray-robed priests. After burying them, the survivors of the darkness forgot their sorrow and immersed themselves in the joy of surviving a calamity. Long Chen was the main character of this celebration. A day later, he was finally freed from the passionate encirclement of the Dark Tribe and returned to the most luxurious residence that Tu had arranged for him. The luxurious residence of the Dark Tribe was actually very ordinary. The only good thing about it was that it was very close to the shrine. In the shrine, Long Chen's target was placed. Tu was very excited. The Dark Tribe knew how to use precious materials to brew very strong alcohol. Long Chen was fine, but Tu was already drunk. This was just the right time for Long Chen to ask questions. Looking at the dark moonlight outside the window, Long Chen asked in a deep voice, "I heard that in the entire Black Rock tribe, only you can enter the shrine." Tu looked at Long Chen with eyes full of worship and fanaticism. He said proudly, "Yes, I'm the son of darkness. Only I have the right to enter. If anyone else enters, it'll be blasphemy against the goddess. Otherwise, I can only enter the shrine once every Zhouji." Zhouji. Yes, which means that every 7 days, I have the right to enter the shrine to clean. Of course, Sir Oracle was sent by the goddess to save us, so he also has the right to enter. Tu said in a daze. Oh. If he wanted to get the statue, he had to go in openly. Long Chen nodded and asked, "Then, when is the next Zhouji?" "The day after tomorrow. At noon, all the Dark Tribe members will worship in front of the shrine. At that time, I can enter to clean and serve the goddess until the end of the worship." Done. A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. In truth, Zhang Xian had used most of his brains to obtain this statue. Killing a few savage beasts was a walk in the park for him. However, it was much more effective to make use of this method rather than relying solely on brute force. He waited quietly. During this time, he asked too many questions and planned his escape route. After everything was ready, the Zhouji began on the third day. At noon, tens of thousands of Dark Tribe members gathered outside the shrine. They prostrated themselves and knelt on the ground devoutly, silently chanting the Goddess of Darkness song. The barbarian general, the Grey Priest, and the Black Priest were at the front. The song was very long and had to be chanted at least 10 times. This had always been the rule. The entire front of the shrine was filled with buzzing sounds. The power of faith rushed up to the shrine. Long Chen and Tu could only enter the shrine after bathing and changing their clothes. Tu could only enter the shrine after kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. The ceremony was very solemn. Long Chen was much more natural and walked straight in. When he was outside, Long Chen could almost see the statue of the Goddess of Darkness in the distance. The statue was pure black and not tall. Its entire body was like a black crystal, shining brightly. This statue was of a beautiful woman that could turn all living things upside down. It was quiet and peaceful, giving people a sense of peace and belonging. Long Chen was 10 meters away from the statue. He stood in front of the statue and looked at it a few more times. He felt a sense of exhaustion. He couldn't wait to fall asleep in front of the statue of the goddess. It's a little like Xuanji. This whimsical thought suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. Of course, it was only similar in temperament, cold, and peaceful, but not in appearance. He didn't know where she went after they parted last time. He hoped that she was well. That was the only thing he could hope for now. Oracle. Tu carefully cleaned the shrine and didn't dare to go near the statue. Perhaps he noticed that Long Chen was too close, so he reminded him. Don't worry, I know what to do. Long Chen smiled and said, which made Tu feel more at ease. He looked back and saw that the black priest was about 100 meters away from the main entrance of the shrine. He was secretly looking up at his back. As expected, he doesn't trust me and is still wary of me. Long Chen frowned slightly. With this guy watching, it didn't seem easy to keep the statue. Long Chen pondered for a while. The black priest was powerful enough to kill him in a second. Snatching it would be a failure, and his previous efforts would go to waste. Therefore, he quietly thought of other ways. Maybe a substitute is a good choice. Long Chen had a plan in mind. He memorized every detail of the statue of the goddess of darkness. The time for worship passed quickly, and Long Chen returned to his residence. His residence was actually outside the shrine. However, there were usually 3 gray priests guarding the entrance of the shrine, so it wasn't easy to get the statue. After returning to his residence, Long Chen created another statue in his god kingdom based on the statue of the goddess of darkness. In his god kingdom, there were still some places that he could control. In this part of the god kingdom, Long Chen was almost an existence equivalent to a god. In addition, he had many other materials. It took him about a night to create a high-quality replica of the statue of the goddess of darkness. This lifelike statue of the goddess of darkness that could almost be passed off as the real one made Long Chen very satisfied. He wasn't good at this, and the reason he could create such a similar statue was all because of the control of the god kingdom. And Li Xuanji, this fake statue was slightly similar to the goddess of darkness, and it was closer to Li Xuanji. Is this what it means to miss her? Long Chen couldn't avoid it. He really missed this woman, so when he made the fake statue, he added Li Xuanji's appearance. Apart from this, there was not much difference between the 2 statues in terms of their appearances. How can I switch the real and fake statue without changing its expression? Long Chen pondered for a safe answer. The simplest problem was that after 7 days, when he went into the shrine to worship the goddess of darkness again, he could create a small accident. Amidst the chaos, he could deceive the others and switch the real and fake statues. This was the safest method. However, he was afraid that if he stayed here for another 7 days, the black-robed priest would be anxious. He didn't trust him at all. It was always late at night in the Dark Kingdom, and there was no day. Therefore, the time they were active was also irregular. Only by counting the hours could one know what time it was. When Long Chen was pondering how to enter the temple in advance, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a gray-robed priest monitoring him. This must be the black-robed priest who was worried about him, so he sent him to monitor him. The other party was monitoring him very closely, and even a little unscrupulous. Logically speaking, with Long Chen's identity as the oracle, he would have a temper if he wasn't trusted. Long Chen smiled inwardly and came up with a plan. Chapter 15:15. Seeing Long Chen's sudden attack, the cultivators in the Dragon Dance Hall were dumbfounded. What's he doing? Is he trying to destroy the reputation he built up with so much effort? That's impossible. I think he's going to take a risk. This guy never plays by the rules. People like him are the scariest. If he's an enemy, he'll be a nightmare. Fortunately, he's one of us. Long Chen's situation wasn't that dangerous, but the little martial god situation was the most dangerous. In fact, the little martial god had been fleeing and fighting since a day ago. Yang Chen's situation was slightly different from Feng Jilin's. Feng Jilin was trying her best to escape, but Yang Chen didn't have one. He fell into a frenzied state of battle and returned to his original appearance. The original Yang Chen had an eccentric temper and loved to fight. But because of that, he seemed to have lost part of his intelligence. There were a total of 8 Grey Priests, and 2 of them were equivalent to Wenren Jingtao in the late phase of the second Nirvana stage. The young martial god could barely handle one of them, but 2 were too much for him. Although he had an immortal body, he was still beaten into pieces every time. Yang Chen was able to escape again because they thought that he was dead. However, he wasn't very intelligent. He insisted on fighting the Grey Priests until the end. Along the way, 2 Grey Priests had already died in Yang Chen's hands. This angered the Dark Remnants even more. They were very surprised by Yang Chen's immortal body, which was a symbol of the devil. There was no end to the fighting and moving along the way. Of course, if Yang Chen didn't have an immortal body, he would have died many times over. To the Grey Priests, Yang Chen was simply like a savage beast. They couldn't kill him at all. A savage beast in human form. Furthermore, Yang Chen's recovery ability was even more insane. Even if he was torn in half, he could turn into 2 people to fight. At this rate, although the young martial god won't die and is practically invincible in battle, it seems like it won't be easy for him to get the statue of the Dark Goddess. Yeah, he seems to have completely lost his mind. He doesn't even know that he should fight for the statue. Regarding this, those who originally had high hopes for him felt that it was a pity. As for Hall Master Hanwu and the others, they all looked terrible and didn't speak much. In the current situation, they could no longer be as complacent as before. At this rate, Yang Chen seems to be heading towards the Black Rock tribe. No, his current position doesn't seem to be far from the Black Rock tribe. At first, no one paid attention to this. When they realized this, everyone stood up from their seats and looked at the result in shock. What would happen if Long Chen encountered Yang Chen, who was in a frenzied battle when he took away the statue? The crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. Due to Yang Chen's arrival, things seemed to have become more interesting and suspenseful. Long Chen was furious. He was about to explode. Of course, this was all an act. He looked extremely furious. The moment he attacked, he caused a huge commotion. Tu, who was not far away, was the first to wake up. Then, the barbarian generals nearby and the few remaining Grey Priests also noticed the commotion. In an instant, everyone rushed over. The area in front of the shrine quickly became very lively. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry to kill the other party. Instead, he waited for enough people to arrive before launching his attack. The Grey Priest who was attacked by him was shocked. Long Chen's attack was too fierce. He couldn't withstand it at all. In a short period of time, there were already tens of thousands of dark survivors surrounding the area. They looked at the scene in confusion. They realized that Long Chen seemed to be angry. It was a huge matter when the oracle was angry. Instantly, everyone knelt on the ground as if they were enduring the wrath of God. Tu's face was full of fear. He knelt and begged, "Oracle, Oracle, what happened?" As Long Chen attacked, he coldly shouted, "I also want to know what exactly happened. It seems that even now, you still don't believe me. If you don't believe me, then just say it. I'll leave this place immediately. Is there a need to let this fellow monitor me?" After he said this, the Black Priest and the others finally appeared. Long Chen subdued them and used the god-slaying sword to control them. Only then did the chaotic situation come to a stop. The Grey Priest knelt on the ground, trembling. He didn't expect that Long Chen would be so angry. For a moment, his face was pale and he couldn't say a word. "Bastard, it's you again." Tu angrily stood up, stared at the black-robed priest and shouted, "You must have sent people to spy on God's envoy, right? This is not the first time you have done such a foolish thing. God's envoy has saved our tribe, but you sent people to spy on him. Spying on him is a disgrace to our dark race. You are blaspheming God. Tu Chen's provocation stirred up the majority of the dark survivors. Their respect for Long Chen had reached an unimaginable level. Long Chen's anger was almost equal to their anger. In a short time, a large number of dark survivors gathered and attacked the black-clothed priest. They didn't care about their own safety and rushed towards the black-clothed priest. For a moment, the black-clothed priest panicked. This was the first time the dark survivors rebelled against his regime and caused such a huge riot. Forget it. Long Chen kicked the gray-robed priest away. His whole body was burning with anger. He had already controlled his position and was standing closest to the shrine. The three gray-robed priests guarding the shrine were also as quiet as cicadas in winter. They blankly stared at the riot of the remnants of darkness. Long Chen didn't say a word. His surging anger scared the three gray-robed priests, and when Long Chen charged into the temple without a word, no one tried to stop him. The black-robed priest was greatly alarmed, but at this moment, he was already the target of everyone's criticism. Countless fanatical dark race survivors blocked his path, insulting and condemning him. Everyone, stop. Long Chen stood alone beside the statue of the dark goddess. Everyone quieted down. You still don't trust me. I can't stand it. Long Chen coldly looked at everyone and said word by word. When everyone was silent out of fear, he said, "So, perhaps the goddess will no longer care for your race, because your hearts are full of despicable and suspicious, full of selfishness. I'm going to leave with her statue, and when you repent, I'll come back." Although it was a bit excessive, it didn't matter. In a short time, Long Chen dragged the dark goddess statue into the divine kingdom. For a moment, all the dark survivors were stunned. They knelt on the ground and blocked the exit of the shrine. When Long Chen took away the statue, they didn't want to resist, but to beg for forgiveness. This was the power of faith. They believed in the dark goddess, so they didn't doubt Long Chen's actions. For a moment, everyone was in a panic, begging for Long Chen's forgiveness. Divine Emissary, we were wrong. We have decided to repent. Yes, we won't repent. But this isn't our fault. It's all because of the Black Priest. He's the one who caused all this. He's also the one who is selfish. This has nothing to do with us. Please, like this rang out incessantly. Everyone's voice was filled with tears, and they looked miserable and anxious. The statue was too important to them. Long Chen finally understood that faith was a kind of poison. They were all heavily poisoned. Tu Yi didn't expect Long Chen to have such a big reaction. He knelt in front of the shrine. Today wasn't the Zhou dynasty sacrifice, so he didn't dare to enter the shrine. He could only cry and complain, "Lord Oracle, this is only the problem of the black-robed priest. I hope that Lord Oracle can understand all of us dark survivors. If the statue is no longer here, I will commit suicide for the first time." As soon as he said this, the other dark survivors agreed. As for the Black Priest, he was also bewildered as he looked at the riot. Of course, Long Chen couldn't let them all die. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He could already push the boat with the current, so he naturally took out the fake dark goddess statue and put it back in its original position. Seeing Long Chen's action, all the dark survivors heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen concluded, "I was too impulsive today. I'm really sorry. My personality has always been like this. I'm not perfect. But since there are people who see me as a thorn in their side, I don't need to stay in the Black Rock tribe anymore. Of course, if you are in trouble, I have the mission to come back and save you. So, there's no need to ask me to stay." At this point, Tu Yi couldn't say anything. He knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes and said, "Divine Emissary, Tu Yi will follow you for life. Those despicable people who don't know right from wrong will receive the punishment they deserve one day." The dark survivors were immersed in the joy of being favored by the dark goddess. No one realized that the statue of the dark goddess had actually been replaced by Long Chen. The temple was very big. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it. Standing outside, they could only see a blurry corner of the statue. Long Chen walked to the entrance of the temple. He looked straight at the black-robed priest. The black-robed priest didn't know that Long Chen's target was the statue. Long Chen's extreme actions just now didn't make him suspect anything. Since you don't trust me, there's no need for me to stay here. I hope that we can meet again. I have my mission and won't stop because of your rejection. The black-robed priest was speechless. Because he was now the target of thousands of people and was being scolded by tens of thousands of dark survivors. If he said anything inappropriate, the dark survivors would probably not let him go. Even many of the gray-robed priests were doubting themselves. His ruling authority was greatly challenged. If he continued like this, he would probably be forced to step down. Moreover, Long Chen was going to leave anyway. His mind was in a mess. The black-robed priest finally snorted coldly and left after ensuring his authority. Amazing. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone was full of admiration. I recommend everyone to read The King of Online Games, Invincible. Chapter 15-16. Long Chen made use of the Grey Priest who was monitoring him, and cleverly exchanged the statue of the Goddess of Darkness with his own hands. If one didn't enter the shrine, it would be hard to tell if the statue was real or fake. Of course, only Tu Chang could enter. The others couldn't. Tu Chang was a 7-Fang warrior. With his insight, he might not be able to tell if the statue was real or fake even if he stood right in front of it. Long Chen's move was equally reliable. Next, he had to leave the Black Rock tribe. Although the people wouldn't be willing to let him go, he had to leave. As soon as the black-robed priest turned around, all the dark race survivors started weeping and begging Long Chen not to leave. Long Chen said helplessly, "I've already said that if the Black Rock tribe is in trouble, I'll come back." Under his serious insistence, everyone was speechless. Tu Chang knelt down and said sincerely, "Lord Messenger, let us send you off." Everyone agreed. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief after finally completing the mission. He believed that his performance this time was perfect. Only Long Chen could take away the statue of the Dark Goddess without batting an eyelid in front of a black-cloaked priest who was strong enough to kill him in an instant. However, what Long Chen didn't know was that the higher-ups in the Dragon Dance Hall were extremely nervous. Their vision was different from Long Chen's. Feng Jilin's bronze mirror was silent, but Yang Chen's side was extremely lively. He had been fighting with the 8 Grey Priests for many days, and now there were only 5 of them left. In fact, the 5 Grey Priests were already afraid of this little martial god because they couldn't kill him no matter what. After using up a lot of energy, the 5 Grey Priests were so tired that they didn't look human anymore. Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't seem to be very intelligent. In order to kill Yang Chen, the reason why the 5 gray-cloaked priests persisted until now was because they had lured Yang Chen towards the Black Rock tribe. As long as the Black Rock tribe's priests appeared, they might have a way to deal with Yang Chen. At least that was what they thought. We're getting closer. Long Chen's luck is really bad. He was about to leave when Yang Chen went in. Based on their identities as humans and the fact that Yang Chen had taken the goddess of darkness away, his lies were about to fall apart. Yes, those darkness survivors trusted him so much, yet he lied to them. Once he is discovered, he will definitely suffer the most bitter revenge, especially from the black-robed priest who has been suspicious of him. He will definitely not let him go. There's going to be a good show to watch. I wonder what Long Chen is going to do this time. How can there be a way to solve the problem after his scheme has been exposed? This is something that he didn't expect. We can only see his ability to adapt to the situation. Long Chen could never have imagined that there would be such a coincidence. If he had left earlier, this matter would have nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to leave, there was a commotion outside the Black Rock tribe. The sound of a huge battle could be heard. What happened? Everyone was stunned. If it was accompanied by beast roars, they would think that the beasts were attacking the city again. But what was certain was that there must be warriors above the level of a gray-robed priest who were engaged in a fierce battle. Is the Black Rock priest here? I'm Jiang of the Snow Fog tribe. I'm here to ask for help today. Among the 8 major tribes of the darkness survivors, there was a certain competitive relationship between them. However, when facing external enemies, they still worked together. The other party was very clear that they lured Yang Chen here to attract the attention of the Black Rock priest. The long battle was almost out of control. The gray-robed priest didn't dare to lead the battle into the Black Rock tribe. However, Yang Chen seemed to have gone crazy and directly attacked in the sky, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. All of the dark race survivors raised their heads in shock and looked up at the sky. A young man who looked similar to Long Chen was fighting with the 5 gray-robed priests, but he was fierce and domineering. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was extremely shocked. How did this happen? He took a step back and stared at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was besieged. Obviously, the matter had been exposed. It wasn't important whether he had obtained the statue of the Dark Goddess or not. What was important was that Long Chen immediately thought of many bad consequences. At this critical juncture, he had 2 choices. The first was to escape immediately. Perhaps the black-robed priest would temporarily ignore him, but that was very unlikely. Considering the black-robed priest's hatred for Long Chen, there was no way he would give up this opportunity. As for the second choice, it was to calm down and think of a solution. He chose the second one. Both were risky, but obviously the second choice was more reliable. What happened? The black-robed priest rushed into the sky. As soon as he saw Yang Chen's appearance, his gaze turned gloomy. He growled in a low voice, "It's the human race again." The gray-robed priest of the Snow Fog tribe said loudly, "Lord Black-robed Priest, this person is the devil of the human race who disappeared for 10,000 years. We don't know why he rushed into the Dark Kingdom. He controlled our people and tried to sneak into our shrine to steal the statue of the Dark Goddess. However, he was discovered by us and chased to this place. We can't do anything to him, so we hope that black-robed priest can help us." This information made the black-robed priest silent for a while. Stealing the statue of the Dark Goddess, human race, this series of information was so similar to what Long Chen had done just now. Doesn't this mean, the black-robed priest's depression from being suppressed by Long Chen was swept away at this moment? He almost looked up to the sky and laughed. So this was the case. The opportunity to turn the tables was right in front of him. Not only did he want to vent his anger, but he could also regain his position. After understanding the truth, he wanted to kill Long Chen. He looked at Yang Chen angrily and said, "How dare you blaspheme the statue of our Dark Goddess? You deserve to die." He reached out his hand and Yang Chen was swallowed by a black whirlpool. The black-robed priest roared and punched Yang Chen's body, instantly smashing this living person into pieces. Only half of his head was still intact. The black-robed priest finally showed his power. Everyone was frightened. Everyone heard the words of the gray-robed priest of the Snow Fog tribe clearly. Among the survivors of the Dark Kingdom, there were many who were blind, but there were also many who were smart. They all thought about Long Chen's actions just now and his identity as a human. Was there a connection between the two? In the eyes of the martial artists of the Black Rock tribe, the black-robed priest killed Yang Chen with a punch. If Yang Chen didn't have the immortal body, he would indeed have the ability to do so. After dealing with Yang Chen, the black-robed priest's cold gaze was directed at Long Chen. Just when he was about to question him, Yang Chen's shattered flesh and blood began to reassemble, turning into a complete human form. This heaven-defying method of rebirth was even more terrifying than the rebirth of a savage beast. Savage beast! Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone retreated in fear. The black-robed priest was also confused. How could this human survive after being beaten to such a state? What the hell? Lord Black-robed Priest, this demon is very strange. He has the immortal body. If it wasn't for that, we would have killed him 1,000,000 times. It's precisely because he has the body of a savage beast that 3 of our gray-robed priests have died in his hands. Another gray-robed priest said sorrowfully, I heard that Lord Black-robed Priest's dark cage is extremely powerful. We can't kill this demon for now. I hope Lord Black-robed Priest can imprison him first. The black-robed priest was shocked. Yang Chen started to go crazy again, attacking everywhere ferociously. The black-robed priest's main target was still Long Chen. Thinking of this, he listened to the others and rushed forward to cast the Xiantian Daoist technique, the dark cage. Under his spell, Yang Chen was covered by a black membrane. The membrane was soft but strong. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out. The black-robed priest kicked Yang Chen directly in front of Long Chen. Boom! The ground trembled, and the people around Long Chen all retreated in fright. Thank you, Lord Black-robed Priest. The gray-robed priests of the Snow Fog tribe were overjoyed and extremely grateful. However, the black-robed priest didn't care about them. Instead, he walked towards Long Chen's direction step by step. The other human demon is also here to steal the statue of the goddess. The gray-robed priest of the Snow Fog tribe was shocked. They finally saw Long Chen. After Yang Chen was imprisoned, the atmosphere between Long Chen and the black-robed priest became extremely tense. Most people were confused and didn't know what was going on. The black-robed priest descended in front of Long Chen. The huge dark pressure from his body was like a whirlpool, pressing on Long Chen's body. Long Chen couldn't move. He said in a cold tone, "Kid, your trick has been exposed. What else do you have to say?" Indeed, the evidence was conclusive. However, Long Chen might not be defeated just like that. When the black-robed priest was dealing with Yang Chen, he was already looking for a feasible solution. The black-robed priest was extremely angry. Under his control, Long Chen's body was under great pressure. He couldn't move, and even had difficulty breathing. He was completely suppressed, like a huge mountain was pressing on him. The black-robed priest was definitely the kind of person who would kill him if there was a disagreement. He didn't have an immortal body like Yang Chen. If the black-robed priest made a move, Long Chen would definitely die. Even the people in the Dragon Dance Hall held their breaths and watched carefully. Chapter 15-17. In fact, Long Chen could also disregard his relationship with Yang Chen. If that was the case, it would have nothing to do with him. As for him moving the statue earlier, it was just a coincidence. If he left Yang Chen here and let him fend for himself, he might be able to become the champion. However, the people from Yi Fuda's faction would never be convinced by him. Long Chen became the Saint Martial Emperor because he wanted them to be convinced. They would also use all kinds of excuses to slander him. For example, if Long Chen left Yang Chen alone, they would definitely doubt whether Long Chen was good or evil. No matter what, Yang Chen and Long Chen now belonged to the same faction. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't going to choose this path. At times like this, the more timid one was, the more likely he would lose. Therefore, Long Chen had to act like he was calm. Facing the priest's questioning, his expression didn't change. "What else do you have to say, thief pretending to be a fraud?" The priest sneered coldly. The battle between the two depended on the support of the people. Initially, the people were on Long Chen's side. Due to the appearance of the young martial god, they started to waver. Long Chen couldn't let the other party have the chance to take advantage of him. He made a prompt decision and replied, "There's no need to put such a heavy label on me. I know you're not happy with me. Are you trying to frame me just by listening to one side of the story?" The priest said coldly, "This guy is obviously your accomplice. He stole the statue of the goddess of darkness. You must have the same intention." Long Chen didn't deny the fact that Yang Chen was on the same side as him. He said, "It's true that he's my companion, and it's true that we're shouldering the mission of taking away the goddess statue this time. However, we're the same batch of people who received the goddess decree. This decree shouldn't be revealed to you guys, what?" The crowd broke into an uproar. Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions and the black-robed priest's confused expression, Long Chen knew his lie would work. He calmly said, "Now that things have come to this, I have to admit that part of the reason I came here was to take away the statue of the goddess, but it was not malicious. My partner is the same. You may not believe me when I say it, but I have to say it today. 2, come here." Sometimes, talking was more thrilling than fighting. Accidentally encountering such a situation, Long Chen could only rely on his oracle's power to save himself. To him, 2 was a big chess piece. "We bear an important mission, but I may not be able to make this mission known to the public. This concerns the goddess, and as the child of darkness, you have the right to know what our mission is." 2 was still immersed in the clouds. He stared blankly at Long Chen. Was Long Chen real or fake? From the fact that he killed the beasts and saved the entire Black Rock tribe, he must be real. 2 firmly believed that he was real. Long Chen's purpose was to make use of 2's trust in him to separate him from the black-robed priest. The black-robed priest's biggest mistake was that he did not subdue Long Chen immediately. Instead, he gave Long Chen a chance to retaliate. Long Chen moved closer to 2's ear and whispered to him, "Do you believe me? If I was really like that, if I had set my sights on the statue of the goddess because of my own selfish desires, I wouldn't have needed to save you at all. At the most chaotic time, I could have just left with the statue. However, I didn't." Long Chen's words had the power to control souls. He was confident that he could influence this little guy's thoughts and make him follow him. He continued, "Maybe you won't believe it, but the truth is like this. When I obtained this godly sword, the mission I received wasn't just to kill the beasts. The goddess has been silent for hundreds of thousands of years, and she is finally going to be resurrected. Every statue is a part of her body, and the key to her resurrection. This idea was borrowed from the Lord of the Tragic City." Previously, when Yang Chen was surrounded, Long Chen thought of this in a moment of desperation. After hearing the truth from Long Chen's mouth, 2 was truly stunned. That majestic statue was actually a part of the goddess body. What kind of holiness and glory was that? As for Long Chen, did he really appear to revive the goddess? He and his friends went to every tribe just to get this thing. Maybe it's funny, but I think that based on how much you value the statue, you might not believe us and hand over the statue to us. So I've been thinking of ways. Today, I've completely thought it through. You guys can't leave the statue, and I want to really take it away. Maybe I need to communicate with the barbarian king, but the priest obviously won't believe my words. He's a stubborn old man. 2, you're a smart kid, can you help me?" This was the communication between Long Chen and Tuesday. The magic of the divine soul was infinite. Long Chen was born with this kind of supernatural characteristic. His words were very powerful, and he shocked 2's heart again and again. He grasped one point, and that was 2's fanaticism and respect for the goddess of darkness. "Lord Oracle, what do you need me to do?" For the resurrection of the goddess, I'm willing to do anything. Long Chen's sincere eyes made him forget a lot of things, and wholeheartedly devoted himself to the resurrection of the goddess. Tu shouted out these words. Everyone heard the words resurrection of the goddess, which made many people's minds confused. What did this mean? Long Chen secretly told Tu the method. Tu understood. In his eyes, the position of Oracle Long Chen was unshakable. Maybe it was because of the first impression. No matter who was suspicious, only he still firmly believed in it, because he had seen a miracle. Everyone. Tu stood firmly in front of Long Chen and said in a clear voice, "The mission of the oracle is great, but this is also the goddess' secret, a major secret. No one can stop the mission of the oracle, and no one can doubt the identity of the oracle. Everything he does is for the survivors of darkness. Perhaps you have a little misunderstanding about him, but he is willing to bring his companions to the main tribe to meet the barbarian king and explain their mission." It was because of this mystery and Tu's seriousness that the doubts in the hearts of the people gradually disappeared. The black-robed priest's face turned ugly. "Tu, you better get out of here. Don't harm our Black Rock tribe. Let me kill him now and meet the barbarian king. He has the guts to do so. I think he wants to escape midway." Not to be outdone, Tu said, "Lord Priest is really ridiculous. If he wasn't an oracle, why would he spend so much effort to save our entire tribe? If he really only wanted to take away the statue, he could have taken it away during the chaos when he escaped. He wouldn't have stayed here until today. Besides, if you were worried that he would escape, the black-robed priest could have personally brought him to the main tribe. Anyway, after the savage beasts attacked the city, they wouldn't come back for a while. Long Chen's purpose was actually to escape midway. The road to the main tribe would pass through one of the sealed exits. Long Chen had studied the map of the Dark Kingdom, so he remembered this point. His strength was not weak. At that time, even if the black-robed priest escorted him, he still had a way to escape. Even Feng Jilin could escape, let alone him. It was mainly because the black-robed priest didn't think that Long Chen could escape from the sealed exit. In fact, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, the sealed exit was no longer the same as before. They didn't even know that it was the exit. This was also very normal. Long Chen brought the dark cage that surrounded Yang Chen and brought him into his own kingdom of God. Then, he turned around. Countless survivors of the Dark Kingdom were staring at him. Long Chen's only goal now was to escape. The fake statue in the shrine hadn't been discovered yet. He had to hurry. He shouted, "I'm sorry everyone, there are some things that I can't tell you. I'll say it again, I've never thought of myself as an oracle, but I have my mission. Perhaps I can't achieve it for the time being, but I will meet the barbarian king. At that time, I can clear my name. Lord Oracle is right. The black-robed priest has a personal grudge against Lord Oracle. We can't let him offend the gods and harm Lord Oracle. If Lord Oracle is willing to meet the barbarian king to clear his name, we are also willing to follow him and make the black-robed priest speechless. No matter what the black-robed priest thinks, we have to send at least 1,000 people to protect Lord Oracle and head to the main tribe together. You don't have to be afraid of the beast. With Lord Oracle here, do we still have to be afraid of the beast? Will we forget the fact that Lord Oracle killed the beast and saved tens of thousands of lives just because of a few words from others? Long Chen conquered Tu's heart, which was equivalent to conquering the hearts of the people. Under Tu's instigation, everyone had long forgotten about the statue. The black-robed priest hadn't stopped yet. They had already decided to escort Long Chen to the main tribe with their lives. The ruler of the remnant of darkness was different from the outside world. Each tribe only had tens of thousands of people. The biggest task of the black-robed priest was to ensure the increase of the population. If his decision made the remnant of darkness dissatisfied, and if more than 1,000 remnant of darkness disobeyed his decision, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Unlike the true martial emperor palace which had countless geniuses, it didn't matter how many people wanted to die. The black-robed priest's authority came from the barbarian king. This was also the reason why even though the black-robed priest still suspected Long Chen was still able to stay here. For the last time, Long Chen also adapted to the situation and ingeniously mobilized the power of the people. With Tu as the leader, he carried out his escape plan. Chapter 15-18. Long Chen was relieved. He had finally passed this hurdle by a hair's breadth. The next step was to escape when they got close to the seal. This wasn't a big problem. After all, they didn't know that there would be an exit in the middle of the route. Using the resurrection of the goddess to fool Tu, and using the fact that there was an exit in the middle of the route to meet the barbarian king, Long Chen had used his ability to adapt to the situation to the maximum. He believed that he would be perfect in the second round of evaluation. He couldn't help but admire himself. Although the black-robed priest was unwilling to accept that Long Chen had managed to escape with his glib tongue, he believed that he was still smarter than Long Chen. I want to see how you can deceive the barbarian kings after I bring you to them. Also, don't even think about escaping. I will personally escort you. As long as you are still in the Dark Kingdom, don't even think about escaping in front of me. The priest had the right to say such words. Feng Jilin was even faster than Long Chen. If it wasn't for the magic eye crystal, she would have been killed by the priest. She wouldn't have been able to escape. Every black-robed priest was a third-level Nirvana Tribulation martial practitioner. Those who could survive the third Nirvana Tribulation were all old monsters who were more than 10,000 years old. To be able to survive the third Nirvana Tribulation without dying, basically every warrior had something special about them. Long Chen was smart enough to get Yang Chen into his God Kingdom in advance. Otherwise, if Yang Chen was held hostage, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. After the priest said that, the matter was more or less settled. No one would have thought that the lonely statue of the goddess in the temple would be fake. When Tu followed Long Chen on the journey, no one could enter the temple, let alone know that the statue of the goddess was fake. Tu Chen carefully selected more than 1,000 dark race survivors who were loyal enough to Long Chen and were willing to protect him with their lives. They followed Long Chen to the main tribe. In the Black Rock tribe, the other experts stayed behind to guard. Only the priest and the 5 people of the Snow Fog tribe guarded Long Chen and Tu from 5 directions. They kept an eye on Long Chen to prevent Long Chen from escaping. Other than that, even the priest couldn't do anything to Long Chen. The thousands of dark survivors also stared at the priest. If he dared to do anything to Long Chen, they would dare to do the same to him. You're lucky to have met this group of idiots who are willing to be deceived by you, and there's also this stupid Tuesday. But kid, don't be too proud. Once you reach the main tribe, you won't be able to escape. The elites of the main tribe won't be fooled by you. The priest moved closer to Long Chen's ear and said fiercely. Long Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked forward with a strong sense of righteousness, completely unaffected by the priest's words. In Tu's mind, Long Chen was always magnanimous. A huge troop set off in a grandiose manner. Normally, those ordinary dark survivors would not dare to come out. After all, the savage beasts were too terrifying. However, because of Long Chen, they were not afraid of anything. These 1,000 people were like Tu, extremely fanatical Black-Tooth warriors. They had seen Long Chen save the entire Black Rock tribe, so they had no doubt about Long Chen's identity as the Oracle. As for the priest, in their eyes, he was just a stubborn old man who only cared about his own power. In the beginning, he had neglected Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't care about it. Until now, Long Chen didn't care about it. He was willing to prove himself in front of the barbarian king. From the Black Rock tribe to the main tribe, it would take at least a month according to the turtle's speed. Fortunately, it would only take 5 or 6 days to reach the exit of the seal. Long Chen had studied how to escape as soon as possible. This entrance was one of the few entrances closest to the Black Rock tribe. Long Chen had considered it before, but he gave up. He didn't expect that it would come in handy at this time. With thousands of black-tooth warriors protecting him, Long Chen felt very touched just thinking about it. In fact, he felt a little apologetic. After all, deceiving the feelings of others was a very bad thing. However, he was kind. He just wanted to take the statue away. So far, he hadn't killed a single dark survivor. He had even truly saved everyone in the Black Rock tribe. Perhaps, my contributions can offset my mistakes. This was what Long Chen thought. His heart was open, and he no longer had any burdens. From Yang Chen's appearance to Long Chen completely resolving the crisis, the eyes of the experts in the Dragon Dance Hall had never left Long Chen. Long Chen's performance could be considered to have given this trial a perfect ending. He didn't use any power at all. He only relied on dividing, roping in, and inciting people's hearts to resolve this sudden crisis. This showed how powerful he was. It wasn't just in terms of combat power. Every other ability, especially the ability to adapt to the situation, was perfect. In the second round of the assessment, Long Chen had completed every item perfectly. If it was according to normal scoring, Long Chen estimated that as long as he left safely, it wouldn't be a problem to pull away from Yang Chen by 25 points. Even Wen Renshi and the others couldn't help but admire Long Chen's control of the situation, as well as his ability to incite people's hearts. He had a very sensitive sense of touch. He could find the most suitable way to solve the most important problem in the simplest way. In fact, this was what a decision-maker and commander needed the most. True combat power wasn't that important. The sacred martial emperor only needed to have the potential to become as strong as the great emperor Zhenwu. Wen Renshi said, in terms of leadership, decision-making, good and evil views, and adaptability, Long Chen's performance in all these aspects is superb. It can be said that he obtained the Darkness Goddess statue effortlessly. Although it was risky, he knew his limits. I just want to say that the Emperor Lord has never made a mistake in choosing people. Wen Renshi had been silent for a long time. Now that he suddenly spoke, everyone could only nod with a bitter smile on their faces. In fact, if it was someone else, no one would be able to obtain the statue so easily and decisively when they were at Long Chen's level. No one could do it. In this world, only Long Chen could. For 5 days, Long Chen spent most of his time with Tuesday looking at the mountains in front of him. Long Chen's gaze was indifferent. Long Chen hadn't made a move for 5 days, and the other party had slightly relaxed their vigilance, giving Long Chen a chance to talk to Tuesday. The black-robed priest and the 5 gray-robed priests guarded 10 meters away from Long Chen, mixed in with the other black-tooth warriors. Everyone walked into this mountain range. Arriving here, Long Chen was completely relieved. No one knew that he had already reached his destination. For others, the main tribe was far away. Long Chen walked and stood on a small hill. He stopped, looked ahead, and asked, "Tu, why do you believe me?" Tu was a little confused. He said, "Because you are the oracle." Because Long Chen stopped, the team also stopped. Most people were watching the situation on Long Chen's side. Long Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. He said, "But I told you long ago, I am not the oracle." Tu thought Long Chen was joking. He chuckled and rubbed his head. Looking at this innocent youth, Long Chen perhaps really couldn't bear to lie to him. The truth was a huge blow to him. Long Chen wasn't willing to let him accept this truth. Perhaps years later, when he cleaned the statue of the goddess, he would find out that the statue was fake. Perhaps, he would never know. This was even better. People had to grow. This experience was very precious to Tuesday. At least he had truly witnessed a miracle. Of course, it was only a miracle in his eyes. Hurry up and go. Don't stay and waste time, the black-robed priest said impatiently. Long Chen didn't pay attention to him. He moved closer to Tu's ear and said, "Fine, then I'll tell you. I really am the oracle, and everything I said is the truth. But I have to go today because I am also a human. I understand that even if I go to the main tribe, I won't be able to escape death. So you have to forgive me for lying to you." When Long Chen said these words, Tu was confused and also shocked. He reached out and held Long Chen's arm, not daring to make a sound. He softly asked, "Sir Oracle, what do you mean by this?" Tu understands. "We will protect you." Long Chen nodded. Long Chen gently pushed his arm away. The power that belonged to Zhenwu the Great fell from his hand to the ground. The small hill he was standing on was actually the exit of the seal. The reason why he stayed here was to bid farewell to Tu for the last time. In fact, during this trip to the Dark Kingdom, Long Chen could not forget him the most. When Zhenwu the Great's power fell to the ground, the others finally realized that something was wrong. "Remember your faith. He will bring light to you." Long Chen pushed Tu away from his side. The next moment, a gap appeared under his feet. A gap in the seal. The black-toothed warriors were dumbfounded. Only the black-robed priest and the others quickly came to their senses. They realized that Long Chen really was trying to escape. In truth, the black-robed priest still had some reverence for Long Chen's identity as divine emissary. It was just that he didn't have any concrete proof. But now, there was real proof that Long Chen was trying to escape. He wasn't a divine emissary. The black-robed priest was very excited, but he was also very flustered. In the shortest time possible, he made 4 demon-breaking spears appear in his hands. With a roar, the 4 demon-breaking spears shot toward Long Chen. Too late. Long Chen felt the power of the seal turning. When the other party threw the demon-breaking spears, a golden light shield appeared over the entire small seal, blocking the power of the demon-breaking spears. Chapter 15-19. At that last moment, he still saw the fanatical reverence in Tu's eyes. He felt a little helpless, but also a little gratified. What Long Chen brought him might not be a bad thing for him. Long Chen only saw Tu, but he didn't see that in the distance, on top of a tall mountain, there was a black figure standing there. As the wind blew, the black dress spread out, and it fluttered in the wind. It was as if the wind was blowing. There were no tears in her eyes, only a beautiful blooming flower by the cliff. Her smooth skin was faintly discernible under the wind. Her face was hidden in the darkness, her delicate little mouth, and her moving dark green eyes shone in the darkness. There were no tears in her eyes, only some inexplicable emotions. There were only some inexplicable emotions. When Long Chen disappeared from the seal, she stood for a long time before jumping down the cliff and disappeared. At this time, Long Chen had already come out of the sealed passage, and the seal was closed again. Coming out of the Dark Kingdom, Long Chen felt a little exhausted. The outside world was shrouded in the divine light of the sun, and Long Chen couldn't adapt to the brightness for a while. Coming out of the Dark Kingdom, he felt much better. It seemed like he was a lot more relaxed, and the divine sense that was suppressed was now slowly unfolding. This period of journey was really thrilling, but at least he successfully completed the mission. Long Chen didn't need to think about what would happen in the Dark Kingdom, and what Tu's fate would be. He didn't care about any of this. Everyone had their own fate. After adapting to the outside world, Long Chen thought of 2 things. The first thing to do was to figure out what to do with Yang Chen. Currently, Yang Chen was still trapped in the dark cage set up by the Black Priest. He was struggling with all his might, but it seemed like he wouldn't be able to break free from the dark cage. In this case, Long Chen could temporarily not think about him, and directly bring him back to the true martial emperor palace. The other point was Feng Xilin's whereabouts. I wonder if she succeeded. Long Chen knew nothing about Feng Xilin. So, he decided to rush back to the true martial emperor palace himself. He was looking forward to the second round of the trial mission. His performance was so amazing, and he wanted to know what the higher-ups of the Dragon Dance Hall would give him. Saint Martial Emperor, the 99 golden demon suppression columns, these things were what Long Chen desired. Maybe it was because of his responsibility, or maybe it was because of his own selfishness. But these were not important. He desperately desired this position and did not want to lose to anyone. In the first round, he had lost a total of 45 points. There was a huge gap between them and he had no hope of winning. He could only hope that the second round would give him extra points. The Dragon Dance Hall wouldn't send anyone to welcome them. They were already waiting for the return of Long Chen and the others. Taking Yang Chen with him, Long Chen rushed towards the direction of Emperor Dong's palace. When he approached the palace, he met Feng Xilin by chance. Using his divine sense, Feng Xilin should be seriously injured. Long Chen hurried over. In a mountain stream, he found Feng Xilin who was recuperating. Her eyes were closed, and her face was deathly pale. When she felt Long Chen approaching, she opened her eyes, and for an instant, her eyes revealed there was a moment of joy in her eyes. She quickly concealed it and asked coldly with an indifferent expression, "How is it? Have you completed the mission?" "Yes." Long Chen stood in front of her and asked, "Do you need help?" Feng Xilin clenched her teeth and shook her head stubbornly. From the city of vain deaths, Long Chen didn't have many celestial essences left. Judging from Feng Xilin's current injuries, they were very serious, so the celestial essences she needed were more precious. However, Long Chen wasn't a stingy person. He just so happened to have a stock of mountain sea spirit ginseng, which had extremely powerful healing abilities for both external and internal injuries. Under the power of darkness, Feng Xilin's limbs were still in a corroded state. She needed Long Chen's mountain sea spiritual ginseng. Mountain sea spiritual ginseng grew between the mountains and the sea. One side was surrounded by the mountains, the other by the water. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy of the mountains and the spiritual energy of the sea, it absorbed for tens of thousands of years and formed two celestial essences. "Who said I want your things?" Feng Xilin replied coldly. Her lips were thin and she looked mean, but her face was beautiful. She was getting more and more flirtatious, and more seductive. This indifferent, aloof, cold, elegant, and noble look was even more alluring. Long Chen smiled and said, "You aren't young anymore. Still throwing a tantrum like a little girl. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Hurry up and save yourself. Let's go back together. Don't waste time." Then, he put the mountain sea spiritual ginseng at Feng Xilin's feet and left to wait for her outside the stream. Feng Xilin was very uncomfortable with what Long Chen said. But thinking about it, it seemed like she really was like what he said. She was furious, but her injuries were too serious. She could only recover first. "Don't be too happy. I'll return what I owe you." Feng Xilin's cold voice came from inside. While Feng Xilin was recovering, Long Chen was observing the real statue of the Dark Goddess in the Kingdom of God. Even though it was in a different position, the statue was still so noble and moving. It made people feel a sense of peace from the bottom of their hearts. Every time he saw the face of the statue, Long Chen would feel a sense of peace in his heart. Not far from the statue was the little martial god who was imprisoned in the dark cage. This guy was very difficult to deal with. In a head-on battle, Long Chen didn't expect himself to win. Now that they were no longer in the Dark Kingdom, Long Chen didn't have to worry about whether he would die there. So he took him out of the kingdom of God. He threw him on the ground and let him struggle out of the dark cage. When Feng Zhilin recovered, Long Chen prepared to leave. As for Yang Chen, it had nothing to do with him when he could struggle out of the dark cage. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry to fight him because there would be a shocking battle when he returned. He didn't think too much about it, but what surprised him was that the little martial god's tenacity was astonishing. After struggling for more than 2 hours, perhaps because they had left the Dark Nation, the influence of the Black Priest's power had weakened. The little martial god was about to break free. As soon as Long Chen noticed it, the dark cage shook continuously. Finally, with a loud bang, Yang Chen rushed out of it in a battered and exhausted state. When he saw his surroundings, he was completely stunned. I'm out. From this point of view, it seemed like this guy was in a clear-headed state. If that was the case, Long Chen felt much more relaxed. Now wasn't the time for a decisive battle. Otherwise, if the little martial god went crazy, he might fight with him here. Yi Futu wouldn't be there to stop him. The next moment, the little martial god saw Long Chen. He looked around in bewilderment. Finally, he calmed himself down and asked, "You're the one who saved me from there, right?" Long Chen nodded. It was an obvious question. The little martial god was actually very shocked. He had been surrounded by those guys for so long and there was nothing he could do. But Long Chen actually withstood the pressure and saved him from there. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "No matter what, thank you." This kind of gratitude was useless. Long Chen didn't care that much. He was glad that the other party didn't pester him endlessly. He didn't know Yang Chen well. He only knew that he had the divine ghost goo in his body. Now was the time for him to wake up. The two of them stood there in silence. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone was looking forward to the confrontation between them. Due to the incident in the Dark Kingdom, the situation had changed. Whether it was Long Chen or Feng Zhilin, they were likely to be qualified to compete with Yang Chen. After all, Yang Chen was the only one who didn't get the statue of the Dark Goddess. He even suffered a crushing defeat and almost implicated Long Chen. After the results came out, the Hanwu Hall Master and the others wanted to find a hole to hide in after bragging so much. Thousands of Martial God Palace disciples were waiting for their return. Yang Chen, on the other hand, was struggling. Long Chen felt that he seemed to be in pain. From Yang Chen's point of view, it seemed like he had the divine ghost goo in his body. It was indeed a terrible situation. However, Yang Chen seemed to be making a decision. "I won't be awake for long." He suddenly clenched his teeth and said. "What do you mean?" Long Chen asked. In the Dragon Dance Hall, everyone was confused except for Yi Futu. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and his face gradually turned gloomy. A gust of cold wind echoed in the spacious Dragon Dance Hall. Wenren Shi revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Long Chen saved Tong Qi. And now? It was just as Wenren Shi expected. Yang Chen looked like he had made an important decision. He looked at the sky with an angry gaze. From the Dragon Dance Hall, his gaze seemed to pierce through space and landed on Yi Futu. That indignant and rebellious gaze moved everyone, but they also felt that this fellow was very pitiful. Because in his anger, there was boundless terror. His anger was fragile. He only dared to make such a decision when he was so far away from Yi Futu. He didn't care about anything else and walked towards Long Chen step by step. With a heavy tone, he said, "You saved Tong Qi before. You know what happened to him. You know a lot of things." Long Chen roughly understood what he meant. This was a great thing. He definitely wouldn't be polite. He believed that Yi Futu's expression must be very ugly. There's no need to say more. It's fine as long as you don't die. Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony with him. He took out Lingxi's sword and gently pressed it against Yi Futu's chest. There's one thing I have to make clear. I must get the position of Emperor Shengwu. I owe him this. You gave me freedom, but it will make me a bigger threat to you. Are you willing? Yang Chen was very frank. Yang Chen was very frank. Chapter 1520. The moment Lingxi's sword pierced his body, Yang Chen knelt on the ground with a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. His body was trembling uncontrollably, just like Tong Qi. Lingxi's sword was a mysterious sword. Long Chen didn't know anything about it. He only knew that Lingxi's sword could hurt one's primordial spirit. Back then, Long Chen was stabbed by Lingxi's sword too. It felt worse than death. However, the one who suffered the most wasn't the young martial god, but the divine ghost Gu in his body. A beast-like roar could be heard from his body. Long Chen and the others were being monitored at all times. Most people in the Dragon Dance Hall looked at the scene in confusion. There were less than 3 people who knew what was going on. Even Wenren she had just found out about the divine ghost Gu. Long Chen and the young martial god's actions were extremely daring. They were provoking the same person, Yi Futu, the massacring martial sovereign. Of course, the young martial god was doing it for his own survival, while Long Chen wasn't afraid of Yi Futu at all. Long Chen had saved Yang Chen from the Dark Nation and saved him again. He had already done his best. If Yang Chen was a grateful person, he would probably restrain himself after returning to the martial god palace. In the Dragon Dance Hall, Yi Futu's smile gradually disappeared and he became extremely indifferent. He stared at the bronze mirror and an unknown emotion flowed through his eyes. What is Long Chen doing? Yeah, why isn't Yang Chen resisting when he's using a sword? He saved Yang Chen from the Dark Nation. Is he going to kill Yang Chen now? How is that possible? If he is, the young martial god would definitely resist. Amidst the discussion, Long Chen remained expressionless and his gaze was calm. The Lingxi sword in his hand pierced through the other party's body. Yang Chen's body's recovery ability was rather abnormal. With Lingxi's sword stuck in his body, it would be difficult to pull it out without exerting a lot of effort. Yang Chen clenched his teeth tightly. The movement in his body was getting louder and louder. The roar that sounded like that of a giant beast came from his body. Long Chen felt that he had provoked a ferocious beast that could cover the sky, and not a small worm. The power of a mutated ancient species was indeed unfathomable. Come out. As the Lingxi sword twisted, the young martial god's body trembled, and his face turned deathly pale. As his throat moved, his eyes suddenly widened and he opened his mouth, revealing a human-faced, fiendish bug. It reeked of blood and was extremely disgusting as it lunged toward Long Chen's head to bite him. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with one hand and swung it down, cutting the face worm in half. He heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he had completed his mission. He didn't expect Yang Chen to cry out in pain again. His throat continued to move as another face worm escaped from his body. There are 2. Long Chen didn't hold back at all. Yi Futu would probably be very distressed if he killed the divine ghost Gu. After all, it wasn't easy to obtain an ancient mutated species. In order to control Yang Chen and make him the great Emperor Zhenwu, he had made a lot of arrangements. However, today, Long Chen ruined his chance. Yang Chen fell to the ground softly. His face was pale and he temporarily passed out. Only then did Long Chen pull out the Lingxi sword. He looked at the sky and knew that everyone in the Dragon Dance Hall was looking at him. He smiled coldly and said, "It seems like I've ruined someone's plan. I'm sorry, but it seems like I can only dream." The only one who dared to speak to Yi Futu like this was Long Chen. This arrogant but strategic young man performed rather well in the second round of the trial. The higher-ups who didn't think highly of him before couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Long Chen won everyone's respect with his talent and courage. Feng Zhilin hadn't recovered yet. The young martial god Yang Chen woke up very quickly. His body's recovery speed was rather shocking and he was able to stand up in no time. Long Chen thought, I've saved this guy twice in a row. I'm sure he'll be grateful to me. Unexpectedly, when Yang Chen stood up, he first tidied himself up before his expression suddenly became extremely weird. He looked at Long Chen with a disdainful gaze and sneered for a long time before saying, "What a kind fellow. Thank you for your kindness. I've indeed regained my freedom, but it seems like you've underestimated me. In this state, I'm even stronger." His gaze gradually became stern. "Why? Do you think I don't know how to be grateful? I'm sorry, but you can only blame yourself for being too kind. You're trying to use this method to convince me from the bottom of my heart and make me admit defeat in the third round of the duel. Your plan is pretty good, but do you think you can change me just by doing this? I have to say, although you're smart, you're too naive. What's wrong with this guy?" To be honest, Long Chen didn't expect him to be grateful. However, the feeling of not getting what he wanted out of kindness was really uncomfortable. He didn't expect Yang Chen to be this kind of person. Before this, he thought Yang Chen was a pitiful person. He didn't expect a pitiful person to actually be hateful. "Even if you've given me freedom, I'll still do what I have to do. Some things belong to me, and I have to repay you. So stop dreaming. This doesn't belong to you at all. Today isn't the day for the duel, so I won't touch you for now. I'll let you have a few more days of comfort. Goodbye, kind lamb." Yang Chen, who had regained his original personality, made Long Chen feel a little puzzled. Even if this guy was in a hurry to make Long Chen feel uncomfortable, he didn't have to say it like that, did he? Faced with the other party's mockery, Long Chen didn't comment. Yang Chen laughed dryly before turning around and leaving. After he left, Long Chen sighed helplessly. He must have been wrong about Yang Chen. He did think that Yang Chen had regained his normal self and might be a friend. He didn't expect him to be an ungrateful dog who was still loyal to Yi Futu. He might as well let this kind of person die. Anyway, he was being cheap to stay alive. Yi Futu had planted the divine ghost goo in him. After Long Chen helped him get rid of it, he threatened to repay Yi Futu's kindness by making Long Chen his enemy. This wasn't just being stubborn. He didn't care about Long Chen at all. He only saw Long Chen as a means to get rid of the divine ghost goo. Even without the divine ghost goo, he might still be Yi Futu's loyal lackey. Seeing this scene, Yi Futu's ugly expression finally disappeared in the dragon dance hall. Returning to the mountain stream, Feng Zhilin was still recuperating. Long Chen could only wait to vent his anger when he returned. "With my performance in the second round, it's definitely not a problem to reverse 25 points. If there's a problem, then the fairness of the Shengwu Emperor's selection is questionable." Time gradually passed as he thought so. After half a day, Feng Zhilin had almost recovered. Her pale face gradually became rosy. Because of the escape earlier, her dress was torn and exposed a lot of her skin. Her white and smooth skin was beautiful and charming. She blushed when she showed it in front of Long Chen. She prepared for a period of time before returning to Zhenwu Emperor Palace with Long Chen. "If it wasn't for the last battle, I wouldn't have taken your things," Feng Zhilin emphasized. The last battle and the following scores were the most crucial points. On the way back, the two exchanged their methods of getting the statue. Feng Zhilin was amazed by Long Chen's method. "With the difference between you and Yang Chen, it shouldn't be a problem if it's a fair score. I'm just worried that Yi Futu's people will cheat." Cheat? Everyone in the Dragon Dance Hall could hear the conversation between the two. Long Chen smiled coldly and said, if they really give random scores, this selection will be completely meaningless. I think these people don't even care about the existence of the emperor. If that's the case, they'll definitely regret it. This sentence was for everyone in the Dragon Dance Hall to hear. Hearing Long Chen's words, a few cultivators snorted coldly. When Yang Chen returned to the Wuxian Palace alone, the news of the completion of the trial mission had already spread. Yang Chen first returned to the Dragon Dance Hall and returned to Yi Futa's side. When Long Chen and Feng Zhilin returned, they could grade the second round of the trial mission. The Saint Martial Emperor was a major event in the Wuxian Palace. In an instant, almost everyone came out from their cultivation and gathered on the first floor of the Five Elements Haotian Pagoda, waiting for the arrival of Long Chen and Feng Zhilin. This was also the biggest welcome for them. Before they arrived, the Wuxian Palace was already in chaos. What they were discussing was nothing more than the trial mission. As for the details of the trial mission, they didn't know, so they were just making wild guesses. Little Martial God came back first. Could it be that he's already gotten the statue? Many young girls were Yang Chen's loyal followers. These young girls all had rosy lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and slender legs. They emitted an astonishing youthful heat. Little Martial God seems to have changed a lot. He's different from before. I see his naughty smile. It's so intoxicating. Yeah, I see that Little Martial God has changed a lot too. He's even more perfect now. As for Long Chen and Feng Zhilin, I wonder if they've gotten the statue. I heard that the remnants of darkness are very strong. They're not strong enough. They were promoted from the 3,000 halls. It's definitely difficult for them to get the statue. I'm willing to bet that they definitely haven't gotten it. Chapter 1521. The young girl's eyes were filled with pride. They had been living in the Supreme Wuxian Palace since they were young and were the descendants of the nobles in the palace. They had received the best resources since they were young, and they were definitely much better than the average standard of the 3,000 halls. From the bottom of their hearts, they didn't like Long Chen and Feng Zhilin, who were promoted from the 3,000 halls and were chosen by Wen Renxi and Lin Juniao respectively. Especially Long Chen, who was summoned by the great Emperor Zhenwu. Of course, not everyone thought the same as them. For example, Nangong Lai and Han Yunqing were full of confidence in Long Chen. Little Chen hasn't returned yet. Did something happen to him? Nangong Lai was drowned in the crowd and he asked softly. Han Yunqing shook his head and said, his strength has reached a level that we can't touch. The son of our benefactor won't fail so easily. Nangong Lai sighed and said, there's no problem in this aspect. I even think that Little Chen will be fine in the second round. It's just that he lost too much in the first round. Plus, there might be some shady dealings in the second round. It's impossible to make a fair decision. Han Yunqing said, I don't think so. Those old guys who have passed the Nirvana tribulation would dare to mess around. Nangong Lai sneered and said, they are the ones who dare to mess around the most. After all, no one can stop him. To be honest, the Emperor hasn't appeared for too long. Perhaps too many people have forgotten about his divine power. The people waiting on the first floor of the Five Elements Haotian Pagoda could be described as a sea of people. There were also a large number of people surrounding the Dragon Dance Hall. The Dragon Dance Hall was open to the public today so that the scoring could be done in an open and fair manner. The scoring today was very crucial. Yang Chen was leading by a total of 45 points. If he didn't lose terribly this time, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin wouldn't have any hope. Especially when Yang Chen came back with a wise and evil look, which was worlds apart from his usual self. The crowd didn't believe that Yang Chen could lose so badly in this state. Sitting beside Yi Futu, Yang Chen had been very calm. Judging from Little Martial God's reaction, I know Long Chen has no chance. That's right. The young martial god has been acting all these years. Maybe he did it on purpose. It's not bad for a young man to have such patience. Warriors above the second stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm once again entered the Dragon Dance Hall. Of course, they no longer had the right to vote today. They only had the right to watch from the closest spot. Everyone should participate in such a grand event. Many people who were normally not in the Martial God Palace returned as well. For example, the great elder of the 3,000 palaces was also sitting in the Dragon Dance Palace as a member of the Cambrian generals. It had been a long time since the true Martial Emperor Palace had seen such a grand scene. Long Chen and Feng Jilin stepped into the first level of the Five Elements Haotian Pagoda side by side amidst the great commotion and discussion. Long Chen and Feng Jilin received a lot of cheers. Their return meant the result would be revealed. Everyone was looking forward to it and cheered. The three martial saints have ordered Long Chen and Feng Jilin to head to the Dragon Dance Palace as soon as they return. Someone announced. Long Chen didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. It looked like there was a chance today. After staying in the true Martial Emperor Palace for a long time, he felt a sense of belonging. After returning, he felt a sense of familiarity, especially when he saw Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai smiling at him in the crowd. From their smiles, Long Chen could see their trust in him. The Dragon Dance Palace was another crucial battle. The true Martial Emperor Palace was incomparably vast, and the sacred Martial Emperor was the future true Martial Emperor. This position, which was filled with power and influence, was beckoning to Long Chen. Whether it was for himself, for Lingxi, or for the sake of the common people, Long Chen had no choice but to face this battle bravely. His opponents had probably been waiting in the Dragon Dance Palace for a long time. Especially Yi Futu. Deep down, he probably wanted nothing more than to kill Long Chen. Yi Futu was too bold. He had restrained Zhenwu Great Emperor, and Long Chen could be said to have been chosen by Zhenwu Great Emperor to challenge Yi Futu's might. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Futu was terrifying, but that he had mastered the rules. He wanted to send his disciple to the sacred Martial Emperor's position according to the rules. No one could criticize him. As the crowd welcomed him, Long Chen rose from the true Martial Emperor Road and headed for the upper level of the Dragon Dance Palace. There was also a sea of people on this level, and most of them were experts above the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. The three candidates had finally returned without any losses. The crowd cheered again. Amidst the cheers, Long Chen and Feng Jilin approached the magnificent palace, the Dragon Dance Palace. The group of old fellows in the Dragon Dance Hall could not wait any longer. They were all experts above the 3rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen had done so many things in the Dark Nation, and now it was finally time for him to be tested. For the sake of the sacred Martial Emperor's position, he was really looking forward to it, but he was also a little nervous. What did these old fellows think of his strategy and so on? With such a nervous mood, Long Chen and Feng Jilin walked into the Golden Palace filled with the aura of experts. The upper echelon cultivators on the high platform looked down at Long Chen like they were gods examining him. They didn't cheer like the people outside. Instead, they looked at Long Chen and Feng Jilin with scrutinizing eyes. This scrutinizing gaze was like a knife. The strong came from their auras, and Long Chen was now among the auras of the Martial God Palace's experts. Both of them returned to their respective seats. Wenren Shi sat beside Long Chen. Wenren Shi was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance. Long Chen had never seen this guy smile. Although it was only for a moment, it was still very rare. He looked around and found that many of the 3rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm had a very good impression of him. Long Chen knew that his performance in the Dark Nation must have won them over. He breathed a sigh of relief. The most intense moment had finally arrived. The Dragon Dance Palace was completely silent. It was time for the Hall Master of Hanwu to perform again. He stood up and opened his arms. At this moment, a large number of the Martial God Palace's cultivators had gathered outside the door. The Hall Master of Hanwu raised his voice and solemnly announced. The 3 candidates have performed well in the trial mission. 23rd level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm's cultivators supervised the whole process. It was fair and just. We tested the 3 candidates on 5 aspects: leadership, decision-making, intelligence, good and evil, and adaptability. We follow the ancestral teachings and will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. Now, let's invite the 3 candidates to show their trophies. In fact, no matter how outstanding they were, if they didn't get the statue of the Dark Goddess, their efforts would be in vain. In the past, if they didn't even complete the most basic mission, no matter how outstanding their performance was, the final score wouldn't be more than 10 points. So far, except for the 20 upper echelons, no one knew the results of the 3 candidates. In the eyes of ordinary people, the young martial god Yang Chen came back first without any injuries. Presumably, he had the highest chance of getting the statue of the Dark Goddess. At this moment, many people held their breath, waiting for Long Chen and the other 2 to make their moves. Most people looked at the young martial god. Why hasn't he taken it out yet? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin looked at each other and casually tossed out their spoils of war. They stood in the central plaza of the Dragon Dance Hall. The appearance of the 2 statues instantly attracted everyone's attention. The statue of the Darkness Goddess was beautiful, natural, and soul-stirring. Her curves and facial features were all top-notch. If such a real person really existed, she would definitely be a great beauty that could captivate all living things. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, they came to their senses. Did Yang Chen not complete the mission? Everyone looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's attitude was sincere. He stood up and said loudly, "I'm sorry, I've let you all down. I'm very sorry that I didn't complete the mission this time." Everyone was surprised by Yang Chen's behavior. One had to know that Yang Chen was purely a battle maniac in the past. He actually apologized. This change almost made everyone forget the fact that he didn't get the statue of the Dark Goddess. Such an unexpected result quickly spread to the outside. After hearing this news, there was a commotion outside, especially those who supported Yang Chen. After hearing the news, they all made a fuss. One had to know that Yang Chen was already in the lead. Could it be that the other party actually had a chance to turn the tables this time? Even Feng Zhilin got the statue of the Dark Goddess. There was no reason why Yang Chen couldn't get it. Many cultivators were dissatisfied and started discussing and cursing loudly, as if Yang Chen didn't get the statue of the Dark Goddess because there was something shady about this mission. In the end, someone came out to suppress the disturbance temporarily. Among the crowd, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai laughed again. "I knew little Chen wouldn't let us down. He really has a chance. I was worried that even if he did it perfectly, those guys would still make things difficult for him." Han Yunxing said thoughtfully. Just as he finished speaking, in the Dragon Dance Hall, after Hall Master Hanwu talked for a long time, the real evaluation finally began. The 20 higher-ups came one by one to evaluate the performance of the 3 candidates in terms of leadership, decision-making, intelligence, good and evil views, and ability to adapt to changing circumstances. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.